Yo, mama. Carlos, you can't come in here. Carlos, you're not allowed in here. Carlos, quite frankly, I've had enough of you. Carlos, quite frankly, no. No, thank you.
Yeah!
No, thank you. Sorry. Why? I think you know why. I think you know what you did. I think you know. Sorry. Sorry, we're busy. No soliciting. No soliciting. Sorry, no soliciting. Is it because of 9/11?
Yeah!
Well,
I mean, that's ridiculous. That's as crazy as...
Yeah!
That's as crazy as two planes hitting the Twin Towers.
Carlos, I've been seeing you all day.
Yeah!
Carlos, I've been seeing you all day.
Yeah!
You've not left the stream.
Yeah! Yeah!
Yo, Rat Disco. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What up, YouTube?
Yeah!
What up? Jolie coming at ya. At his friend. Okay, Jesus. You guys got any more? Or we guess we're back on this one. Rad Disco, Duck Disco, go. Rad Disco, Rad Disco, go. Rad Disco, Rad Disco, go. Rad Disco, Rad Disco, go. Yep, I've lost it. I'm so sweaty and tired from today. But god damn it, don't I love it. Just tried the socks in the bed thing, and I hate myself. You might be acoustic, too. Might be a wee bit acoustic there, buddy. Buddy pal. My friend. You guys want to watch some iHandy videos? That'll get you. That'll get you going. This is so insane. I can't believe these are genuine YouTube thumbnails. This is blowing my mind. These are actual, genuine YouTube thumbnails. I can't. A lazy day in bed with Megan. What does that mean? What are we doing, exactly? Sexy yoga. That's just porn. Turn whiskey bottle into a lamp with Alex. That's actually really cool. Looks educational. What the fuck is this? No, Beagle. I'm not adding that. That's fucking awful. Borpa be lick in the Kermit comfarts. Be very careful. There are naked booba on YouTube. This I know, but it's like medical. This doesn't look medical, does it? Usually it's medical videos and they kind of warn you. Not that I would know. What? I don't know. But I heard it from a friend. Oh, what the fuck? Why did they not share how to install a dimmer switch with Stephanie? Why did they share the other one? I can't. This is insane. You guys remember when we inserted? There are non-medical ones. My friend told me. Yeah? Why is your front page all booba? It's not the front page. It's this fucking channel. Where how to get sexy. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. Then it cuts EA Sports.
A genuine question related to the out-of-pocket chatter earlier. Is the freckle joke not an acceptable joke anymore?
It never was.
Or was it just situationally inappropriate? I would like to understand.
Okay, I will gladly elaborate on this for you. I don't... It's a mix of, like, I don't want to talk about it, which sounds very serious, but it's not. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why are we talking about it? I think that's why I get frustrated. Because, so, I think one time... The thing that kind of started to make me feel bitter about people asking that is because... Like, I went on Booty Stream one day, and I was just myself. And then the first thing someone said when I came on screen was, fake freckles? Cringe. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, the fact that people are so goddamn opinionated. Did I just see a flash of 9/11? The fact that people are so goddamn opinionated about such a stupid, tiny thing on my face drives me up the wall. It truthfully does. And, like, it's fine to joke about it in a way that's, like, harmless, like, haha, you know, just like that thing that you have, right? It's totally real. Like, that's fine, but, otherwise I can't stand it. I think it's the most annoying thing. Who the fuck cares? It's, like, it's just such a stupid small detail that doesn't matter. Like, who cares? You know what it is? It's kind of like asking, like, are you wearing makeup right now? Oh, because I only like natural women. Are you wearing makeup right now? Oh, because I think makeup is disgusting and for whores. Like, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of people's and like thinking that their preferences are that they matter, or what they think is their preference, because more often than not they are wrong. It's just some weird and incel bullshit. Like, exactly. What is flashes of 9/11? What is this, Carlos? There is a video.
I would just tell them you have a medical condition where they move around. Kick W.
There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. Wait, where'd it go? There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. There is a video on YouTube of someone putting a golf ball in a lady's butthole. It's a mix of a lot of things for me. Wait. That's what you meant, huh? I was looking for, like, I don't know, I was looking for, like, the Trade Center to be reflected in my eyeballs in the camera. I don't know what I thought you meant by that. Well, huh? I wasn't sure what that meant. Dude, that... Okay. Anyway. Yep, you saw it. You saw right. You saw correct. You are correct. Oh, chat. Ooh. Oh, dear. I was looking at my phone, like, is that the towers? Are you wearing makeup right now? Because that would make your face taste weird when I lick it. Ew. The VO lines have been sent. Also, there's a cool video on YouTube of a golf ball. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Oh, Link? Link? Thank you, Jordan. Link? Happy Pride Month, brothers. Gender neutral. Gender neutrally. Please do Joel Pride when you wish us a happy Pride Month. And happy Pride Month, gender neutrally. Joel Pride. Joel Pride is the only thing allowed for it. Oh my god, it's my birthday month. Oh my god, chat, what did you get me for my birthday? What the fuck is this song? Sand. What the fuck, Ween? Dude, Ween is so weird. You're a bitch, girl. You're a bitch, girl. No. I didn't...
Well, after our last conversation, I think I need to alter your birthday present, lol.
What? What do you mean? What was our last conversation? Oh. The freckles thing. Oh. By the way, Bossarosa, all you said was, I found it. You didn't say, I found the golf ball video. So I didn't know that that's what that was. That's why I clicked on it. Hi, Soup. Soup Kiss. What are you doing? Are you gonna sleep on my $400 hoodie? She's going for it. Are you gonna go get on my $400 hoodie? What are you doing, huh?
Yeah!
What you doing, my love? You can come sit with me, baby. Come on. Go on. Soup, Soup. Don't give up. You got this. 400? Yep. Come on, Soup. That was pretty ambitious, I'm not gonna lie to you. Why? Dude. She looks so content with herself. Dude, what the fuck? Good job, I guess. Good. Ow, also. I'm crying and you can see it. Ew, gross. Oh god, that's so nasty. Good job, I guess. Dude, why are you so long right now? What are you doing? Why? You're long as fuck. Okay. I kind of knew she would pull some shit. Alright, Soup Soup. Wicked. Live in La Vida Loca over here. Yes, that's my $400 hoodie on that chair right there. It's got cat hair on it now because I put it on the chair. It's from Streamlabs. Did you know that Streamlabs made a $400 hoodie? Well, in fact, they do, because if you didn't know, you might accidentally sign up for a annual plan through Streamlabs and let it renew twice before you cancel it. Which also, if you did not know, the amount that you pay annually for Streamlabs, if you pay for it, is $200. So they also give you perks like free swag if you buy their product, and so I got that hoodie and I canceled my subscription. So that is an effectively $400 hoodie. Yep. You ever think about life and its pleasantries? Me and DoorDash Dash Pass. How much is that? Maybe I should get it. Don't let me get that. I would like to eat good. Oh my god. I would love to see this Soup jump in slow-mo. Come on, Soup. Dude, why? Like, there were so many other places to go. What was the cat brain on? You know what happened? You know what happened? Hello? What are you... Now you're just on my shoulder. Okay. I love you too? This is a weird dog. What are you doing? But like, I think what happened was she overcalculated? I don't know. You know what? This is why I'm afraid of frogs. This right here. I'm afraid of frogs because of this right here. Sorry about the rickroll. I'm too high for this. No, you're totally fine. This is why I'm afraid of frogs, is because you don't know how hard or how far or how long or where they're gonna jump. Like, at all. That's my issue with them. Yeehaw. Somewhere chroma freeze frame right now? Why? There's probably a better frame. She looks funny. Hold on, there's probably a better, like there. Or mayhaps here. That's a much better one. Do this one. Do that. This is so much better. Super Soup. Super Soup. Yo, is that a gerbil on your shoulder? God, she just looks like one, doesn't she? Why did you do this? She's fully leaning on my shoulders. Is your cat always this blurry? When she's jumping midair, yeah. Anyway. Thanks, Soup. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for the show and tell. Speaking of show and tell, are you making a diorama? Are you or a loved one making a diorama for this stream? That's so crazy. I still haven't peed. I am. Are you doing it right now? What are you doing right now? Chat, what are you doing right now? What are you up to? Chat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Real high. Peeing.
But I can't prove a state exists overnight.
You can try. It's 3 a.m. Heck, good night. Good night, sucks eggs. Don't forget, chat, even when you go to bed, your civic duty to the stream isn't done. That's right, because guess what you can do? Leave a tabaroo open. That's eyeballs on the stream that brings more eyeballs. And the more eyeballs you have in your skull, the better it is for me. So go on the black market, buy some extra eyeballs, and make it work for Papa. Chop chop. Thanks for being a good streamer and having me on earlier. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, Boss Rosa. I will give you the same spiel. You better do your goddamn civic duty and open the stream up on 4 different accounts on 4 different computers. Thank you. And leave them running. Overclock your PC. I don't care what you have to do. Just do it. What the rabbit doing? Do the counts Do the counts count? Do the cats count as eyeballs? That took the last 1% of me. And no. Yes, ma'am. My computer will be melting tonight. Streaming 16 of your streams. Thank you. But you need 16 different accounts for that to... Sorry, her tail like touched my neck and it gave me a chill. Anyway, I appreciate that. You're gonna fall. I have your stream running on my I have your stream running on my You know what I really want to play? Let me check if Steam has it. It probably... Hey! Give that back! Soup, stop! Hey! It's not a toy! Why are you doing... Stop! You're gonna break it! You're literally bending it backwards, you cunt! Soup, no! Stop! No! Soup, stop. I'm converting all the audio from the stream onto clone hero track. I don't know what that means, Beagle. You lost me. What the dog doing? Soup! Stop! Why do you break everything? Real high. You and Hemlock, man. Why did I buy such destructive animals? Stop! Jesus. Hi. Can you look at me, please? My cat is in the basket. Stop! Jeez, please don't break this. I can feel little teeth marks on it. Turn on the headset so we can have cat ASMR. It doesn't work when it's, the thing about it is it's not on unless you do this, which I would then have to switch the audio to. I can try though. Sure, give me a second. Soup, stop. Here we go, chat. Now I'm talking you through I call this my Burger King headset. I'm at Burger King with my Burger Queen. Can I get a large fry? She's vegan, please, so don't put no cheese. With some honey mustard on the side. Wait till she figures out it's over here. Soup, look at it. It's over here. Soup, what's that? Podcast. Anyway, yep. Alright, you come back for more? Are you done? Hey, Soup, I don't think they can hear me anymore. Hey, I don't think they can hear me anymore, Soup. If you put it under your arm, they can't hear me. Can I have that back? Cool, thanks. I'm at Burger King with my Burger Queen. Can I get a large fry? She's vegan, please. Done and dusted. Oh my god, that's wild. What the fuck? Soup wicked. You forgot the sunglasses, but I'll take them. Where do I put cutout Soup? Oh, look, she's done with us. Parketh! Soup Stream! Thank you for the 3 months! Thank you for the Soup Wicked. I love soup. Ah, thank you! Oh, you didn't have to! Thank you! Cat ASMR new meta. She's so funny. Like, I don't know. She's just not a cuddly guy. She's not a cuddly guy, but she's sitting on my shoulder sure as shit. Sure as shit, she's sitting on my shoulder. That's a fun one, chat. I challenge you to say that tomorrow. Wake up tomorrow and try to say that at your job. Well, sure as shit. Say it. Do it. Record yourself doing it, and then send it to me. Sorry, I still have to pee. You know when you have to pee, and then your body soaks it back up for a minute, and then it lets it back out, and you get a chill? Cats can understand what we say, they just don't care. I'll remember that. Thank you, Penny. Hello, sir. I sure as shit will be at your service. Oh, okay. I see you work customer service. Hello, valued customer. I sure as shit would love to help you today. Soup, you're gonna fall. Yep, thank you. I got the pee shivs. No one you have to pee. Are you good? No one you have to pee and hold it and your body soaks it up and then add like 3 Soup, you're falling. I'll catch you. Only meant to take an hour nap. I died for 3 hours. The fuck was that? The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Oh, you probably have your hen lows back. Oh, but shit, they're not making a sound. Hold on. It's okay. Occasionally I have to refresh that. That's normal. It's not a bug. It's a feature. There you go. I fixed it. It's refreshed. You should be able to hear it now. Dude, yeah, what the fuck?
Milady.
It says ingest because of the iRoll toolkit, I
Milady.
think. Yeah, why you guys sorted out by the whole ingest?
Milady.
Like, yeah, that's iRoll toolkit.
Milady.
I'm so sorry.
Nope.
Pat, 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 pat,
Milady.
pat, 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 pat. Hi, baby.
Milady. M'lady.
I want, you know what I want to do? I want to get like a series of clips from this many day stream, and I want to make it into like a video, like a highlight,
M'lady.
like a highlight of the 7-day stream thing. I want to do that. Cause ingest means eat. The fact, cause ingest means eat. What's all this then? Yarf. Oh god, my little weggies. No,
Nope.
I'm not adding that. You know what, Beagle? In solidarity, in proof of our friendship, I added Yarf. There you go. There you go, Beagle. That's just for you. Why are you up there? Yarf. Yarf. Bedpan! Thank you for peeing on Zambrisi. Oh, my little leggy poos, my little dangly dingle hoppers. My little Long John Johnsons, my little swashbuckling Samuels, my little turgid Timmies. Yarf. Oh, my big lazy wiener. Oh. Ah! Oh. And also, if we made a series of highlights for this, I would want to have no control over what goes in it. Like, I would totally, I don't want to know. I just, you know, make it happen. Make it so. What do you want for real? I'm on that. I'm on that. I'm on your mom. Haha. Ah. What? I still have to pee and eat and shower. When should I do that? Pee, eat, shower. I can do it at the same time. Pee, hour, eat. Pee, hour, eat. I'm trying to make it into one word. Pee, hour, eat. Kinda hot. Wait, what? What are you doing? Are you leaving me? You coward. You're a coward if you leave. You're a coward. You're afraid of love. Bah! Do you guys remember that? Why is everyone so afraid of love? Love! Ah! Real hard. I'm here for the cat. She just left. You should probably go. She's not here anymore. She's gone. She actually is just clocking out for her shift. She's got to go home and make biscuits. Do OT. Yeah. By comparison, this is a much easier job. I know. Isn't she beautiful? We could talk about my cat to look. I love my cat. Come here, bitch. This is my bitch. This is Soup. And she doesn't want to look forward, and she's just melting. Why? Why are you melting? This is okay? Whoa, Boomer! Boomer?
Boomer 3,690 tipped $33.
Thank you, Boomer. Is that a video? How you doing, Boomer? God, I want to squish her face. She's not very cuddly, but she loves me. What kind of words are... What runes are you spitting? Now I gotta Google it. This could, this could suck me into another dimension, chat. Be careful. Man, Boomer's so cool. What? I googled it and it
It's
means...
not a video. What am I going to do? Submit Shrexophone for the 5th time?
I'm glad you didn't. I'm sorry. I'm just used to it. Yep, I love my cat. Also, yeah, this is my bitch. Yeah, look, now she's laying by my feet like a good bitch. This was probably best thing to see on the way into saying hi. Hi, cheese! Hi, cheese! Hi, cheese! Hi, cheese! Hello! I googled it, and apparently it's just Turkish for my hands. And I feel bad now for saying that he was spitting runes, because I didn't mean it. I just thought that was someone's name. It looks like a name. Hayib. Doesn't it just? That looks like it could be someone's name. Ellie. Ellie Rim. Right? You just got hexed. I know! Now I'm probably going to be like a 6'9" with pretty lights behind me. Max. Max. I think that's what that curse did. 6'9"? A 6 out of 10. Sorry. I think I'm too tired to make fun of myself. Is this as long as you ever streamed? No. I've, this is the longest I've streamed by myself. I streamed for 9 days doing Twitch's very first, and don't you forget it. Don't you ever forget that we made history that week. Alex and I did a 9-day long dub-a-thon where we streamed at the same time. I got a little treat for you guys just joining in. Here you go. You're going to love this one. Oh, god damn it. They were playing a second ago. Also, my room is a mess. Leave me alone. Pretty cool, huh? You're welcome. You're welcome. Ooh, this is pretty bright. Ooh. Sorry. Flashbang. Has anyone else done one since? Not yet. Not yet. Wait, how long? 9 days. But it's different when you're, my chair does have rollerblade wheels. How'd you see that? Yeah, Gorm sent me rollerblade wheels in the mail because he said this will help your chair move better, and he wasn't lying. Anyway, so we did one for 9 days, but it's different when you're streaming with somebody else, you know, because like I could walk away, which I did many times, to clean and to, I don't know, do chores in general, just to like be a normal person. But I mean, now I still kind of try to do it, but I reserve it for the very late hours. I did shower midstream yesterday, which was very liberating, but I wouldn't do it again just because I felt really bad. But yeah, it's just like I feel like if people are paying for me to be here on camera, then I should be here on camera. And it doesn't matter if I'm like sleeping, which I mean I am definitely sleeping through this, but when you're doing a dub-a-thon, you can kind of just be like, okay, I gotta go to the other room now. Like Alex really wanted to play a lot of Overwatch while we did it, which my chat just loved. If I remember one thing about the dub-a-thon, I'll never forget how much my chat loved Overwatch time. Because we don't really play games. So they were like, I'm not getting as much tension as I'm used to. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. And you lied to us about it? Wait, what? Oh, about taking a shower? Oh, I said I was at McDonald's. I did. And I did lie. Yeah, I just wanted to make it seem like I was doing something cooler than I was. How was the new Overwatch PvE? Maybe you weren't listening.
Well, Dad, we need 31.5 more hours on the time left to get to the cap for the thon.
We need, so double what it has right now.
You can take as much of my time as you want to take care of yourself.
I wish that it wasn't Trump that said that. I really do. Because then I'd be like, aw. Thank you, Sai. Thank you. I think, I don't know who has contributed the most to all of this, but I'm pretty sure it's you. It could be Boomer with all of his $5, $6, $25, $33 donos for media share. It could be that too. I did lie about the McDonald's. I most certainly did. When you shower, just let Soup take over. She can't stay in one place. I'm heading out. Good night, Mark. I almost called you Mark. Good night, Max. Make it Mark? Make what Mark?
You're welcome. That's why I usually use Mark for my voice.
Oh, and you know what? I feel like that's your voice now. Whoa, stream's up late? Yeah, we're up late. Yeah, we're chilling. We're vibing. We're living our best life. I'm hungry. I should really make a smoothie.
It's definitely a cereal.
It's definitely cereal. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. You are way too hot for criticism. Chat, write that down. I'm way too... remember that the next time you get mad at me for something being too loud. For something being too loud, you can't see the screen. You think that I could do this better. All of that, throw it out the window. Write that down. I'm too hot for criticism. Just so you're... Thank you, UVCW. You get it. You get it. You always take the best notes. Write that down. Too hot. Thank you, Vic. Thank you. What's True Lie, though? That's a movie. Truest Lies. You are way too hot for criticism. Thank you. Have you seen me throw a punch, though? Yeah! I will say I'm way too hot for criticism. You absolutely should. The next time someone is like, hey, you left the fridge open and you pissed on the counter, and you also left the dog without food for 3 days. You know, I would really love to hear you right now, but I'm way too hot for criticism. We took a punch earlier. I don't know what you're talking about. BS. Noted for next G stream. Don't forget. Double-a-thon Disney was so tight. That I had so much fun. I would love to take you guys. I would so love to take you guys. I would so love to go back to Disney. I love going to Disney. As an adult, it is so fun to go and just to take my little handheld Harvest Moon machine and play Harvest Moon in line, and it's so fucking fire. It's so, oh my god. And you want to know what else you can do at Disney now? Order food ahead. It like frees up queue time in the line. I mean, sorry, I'm just so British. You don't have to wait. You don't have to queue for so long. You can just go and order ahead and pick your food up at a fucking window, and it's so fucking pog. You can order. It's so fun. You love Disney? I don't love it. I'm not a Disney adult. I just have a good time. It's just nice to escape for a bit, and I think that's why a lot of people like it. But I'm not like, need my Disney. I need my. What do they like? I need my Dole Whip, or I'm gonna riot. I need my picture with Mickey and Minnie Mouse scissoring under the castle, or I'm gonna have a BF. You know what I mean? Hey, I am way too hot for criticism. I don't deserve that energy. Mark it, write it down, tattoo it on your forehead. Can we watch that clip of Morgan Freeman cooking that dick in the $1 Million Baby?
Deadass, though, on the
You're making
diorama
no
I'm
sense.
doing it. But time will be required. I've learned so much researching already, it's pog AF.
Okay, but like how much time? Till Saturday time or longer than that? Do I need to extend the deadline? Again? No, I can't complete my civic duty. My internet went out. But you're here. Wait, what? You're literally here right now. I'm visiting family in the Forbidden State for Thanksgiving, but Disney will be my solace. Yes. Wait, you're going to Florida? Imagine ordering food and getting it in time. But they do, though. I swear to God, if you order ahead, I swear. Wait, did we hear this already? This song also goes hard. Dancing in the Moonlight. Nope. Saving it. Ben, you're in Florida? Why, Ben? Get out of there, Ben. It's gonna eat you alive. Weird oversharing flex. I lost my virginity at Disney World. They don't let you do that, though. They don't. There ain't no way. That's wild. Ain't no way. Don't text. Don't call. I'm in Florida. For an extra $5, the guy in the goofy suit will punch a rando in the queue. That ain't the truth. That a lie. Mobile data. Well, you're still doing your civic duty because you're here right now. Stanley. Thank you, Stanley. Oh, you're going to a cousin's wedding. You know, I want to make a joke about Florida and cousins and weddings. But I'm so mature, I'm not going to do it. I'm so mature. I'm so past that. I wouldn't stoop so low.
If you conceive at Disney, they give you a free clam chowder bread bowl.
You nasty. Did they change the law so DeSantis can run for president while still being governor? I assume because he just announced his candidacy. I think I was online when that happened, so I didn't have to hear about this, and so I know very little about it, but I did hear about it from y'all. I think you're the one who told me. Someone told me. Or maybe it was Veggies. Someone told me. Oh, Florida. Yes. They want you to have to pay for the photo at the end of the ride, though. No, I know. It's awful. It's the worst thing in the entire world. I do see myself as a Californian. But I always warn people when I get to know them. Like, literally, I'll be talking to someone for 5 minutes and I'll be like, I'm from Florida, by the way. It's one of those things that I feel like I have to get off my chest. It's like a thing, like, it's like, I feel like if someone is going to have a preconceived notion about me, I want to get it out of the way. Like, I don't want to spend all this time getting to know someone, letting them like me and enjoy my company and think that I'm cool or funny or anything that's nice, and then go, yo, you didn't know that? I'm from Florida. And then all that time spent bonding and having an opinion of me that is charitable turns into, oh, you know what I mean? So I just like to get it out of the way. So maybe if I do something that's like weird, they're like, well, she is from Florida. So it's not like, oh, she's just a weirdo. I don't know, it helps.
I mean, I am still out of town till Sunday, so probably need minimum 1 to 2 weeks.
Oh,
this
no.
probably wouldn't fit in a 5-minute presentation. This would be a dissertation.
Damn. Well, we'll see what happens then. I won't hold you guys too much to it. I do think the idea is fun. Wait, you're from Florida? Don't tell anybody, please. Yeah, just in case you have the classic Floridian slip. That hurt my head. Yeah, very true. I like your wordplay. I see what you did there. Florida is irradiated? I grew up in California mostly. I definitely don't miss it. You know, I think where you grow up, I don't know. I think it's, I think a lot of people have absolutely every right to enjoy staying in the state, in the city where they grew up. I do question it a little as someone who has never wanted to stay at home. I've always wanted to be far, far, far away. So when I had the opportunity to move to California, I literally moved here in like 2 weeks. The moment I got the idea from my friends here, really actually after I visited once, like sometime last year around this time, June, I think. You guys know, because you were here. But I visited California. I got home. I immediately had to pack and go back because while I visited, I signed a lease for an apartment while I still had a lease active in Miami. That's how much I did not want to stay in Florida. I had 2 leases. You're from Florida? This changes nothing. Oh, cool. Oh no, ads. Too bad Twitch is no, I can ignore them, play music. That's a good strat. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm right where I want to be. Aw. I moved out and I ended up just coming right back. Got so homesick. Wait, Florida? No. Ain't no way. You don't mean Florida. Used to have that awful concrete ceiling. Why do y'all hate on my concrete, man? Not Florida, Minnesota. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I get that, you know. I think for me personally, I never felt... Sigh! Thank you for peeing on Penny so they don't have to vibe through music. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but thank you for peeing on them. Myself, I never felt like, God damn it. This fucking song. I never felt like I belonged. Yeah, I had friends. I had plenty of people who cared about me, who I cared about. I had lots of people who to spend time with, to whatever. I had things going. Didn't matter. I never felt like I belonged there. And strangely enough, weirdly enough, I feel like I belong here. It's just a feeling in your gut.
Milady.
Cement, that concrete. That's the day my world will end. And the world is a better place for you making the decision. I'm so glad I did. This is the best. I love my life. Sometimes it gets really stressful and really hard. And on the days when I feel like I can't get out of bed because I'm so stressed and I'm just worrying about everything.
By the way, my mom said she had a great call with you and that you feel free to call anytime, Kiki W.
Your mom sounded so nice, but also very scared when I called your mom on the very first day of this fucking thing. Your mom sounded so nice and so scared. So I'm shocked that she had a great time. Every time you speak, your eyes do a dance. What the fuck? What are you I'm trying to control the muscles in my face and I'm having a hard time. That's the day my world will end. What are you saying to me right now? Do they do the hula? I feel like I feel like my eyes do the hula when I talk. Do you see it? You were singing along to the growls the other day. I think you fitted fine. With Florida? I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not 1% Florida. Oh, do you think California? Oh, you mean California? Yeah, no. I love the growlers. What? It's beautiful. Just saying. No, I hear you, but like now I'm thinking about it and I feel weird. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't tell her you basically rated her C tier during the Rate Our Mom stream.
Never tell her that, please. Oh my god. Why did you remind me? Heartaches by the number. Day that I stop counting. That's the day my world will end. That's the guy who said you're too hot for criticism. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Lee. Thank you. Okay, he can stay. Okay, I like his opinions, so long as he keeps talking like that. Anything else I will not accept. I'm Moss. I miss Beach Goth. Yeah, what happened to it? Where'd she go? And where is Gothic Toaster now? And where is Gothic Toaster? Our Dami Mommy food cooking channel. Can someone link that to me? I would use my hands, but alas, they are in my lap. And quite frankly, I'm too hot for criticism. Oh, I hated that. I hated that, especially as someone who came in and didn't... Anyway, you know what? If you heard that, and you know what I'm talking about, you can go suck a fuck. I told my dog you rated him a 7. He hasn't pooped since. Your dog is a 10. Please go poo. I feel like me being really drunk and going to like 50 streams and spreading my golden kappa emote has led me to good karma. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe do something nice in the real world too, though. Petting my cat, 10 out of 10 right now. Oh, petting my 10 out of 10 cat right now. Damn, why you flexing on him though? Your cat is a 10 out of 10. That big, beautiful panther baby. They're not together now, but the singer is doing some solo stuff, and he's good live still. Of course he is. Tell me, how does one suck a fuck? So basically... Does that answer your question? Wow, I just remembered. You have to freeze the sex for later and suck it. Like a popsicle. You just suck it right out of the can.
You have talked before about getting rid of custom commands. Is that still planned?
Yes, absolutely. It wasn't regulated enough. People didn't understand the mission. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of work, genuinely. And every time I sit down to do it, I feel very overwhelmed because it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. And it's hard to like give people, I don't know, it's difficult. So yeah, no. Maybe in the future we can bring it back and make it like a prize for a game. I think the possum is back. Either that or there was a ghost. It's not in the void, Beagle. I could give it back. Can I be blunt? You can control the Nile for the next 900 years. Now, Jepsen. What? Hey, Yeb. Thank you, Meg. I wish you could put a question mark in a name. Can you? Probably not, right? Can? No. I still
Damn,
have
I
to
have
pee.
a short clip of you saying, "Did I just do math?" That would be perfect and channel points to burn.
Did I just do math? Oh, that would be fun. Hold on to it, though, because, you know, we could very well do, like I said, a game, and you could win. And that's a whole lot of steps, but what if? Think about it. How did you make her sound devious just now, Boomer? Cat Jam! Cat Disco! Oh no! Don't turn me into a hat! I've decided. I went to the bathroom, and you see, I went to the bathroom, and I peed. And while I was sat there, I heard a single thwoop, and I want to know who did it. I'm gonna go up. I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm going up. Who did that?
Real high.
I heard a single thwoop. Who did that? Why can't... Oh. J-Rad. Hey, J-Rad. Guess what? Chibbin' butt. Got him. Haha. Got him. Haha. Too much information. Guess what? When I go to the bathroom, I also like to pretend that my toilet is being fed.
Audrey, you said it once before. I feel like Boomer has red energy. Red energy does shit like that and makes people devious.
That's so true. Magazines. Magazines. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work and why it calls them Audrey. Anyway, I like to pretend that when I go pee that my toilet is thanking me like, "Nyum, nyum, nyum, nyum. That was a yummy one. Thank you." I don't know why. I don't remember what started that. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Magazines. That's actually based, huh? Oh. 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 Please stop. Magazines. Or do you mean the pee thing? Num, 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 num. If you tell me to stop, I'm just gonna keep going. Okay. Anyway, first things first. I have to shower and eat. I'll make myself a smoothie just because I worked out today. You guys can watch me make a smoothie. We will drink a smoothie. I will sit here with you for a moment. I will shower, and then, chat, I'm gonna lay you down all ginger-like. Like a ginger. What does that look like? Don't ask. And then you're gonna kiss each other. Pee-pees. I knew I knew it was a good choice keeping you around. I knew it was a good choice keeping you around, Jepson. Thanks for the roach. The silentest roach in the West. God, I don't know why that's not making any sound, and I hate myself for not knowing how to fix the problem. Well, ha. Pre-sub gifted Pog. Thank you. Thank you for the 10.
All right, it's good night time for me. Soup kiss, soup kiss, soup kiss, soup kiss, soup kiss, soup kiss,
Soup kiss.
soup kiss,
Soup
soup
kiss.
kiss, soup kiss,
Soup kiss. Soup kiss. Soup kiss. Soup kiss. Thank you, Mistaken. You know what? I kind of do miss the days where I'd be streaming and like half the stream would be me getting interrupted by me or my friends talking on TTS. I do miss those days. Those were the freaking best. Those are the freaking best. That was my favorite. Soup kiss, soup kiss. Sorry about that. About the... About the 10? Don't be. This playlist is so good. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. Whoa! Whoa! I'm riding the roller coaster. Whoa!
When you feel like winding down, you should try
Time
the
ticks
sand.
by.
It's very relaxing.
Still I try. No rest or cross stops in my mind. Roach! On my own, here we go. Roach! 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 I am so sorry. Honestly, I don't forgive you. My eyes feel like they're gonna bleed. I don't forgive you, honestly. Right up and bulging out my skull. My mouth is dry. My
Mark does
face
sound a
is
bit
numb.
sensitive sometimes.
He really does. He goes like this. On my own, here we go. I knew my love for this stupid fucking band. I knew my love for this stupid fucking band. I knew that this wouldn't be embarrassing forever. I knew that it would come out 100% accident. Oh my god, no. How did that happen on accident? Whatever you do, do not do it again. Past the point of delirium. Twice on accident? On my own, here we go. I don't think it's on accident, guys. No, I don't think it's on accident. I think he's playing us. Bennett, 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 Bennett. I could totally play with the sand, yeah, but I can't wind down just yet. There's more to be done. More to be done. More to do. More to do. Been bulging on my skull. You're angry it's not Weezer? I can sing Weezer to you. My face is numb. Fucked up and spun out in my room. I know we listened to this yesterday and it came up in the playlist. I know, trust me, I'm aware. Always more to do. Here is it. There it is. Here we go, chat. You're gonna like this. Maybe you won't. You probably won't. Do you have a favorite Green Day song? No. Not really. I mean, if I had to pick, I probably could, but I don't want to. Also, don't tell anybody. Please don't tell anybody that I like them. Here's your Weezer song, Quispy. Oh my god, you're right. No, I'm never singing Green Day again. Never. And I'm not even going to sing this anymore. Please don't listen to the VOD. Oh my god, please. Life is so rad. Did you get gifted a sub on Candy Pyro? You did? I missed it, Beagle. I'm so stoked. Maybe.
I'll add the music back in if you want.
That's so much work for you. Don't do that. Yes. You want to destroy my sweater. Oh, whoa, whoa. Hold this thread as I walk away. Can I be blunt? My Jebsen, you can say anything you want. Anything. God damn it! Why? Whoa! I'm still on the roller coaster. Why are you putting me on a roller coaster right now, dude? Can I be blunt? You're so funny. What are you doing? Throwing my sweater. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As I walk away, me unravel. I'll still be naked, lying on the phone. Oh, you want to know what else? Oh, where's that one Weezer song that's like, ugh. Where's that one? No. I don't know what album it's in. Help me find it, chat. The song where he's like, maybe it isn't Weezer. What is, oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing the guitar solo. The song where he's like, across the sea?
You paid $400 for that sweat, you do not destroy it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, if you want to destroy my $400 sweater, hold the sweater as I walk away. Watch me unravel. I'll still be naked. Across the sea? It is Weezer. Come undone. I'm skipping. This song? I can't tell. I remember I used to love this song, but I can't tell if it's like if it's bad. Is this bad? Hold on, Chad. Let's listen to the words. It's not Island Sun. 18-year-old girl lives in a small city in Japan. You heard me on the... Yeah. But I got distracted. Yes, I am. I am, AJ. And what are you gonna do about it? I think it would be wrong. I've got your letter. You got my song. I've got your letter. She's yoked. She's really good at this. Anyway, so what we got in the unboxing, actually, a lot of really cool stuff. Oh, there's a clip, though, that you could watch. Do you want to see it? Who's got it? Oh no! Not again! How did this happen again? No! I don't know why I like to imagine myself on a roller coaster. Dude, Jepson. Hey, so. I'm beginning to question your motives a little. Not gonna lie to you, I'm starting to think that the reason that you're doing this is different than the reasons that you should be. Now, I'll wait. I will fuck around and find out later. Because I don't hate this. I don't hate what you're doing right now, but I will hate if you misbehave. I'm not gonna lie to you. I will hate that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to us. Because as of right now, I am also detecting a loss of sanity. Because as of right now, I'm just not sure. But I'll wait. I can wait. I loved that. Can I be blunt? That was funny. You see? More of that. That was good. The other stuff is quotable, but for the wrong reasons. But I don't need to tell you that. You know, I feel like you get it. You get it. What are we talking about? Hey, how's it going? We were actually just talking about you. Can you come in? Can you sit down? Have a seat. Right here. Right here. I know there's stuff there, but if you could just take a seat. We need to talk about your grades lately, bud. Yeah, they're not looking so good. And your mom and I were just talking, and we don't think we could take you to Disneyland this year. Listen, what do people say? Something about letter grades. Oh, Quispy, thank you for being on AJ. Anyway, your mom and I have been talking, and we really don't think that you can go to Disney this year. B's are just unacceptable. You don't want to be second, do you? You want to be the best. You can control the now for the next 900 years. Yes, I can. Because I'm a Giga Chad. And if I could be blunt, business opportunity, the suck. You see what I mean? They're all just so good. Bees are the best? Yes! They absolutely are the best. And we should protect the bees. Get this fucking licking ass bitch off my screen. Why is she in the middle? I hate her. Quispy, thank you for also being on Ichidori-san. Itchy? Uchi. Chat's like, okay, listen, I don't have that many roach emotes in me. I'll do it again. Beetles are the OG bees? Are you trying to start an argument? Are you trying to fight? TY mate. Why do I like to imagine that you said TY mate in the way that the guy from The Boys says it? What's that guy's name? He's strong, he's buff. He's the main, he's not the main character, but he's like, what is he? He gets laser eyes. Sorry, spoilers. He gets laser eyes because he drinks the juice. In The Boys, what's his name? Scorched Death. What's his name? I feel so strongly about Beatles. Butcher, thank you. Butcher. I'm just cracking up that Booty had to... Butcher. Scorched Earth. Billy the Butcher. Oh my gosh. When we were... Oh my gosh. Who says that? Oh my fucking balls. Holy cunt, guys. So, when we were doing the Murder Mystery Airbnb tour, and we were talking with our guide, and then he starts saying how multiple points about how the Scottish hate the British. And then I was like, but why do the Scottish hate the British so much? Oh, thank you, Sai. That's perfect. Unboxing's too long. I got you. Thank you for the timestamp. And then I genuinely didn't. Guys, I'm so sorry. Please color me ignorant. I had no goddamn clue. I didn't know. I just look over and I see someone say, this man just defused a bomb live on stream. And I was like, what happened? But he kind of mentioned it a little. Never had a bad gig. Carl Urban, Scorched Earth. What else is he in other than The Boys? In The Boys. In The Boys. In the beginning. The Boys. Inda, boys. He's in Lord of the Rings? Yes, he was. What was his name in Lord of the Rings? Why am I... It's like I'm literally just asking you. Okay. Oh, so he's been in quite a couple things. Okay. Well, never had a bad gig. You were right. I just didn't know that the Scottish hated the English so much, and I guess, I don't know, I'm stupid or something. I guess I'm dumb. He was the horse guy? Who's the horse guy? I don't know what that means. Like he's into horses? I must have missed that. Aramir? Aramir? Aramir. Maybe I need to rewatch. I think it's been a minute since I watched Lord of the Rings. Aramir? I also haven't seen Dread. I don't know what that is. Oh, thank you so much for directly linking me the Carl Urban IMDb when I thought that this was, in fact, a 7TV emote. And I've trusted you so much to the point where now I just click on him. Thank you. Waldo. You were told once in this stream that your job was to eat sand, and you literally never let that go.
Speaking of bombs, the Irish Republican Army, who to this day are listed as a terror organization, was a huge fan of bombs.
Am I supposed to know that? His brother Keith got gifted a sub earlier. Really? I know Keith Urban was gifted a sub, but I didn't know that he was brothers with Carl. Are you lying? I could Google it, but I won't. I could Google, but I will not. What the fuck? What's wrong, Jepson? What happened? You gotta see this Lord of the Rings extended edition watch along. That's a long one, don't you? Yeah, don't you? Yeah, don't you? I don't know. That would be interesting. I'm sure Booty would have opinions on that. It is very long. Like, who can get through one sitting of Lord of the Rings, the extended edition? Like, who has sat down and watched that without getting up? I don't think a 4-hour episode... Well, I did say you would have opinions on it, didn't I? Billy the Butcher was William the Conqueror, who was a Norman king that won the Battle of the Hastings. What are you saying? Yeah, that's why I've given him. Plus, it would just be me quoting it the whole time, which is great. That's why I made you watch Van Helsing. I have never sat down to watch any Lord of the Rings ever. I don't believe you even in the slightest, because I know for the longest fucking time, your profile picture was the ugly dwarf from the Hobbit movies. Yeah, you think I don't pay attention? I fucking do. Your ass has seen it. Boomer, thank you for peeing on. Hey, ugly? No, the really... Oh, God, do I have to Google it? Do I have to Google it myself? Weird looking dwarf in Hobbit. It's the first result. It's the first result. I didn't have to edit this even remotely. This was his profile picture for a very long time. So I don't believe that you haven't watched any Lord of the Rings. I'll just leave this up. Don't need to take it down. Bro, my God, it's Jake. I have a saying for people who come in and make the same jokes multiple times about the same person. but I'll spare you. I want you to listen to the last 10 songs I have saved from this lovely thon-a-thon we've been doing. Replace your profile picture at the crime scene? What? Spare the road. Spare the road. Thonner's thawning. Thonner's thawning. Thonner's thawning. Yeah. Does everybody know that we're doing a thon right now? Just the day my world will end. Just some life advice for next time. I'm not found at very many NGL. Thonner's thawning. Thonner's thawning. What's that? A thon-a-thon? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Oh, yeah, you're the one who came in and said, you've been on my For You page. Oh, well, that's why you've been seeing me. I've been up for 103 hours. Heartaches by the... Not awake. I've been streaming for 103 hours. Every day you love me less, that's the day I love you more. So, it's like a subathon, dono-a-thon, bit-a-thon. But every day is a different theme, and today's theme was a box-a-thon. I actually have the link, because Cyril sent it, to the unboxing that we did in my car. Right here. This was from the VOD, because it was too long. But we just opened a bunch of packages in my car, and we got really cool things. Like, Cyril sent me, like a sand shifty thingy that's very relaxing, and also some fucking brain go burr little keychains that have gooey goo inside them. T sent me a taser for my keychain, car keychain, as well as a full-size taser. There's a great clip of that. I also got a little pom-pom pourine, and I got a hedgehog puppet. I want to see something in action. I can set it up tonight. I feel like I don't know. I looked at the diagram in the back, and there's a needle syringe going into one of it, and I feel like I'm supposed to impregnate it. That's the day my world will end. Yesterday's theme. Thank you. Thank you, Keith. That's such a... Dude, that is so weird calling you Keith. It is so weird.
The murder tour was so great. I was watching on my drive, and the presenter was great. We need to get that man in the Discord.
Absolutely. Man, he said that he really wanted to watch the murder mystery that we were doing later. And the thing is, I feel like... Because he wasn't very familiar with Twitch at all. Like, he was very confounded by chat and their personality. So I feel like he'd watch that, and he'd be like, now people are saying... they're saying KEKW. I don't understand what that means. What's with the 9/11 emphasis? Why is this guy so wet? It's just gonna confuse him. But he was so great. Thanks, Keith. Go shower, Weenie. I want to see you make this shake and not be stinky. I can smell it through my screen. Also, my hands are grimy, even though I've washed them like 10 times. Yep, has a taser, and she's gonna use it? Absolutely. Why do you think I got into a fight in traffic today? What the fuck is a hedgehog puppet? It quite literally, it is a puppet that is a hedgehog. It is literal. You can start calling me Jeffrey or something. But I'm assuming that's not your name, and you're just saying that to make me feel better. Keith. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Stop asking me if it's fine. It's fine. Wasn't his name David? Yes, it was. He said he introduced himself as Davey, though. Keith, it's fine. It's been a crazy ride so far. Great work preserving through the subathon. Thank you. I'm not, though. I am not okay. I will say, like, going to do the boxing thing today, I just can't. I'm so sorry. I know that you guys only just watched me do it, and I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it was so cool. It was just nice to get started. So thank you guys for being there for that. That really meant so much to me. I had a great time. And I'm so into it now. And I just want to get good. And I just want to go every day because they do it every day. They do it every day, but I can't do it on a stream day because the advanced classes are at a very particular time. So, yeah. 9/11/99, never forget. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright, sweatpants. Proof of hedgehog puppet? Aw, man, it's in my car. I have to go get it anyway. I have to make a smoothie and I have to shower. And I'm gonna do it right now. I don't know who this lady is, but you should definitely follow and sub to her with Prime. I just got that feeling. I just got that funny feeling in my tummy. Do you guys mind if I play some media share while I go make my shake? Will she do it? I'm doing it. Do you guys mind if I do that? Play some media share while I go shower and make my shake? I love this song. You're so good at this. Oh, thank you. I just love the song. I feel like you hear this song and you're walking down the you're walking down the sidewalk and you're just like a cartoon guy walking down the sidewalk. Do you know what I mean? You're just like a happy little guy walking down the sidewalk. You know what I mean? You're on your way to do something great. You know what I mean? Not just walking, strutting. Oh yeah. You were imagining that? Well, it's perfect for it. Okay, I'm being forced out of my own stream. So sorry, chat. The mods played this video without me, so. What is this? What is this? Hold on, I'm into it. What is this? It's boxing. I'm a boxer. I box. I box. What?
His phone's disconnected. Go through the list. Find me somebody. Get me Joe Bones.
Joe Bones?
All I'm saying is that if you need somebody to help you, I'm happy to keep your boy warm for you.
The clip is just quiet, guys.
You fought before. Hey, this guy signed a waiver? All good.
I box.
You get tuned up in here, it's on you, Tom. Sure, no problem, no problem.
I don't want to cry.
Come on in.
No thanks. Tax time. How much? Just guess.
Hey, watch that team.
$60. Jail.
Come on, check that kick. Easy.
What movie is that?
There we go. Don't let him take it back. Don't let him take it back. Get up. Cover up. Cover up. Don't give him your back. Don't give him.
Oh! Oh my god, that's not legal? Holy shit. That's not legal. I can't take notes. He need him head.
You owe me $200.
Hey. What? What a time to be alive. Good gracious. Well, welcome in. How do you do? I'm so sorry. I keep putting on this southern accent when people raid. I'm sorry. Maybe it's a defense mechanism. I'm protecting myself from the raiders. Welcome in, guys. How's it going? My name's Yeb. My chat's putting up their shields because they want to make sure that you're good people. But I get the sense that you are, so you can put your shields down. Oh my, southern girl? Nope. Nope, 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 not me. Me, southern? What? No. But I appreciate the raid so much. How's it going? Pleasure to meet you. I'm doing a subathon of sorts right now. We have 35 hours left. I've been up for 103. I went boxing today. And, well, I don't know if this might be TMI. I have to go shower. And I've really been putting it off. I'm not going to lie to you. How was your stream? Well, let's talk about you. I don't want to talk about me. Let's talk about you. I don't want to talk about me anymore. Yeah, I'm a Southern Californian. Woo! So true. Huh? Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are free to hang out with us. Chill.
Pizza is my second favorite to eat in bed.
My mods keep playing videos to make me go. Go! Really, I mean it. Well, now that you asked, I haven't showered, I haven't eaten, and I'm sleepy. But I'm being so brave about it and nobody knows. And my mods keep playing videos, so I'll walk away. But I can't! Well, we just got some new friends in here. What am I supposed to do now? Oh, I get it. The tattoo is a disco ball. Yes, it's a disco ball. You're just getting it. It's a disco ball. Look, it's a disco ball mace. Do you see it? It's a disco ball. There's a clip of me putting my jacket on, and my jacket has a tear in the shoulder. It has a tear in the shoulder, so you could see my Yu-Gi-Oh tattoo. Ow. It is a disco ball. It is. How's that tummy ache? You know, now that you ask. Don't look at this.
This is young elderberry, also known as Yeb, pronounced Yeb, TTS tried. She worked out today and has not changed her clothes or showered. She also got a new taser today and almost got into a fight with a guy in a Starbucks parking lot.
I did.
Don't mess with her.
Today on Lifestyles of the Twitch and Famous, we return to Yeb's kitchen, bathed in the warm starlight light of LED filament bulbs in all the fixtures.
Wow.
The cabinets feature soft, close concealed hinges.
Stop it! Boomer, you're the way that you have been able to so eloquently describe my kitchen every night, it's amazing. Knock it off. Literally stop. Also, Pina, I loved that. I loved that. That was awesome. Thank you so much for giving the people who just came in a little synopsis of our day. That really was so kind of you. Yu-Gi-Oh! I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, well, it's kind of a joke. It's not actually Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just supposed to be like a little spiral action, but somebody told me that it looks like the back of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, and I haven't been able to unsee it. You see it now too, don't you? Now you will not be able to unsee it. I'm still working on getting a tattoo here and in this area. I really want to get, I know I've been talking about it a lot, but I really want to get a cake right here. Not just any cake. Well, if I'm going to get it, then I guess I have to tell you guys. It's not like a big deal or anything. But I really want to get a cake for my stepdad who passed away. He loved carrot cake. We got it for him every year on his birthday. And I've been dying to put this right here, and I just feel like it doesn't really gel with
You can make me. Well, you can, but you won't.
What? Well, I actually don't mind it, so please continue. Anyway, I really want to get it here, but it's just a matter of getting it. Carrot cake bucks, so good. But yeah, I really do want to get it. But it doesn't really mix with the weapons and other hardcore things, so I don't know. Carrot cake with frosting, not just any carrot cake, but a carrot cake with the little carrot on top. Every carrot cake has that. Why all on the same arm? I don't know, just for symmetry reasons. Just to finish one arm, move to the other. God damn it, I have to open Chatterino to see that. You know I do. Carrot cake. Guys, this copy pasta is getting out of hand. Mobile users are confounded, scratching their heads going, oh? Can you see it? Can you see it, chat? The cake is the weapon. I've debated getting a cake that has like a knife sticking out of it. Just because I think that that's cool. I know he's running over tiny peepos. It's war! I've been debating getting a cake and there's just like a knife sticking out just because I think that's funny. Not sick, but I'm not well. Maybe like with a sword? He collected weapons. My stepdad collected weapons. Like he had a, what's the weapon from Star Trek that the Klingons use? Don't tell me. A batleth? That what it was? The pointy one. The pointy weapon. Yeah, batleth. He had a batleth. Like, it would hang right above his desk in his office. Like, the sword of Damocles just, like, hanging over his head. Always above whatever in his office. So what if I got a batleth? He was so cool. He introduced me to gaming. Like, God, this is really a deep dive, guys. I'm not sure if you want to go deep in this Shan lore, but here we are. He introduced me to video games because he loved City of Heroes. Y'all remember City of Heroes? He was, like, max level on many heroes in City of Heroes. And then City of Villains came out. And he would play in the living room, and I would walk up to him and I'd be like, I want to make a character. Because I was very small. Very small. Baby. And he'd be like, okay, fine. Make a character. And then I did. And usually, you're gonna... this is gonna make a lot of sense in 2 seconds. I would make a character because they were fully customizable.
Damn, a Sword of Damocles reference. Love it.
Thanks. So... You can fully customize the characters in City of Heroes, City of Villains, like everything about them, every asset of their body. So you would not be shocked to find out that I always made a very tall, very booba lady. Like always. Like to the point where my stepdad would go to my mom and be like, she made another one. I can't keep it. It's so ridiculous. Like, that doesn't make sense. She couldn't be able to stand upright. What am I supposed to do? I was obsessed with them. I feel like he was a tiny bit worried. Shannon's at it again. I constantly made huge tittied ladies on City of Villains. Okay. Whatever, you understand what I'm trying to say. But this one character that I made that I will never forget for as long as I live, I decided to make, because you, like I said, they're fully customizable. You could make old people. I made the oldest lady. I put the slider bar as far as I could on old. I made her small, feeble. Pretty sure I even gave her scoliosis. So she looked like a praying mantis when she stood. I made a super strength villain, old lady, and I named her Bad Granny. And that was the only one that he kept, and in fact played till max level. He played Bad Granny, and he would take her on raids and stuff, and they'd be like, yo, Bad Granny, great job tanking today, and he'd be like, what's up? I know. I forgot we saved this song. Old booba. No. She was normal old lady. She looked feeble. She looked feeble and evil, and that was my vision, and yeah, whatever. So... I hope you like this segment of deep dive into Yeb's childhood, because there you go, your mama. People said, I love that story. Thank you. I love telling that story. Yeah. Bad Granny had booba, though. No, she didn't. She was actually, like I said, she was really unattractive. I don't know why I made her, because normally I do like booba ladies. Feeble. That's what I will tattoo. Okay, well, I love it. I was here. Okay, that's enough storytelling. How about a smoothie, guys? My bad. No, it's okay. Ted be talking and shit. You are a good storyteller. Who is Ted? Am I Ted? Am I Ted? Do you call me Ted? What is this hair doing? Am I Ted? No! Fucking eat something. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I'll go. But what if my song is on? You're already subbed, Feel My Funk. You're already subbed! Ted, gotta be autocorrect. Oh. Oh. I am autocorrect. Ebbed bedtime for me. Night night, Yev. Good night, Lee. Good night, good night. You can take the headset with you. I totally can. I know! Unsubbed. That's so mean. Why? Why do you want to fuck Green Day? Why do you want that? Girls. I have to go, Chad. I can't hang out. I gotta go. Chad, I can't stay. Soup kiss. Soup kiss. I can't stay, Chad. I gotta go. Okay? Stop distracting me.
Yeb's kitchen suite includes a French door refrigerator, gas range, dishwasher, and over-the-range micro hood.
I do.
The micro hood uses a dual grease filter system, which recirculates the cleaned air back into the kitchen.
You better renovate kitchens. Because, like, you know a lot. Her name is Youngus Eldermus Barius, commander of the armies of the north, general of the Felix legions, and loyal servants to the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, papa to a murdered son, wife to a murdered husband, and she will have her vengeance in this life or the next.
Nope.
I have become the missile. Yes, I have, Jepson. You're old?
Renovate her. I hardly know her.
Fix me. Sorry. So sorry, don't listen to me. Do I have to spell it out for you? Yes, I do. Why do you hate them? I'm waiting to find out why you hate them. Boomer once told me my deepest, darkest secret. Boomer is good. What does that mean? Fuck, Hemlock. Jesus Christ. I saw his reflection in the window. I thought he was the possum again. But then it came towards me and I was like, ah. This is insane. If I had a kitchen hood like that, I would go cook some fucking food. Stop! I'm going! I'm on my way! Stop! His name is Cumpkin Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the north, general of the Felix legions, and royal servant to the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and he will have his vengeance in this life or the next. You kept it after all this time. You guys are so cute. I can't stand you. You're so cute. Hey, what's up, Vulva Pulses? Dude, you got attacked by a possum? I have to go to bed. Good night. Of course, wow, cool. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you. Thank you for telling us your stories. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I ain't good at spelling. I don't understand. Feel my funk. I don't get it. I want mac and cheese, but I don't have any. I want mac and cheese. Okay, I'm going. Bye. Okay, bye, chat. I'm going. We part ways, for I shall hit the hay. Good, Keith. I'm going too. Bye-bye. Go shower, girl. Okay, can I please? Maybe I will shower first and then smoothie? No, but blender is loud. I'm gonna make the smoothie first. I'll drink my smoothie in the shower, multitasking. Baby. Baby. Au revoir. I will play videos for you, though. No worries, chat room. For if I am anything, it is a considerate god. Slay. Slay. Bye! Somebody get exploded stuff a sub. If they want. I don't want to make demands or anything. I just... Update? Oh, download. Sure hope this doesn't slow down my computer.
Good night, chat. Good night, mods. Good night, Yeb. Good night, pre-subs. Get peed on.
How did you do that? Hashtag donate. I don't need a sponge. Ew. It's Renzo! Aren't you so sweet? Bye-bye. Can't miss you till you're gone. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Renzo, thank you. Thank you for peanut exploded stuff. Boomer. 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 Hold on, I got this. Hold on, I got this. Hold on, I got this. Don't move, Boomer. Here you go. Does that sound weird to anybody else? Now a cowboy needs a what? Needs a huh? Needs a hmm? Thank you, Boomer. That's right, can't miss you till you're gone. Okay. I'm going. She's moving now, just very, very slowly. Okay, I'm going. No, I'm going. No, I'm going. Is that OBS or is your rug that dirty? Huh? My rug isn't dirty at all. Maybe it's the chroma key? It's not the chroma key. No, it's the design. Okay, so go. Don't be mean. Ah! Mr. Metal! Thank you for also peeing on It's Renzo. Thank you. One of us. Gooble gobble. One of us. I'm going. Fuck. Jeez. Okay, I'm going. Okay, I'm starting the video. I'm starting the video. And another thing. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I should have had that. I'm joking. You want to see the seat. Okay, I'm going. Oh, I forgot I saved the song and I got so excited. I'll have to play it when I get back. Okay, bye. Okay. I'll see you soon. I'm going. I'm just making this bigger.
Oh shit.
Apolitical.
Door, huh?
Did you see it? On the left side of the door frame, barely visible on camera, a white translucent mist-like shape slowly creeps into frame. As it appeared.
Damn.
So, what do you think?
Fuck me.
Dude, you gotta have some opinions. I don't give a fuck, Anthony. Fuck! I didn't, first match of the day.
Why is
What
she
do we
so
say?
loud?
I don't know what to do. I didn't think I'd get this far, honestly. It was not looking good today. I was like, you know, we're not gonna match with anyone. Not a single one. Now I'm nervous. We gotta come out with something, like, fucked up. We need to say something.
What is this? This sounds like
in the
fun.
head, okay? And the mouth. Do a voice message. When I met you in the summer. This is all there is to you. You're a man and you don't know what you want.
Hi, baby.
Fucking grip. Quotes from Pillows and Home Goods. That's such a good idea. Come on, Justin. Let's just, everyone. You know what? Everyone. I don't care. Sure.
Don't trick me, okay?
No coffee?
Tom is not gonna trick me.
No worky. I have a good idea for a new pickup line. Can I send you a malicious link? Ooh. Whoa, someone sent a big one. You, me, a real date. Not like how kids do it these days. Like a real date. I'll pick you up, say 5:30, flowers, a pretty car, and a pretty girl. First, we grab dinner. Your favorite place, obviously. Talk for like an hour over dinner. Then we catch a 7 p.m. movie. The best one out. Like Spider-Man or something awesome. Then we go get ice cream. I'll get strawberry and you get your favorite flavor. And we can just sit there and low-key fall in love. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is fucking gold. Gold. Bronze. Let's workshop it, okay? You, me, a real date. Not like how kids do it these days, like a real date. I pick you up. Flowers. You and me, the actual date. Like real dating, not like the kids these days. We took up, say, at 5:30, trusted horses that deliver flowers. Royal carriage. First is dinner. McDonald's. Chat for about an hour, like a scene from a movie, especially Jumanji. Then I go to the movies at 7 p.m. Significant. Like Spider-Man, but it's definitely not Jumanji. In fact, there's nothing wrong with this movie. It gets quite solid reviews. Good pacing, the acting is sharp, the pictures are beautiful. I have seen this movie? Let's buy ice cream. I buy Blue Moon, you buy chocolate. You have no choice. You pay for everything. We exchanged numbers and never spoke again. You guys are geniuses. You guys are evil geniuses. Absolute geniuses. It's fucked up. Oh! I don't want people to know who I am. Fuck! That's crazy. You guys want to figure out, maybe what we could do today is we could figure out how to like make a Tinder account when you're banned from Tinder. Does anyone have a phone number that I can use? I won't like fuck with you. I have a new bee in the hive? Fuck. I like this. I like this pickup line. I think this one's probably one of my favorites. I like using the third person. I'm out of your head. Alright, now let's send him the date idea. Guys, this is great. If we can, like, have a solid conversation, maybe we should go on Omegle text chat. Video is monitored. No way. Wait, this is new. What is this? Public service? Why is the United flag on here of the states? No, guys, we're not gonna go on video. We're gonna go on text. Our age restrictions have changed. You must be 18 or older to use Omegle. Persons under the age of 18 may not use Omegle. They should have done that way long ago. No, guys, I'm gonna get banned. Like, I'm gonna get banned if I go on video. Cause there's gonna be a wiener at some point. It's inevitable, right? What? Dude, what did I do? Joey's got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Maybe not. Might send someone else and see what happens. Get me a guinea pig. Have you seen Avengers Endgame? I don't know the answer to that. Let's see. So do you see just... I forgot about this guy. You want to hear this? What shows are you? So this guy, basically this guy's deal is like, he was like, oh yeah, you know, ask me about the fucking TV I watch. I don't know. What shows are you watching? Rings of Power, but I binge watch a lot of other shows. And then I say, can I eat your foot, please? Ryan says, what do you mean? Cannibalism or fetish? Ethics. Haven't heard that one. Since it's new, I'm down. Guys, it's just that easy. Oh, yeah. No! No! Let's see what Andrew said. Co-op multiplayer, get out the second controller. That's right, 2 songs at the same time. Let's see what I sent to Andrew.
Wake up, 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 Andrew, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up!
That feels like an auditory choke slam. I don't remember sending that. My fingertips are a bit cold and I want to eat something spicy, chicken crunchy, but I don't want to get up because I'm not almost done building another base in Minecraft, but I have to pee, so I might as well make food then when I get up, but that means I need bathroom and cook energy, so I'm charging up right now. Guys, Yasmin is awesome! Personally, my fingertips are are warm and a little not moist, and a little tender, because I just singed my prints. Fingerprint. It's clean off, man. Clean off. Like, down to the bone almost. But my toes are a bit cold. You see, I have this thing, this little quirk about me there. Don't think the blood in my body travels down to my feet fast enough to keep my toes warm. So sometimes they'll just go cold, listless, void of thought, feeling even. What do you think of that so far? I don't think this is done yet. Ticket to Bonerville, please? Sorry. What are your last 4 digits? Don't lie to me. I thought you already stole my identity. Ticket to Bonerville, please? Works every time. Works every goddamn time! So, button. Ticket to Bonerville, please? Do you have a real estate agent? I do not. Why do you ask? Because you're real, estate, and an agent. Well, I feel dumb because I don't get it. Are you breaking up with me? No, we can get through this. Alright, well, clearly it didn't work out because that was 2 years ago. Almost 3. So, I guess we're gonna have to ask for forgiveness. Oh, okay. This is good. Yeah, I remember this guy. Have you seen this? Have I showed you guys Jake yet? So I said in 2020, January 18th, sirloin steak, and he said, I'm vegan, and then I said this. We gotta start asking people about Twitter. Colin looks spiffy, you say? Yeah, he kind of does. I have really comfy sweatshirts. UFC and cabin trips are my life. Really? That's your life? That's all it is, Colin? UFC and cabin trips? How about you get a job? Fuck, guys, I just realized I bullied. Sorry. Oh my god. UFC events. Do you think, like, what's the deal? Dude, what's the deal with the UFC? What is that? Dude, like, is that your job? Like, I don't understand. Alright, guys. What do we say now? I can't believe it that I got banned from fucking... What's it called? Bumble. No, I didn't. Omegle. What? How did I get banned? Like, instant ban, guys. Instant ban. What did I do wrong? What? Let's try a different browser, maybe. Safari? I am 18. I'm older than that. Come on! Why? What?
Here's a simple question. Who are you?
I'm Georgia.
Bill. Okay, but those are just words. Who are you? Where does your sense of self come from?
I guess my brain. It's see through my eyes, so I think I'm in my head.
Where inside your brain do you think is you?
Christ alive, Max.
We all seem to know who we are on the outside.
Like a large beige jellyfish, but a lot cleverer than a jellyfish.
But it's often difficult to tell who we are on the inside. If you were to ask me, I might say, I am someone who occupies my physical body, a consistent inner me that began with my birth and will end with my death. That's me. But what if I'm wrong? What if you're an entirely different person from one moment to the next? What if your brain could be severed in half so that there were two consciousnesses occupying your mind? What if you are simply an illusion?
That would be unpleasant.
It would, wouldn't it? Now we know that our personalities change over time. So perhaps it's our memories that give us a coherent sense of self. After all, even when we change, we remember who we were previously. But research shows that our memories aren't fixed. They're constantly imagined, altered and distorted in our minds. When we remember ourselves in the past, we're concocting a story that often isn't true. So if we want to locate the self inside of us, we have to look deeper than our fluctuating personalities or shifting memories. We want to find something more fundamental, that consistent core that moves through moments and years. So where exactly inside of you is you? Now, most people probably feel that they exist somewhere behind their eyes in this region of space. And this makes sense. Conscious experience almost feels like being a little person within the person, the operator of the flesh machine, watching your thoughts go by and controlling your limbs. But where within our brains can we find that little person? Where is the physical root of our consciousness? Well, amazingly, we don't really know for sure. Some of science's most popular theories, integrated information theory and global workspace theory, propose that our conscious experience arises from different parts of the brain working together. To operate effectively, the brain needs to unify many different unconscious sections of itself, from your memory to your vision to your emotional responses. And the combination of this information creates consciousness, an experiencing I, in which case
I am the accidental byproduct of various parts of my brain processing a huge amount of information.
But there's a problem here. You see, consciousness and awareness of yourself and your environment is sort of like a gradient. You can be a little bit conscious or a lot conscious. Other mammals, birds, mollusks, and even the occasional little ant guy sit somewhere on this spectrum. But there's an important thing that seems to separate us from most of the animal kingdom. We humans are not just aware of ourselves and our environment, we're also aware of our own consciousness, whilst ants aren't, hopefully. So perhaps we're looking in the wrong place. Consciousness might be spread out across the brain, but could we perhaps locate this rarer phenomenon? Where in the pink, fleshy muck we call our minds can we find self-awareness? Well, a lot of scientists have cast their eyes towards the very boringly named medial prefrontal cortex, which from here on out I'm going to call the MPFC. In 2021, scientists took a bunch of people and asked them to use adjectives, which are words like groovy and lame, to describe themselves. But you see, some of this particular bunch had suffered damage to their MPFCs, and these people, whilst entirely conscious and functional, had little or no ability to ascribe traits to themselves. They didn't really know who they were. It seemed then that the MPFC was involved heavily in our sense of self. This experiment shone some light on a tiny part of your brain that could be responsible for creating your sense of me. But it also raised more interesting questions. Were the people with damaged MPFCs lacking a consistent self? Were they existing without that inner core that moves from one moment to the next? And more horrifyingly, what if the self manufactured in the MPFC is just a trick, an illusion of unity and identity? What if, brain injury or no brain injury, there really is no you? Well, another more disturbing theory has an answer to those questions, and it's about those big monkeys that aren't actually monkeys. According to the social brain hypothesis, the size and complexity of our brains is basically the result of hanging out with other apes. As our primate ancestors began to live in larger groups, it became necessary to understand the minds of others. If you wanted to cooperate, have sex, or just generally not be bashed to death with a stick or fist, you needed a sense of how others were thinking. So primate brains needed to evolve from being things that experience thoughts and sensations to the observer of those thoughts and sensations. The I needed a me. All right, that's enough. But here's the horrible bit. According to neuroscientist Michael Graziano, this me is an illusion. Primate brains simply began to run a simulation of an observer, creating the model of a mind so they could understand other minds. In this way, self-awareness isn't a higher form of consciousness. It's just another trick of your own machine brain, drawing its own ridiculous self-caricature. This sense of self, evolved over millennia, is just an illusion. There is no unified you. When you have that sense of self, you're just becoming conscious of a simulation. Confused yet? I am a constant state of simulation, produced and ran by my evolutionary brain as a means of understanding other primate brains, so I can have sex and stay alive better. Okay, maybe it's time to play a little game. Consider this thought experiment. Right now, you've got a few thoughts floating around your head, but you also assume that there's a thinker having them. You exist above your thoughts, almost like a third party, considering them and making decisions from above. But if the self is illusory, you are just your thoughts. Now, close your eyes and focus very hard on the thinker inside your head, the person that's having these thoughts. Now keep focusing. You might find that you can't really locate them anywhere. All that's left is, well, thoughts. And this is what many scientists and philosophers mean when they say the self is an illusion. They mean you are only your thoughts. There is no thinker having them. In which case, is there really a you at all? Now, no one is more convinced of his own non-existence than psychologist Bruce Hood, so I travelled to Bristol to see if this charming man could dissolve me into a sad little puddle.
So Bruce, this is a confusing situation, because I'm sitting here across from you, but on some fundamental level, I don't exist.
Physically you exist, but what you think you are is not what it really is. So that's why we call it an illusion. Because illusions don't mean you don't have an experience, it's just not what it really is. Most people, when they think about themselves, have this experience or this very powerful phenomena that they exist inside their heads, sort of looking out across through their eyes, controlling their hands and their limbs like a puppet master. But in fact, there is no solitary, unitary little self inside your head. That's what we call the homunculus. And for reasons of logic, there couldn't be a single homunculus inside your head, because the question then is, well, who's inside their head and so on. So it becomes like the Russian doll problem. I think the majority of mental processes are basically unconscious. You can bring them into consciousness, or they can emerge into your consciousness if they have a priority. But most of the time, you're not aware of all the various processes that are operating in the background. It's only when we draw our attention towards them that they become mindful of it. So we're not always clear of the decisions we're making or what's influencing those decisions, yet we have that profound experience that we are making the choices, when in fact they could be rather unconscious.
So sure, the self isn't real. Your sensation of consistency, the you feel, is a big old lie, courtesy of your developing animal brain. But here's a much stranger thought. For this entire video, we've been talking as if you have one conscious experiencing self inside of you. But what if, right at this moment, there's more than one you in your head? Let's take a quick trip back to the 1940s, when an American doctor came up with a pretty out there idea, treating epilepsy by removing the connection between patients' left and right brains. Over the decades to come, scientists noticed that this procedure created some very strange side effects for many patients. Their two hemispheres suddenly seemed to have their own individual perspective and impulses. These people weren't necessarily one person anymore. This famous patient, known as Joe, was shown a variety of words to the right field of his vision, and could easily read them.
Good.
But when shown a word like phone on the left side of his vision, which is confusingly the field processed by the right hemisphere, he was unable to repeat what it was. This is because his left hemisphere, dominant in verbal processing, wasn't aware of the image. However, shockingly, Joe could draw a telephone with his left hand, controlled by his right hemisphere, but he was unable to vocalize what the drawing was.
I don't know what it is, I can't tell. Not very good. Whatever it is.
Other patients could even seem to argue with themselves. In fact, one infamous patient apparently tried to hug his wife with one arm whilst attempting to attack her with the other. So who was the person in question, the hugger or the attacker? Conclusions from split brain experiments vary massively. To some scientists, they're evidence that it's possible to harbour two consciousnesses simultaneously and independently in one brain, two experiencing minds in one body. Other scientists disagree, claiming that these are just strange physical side effects. There remains only one single conscious agent. Michael Gizaniga, the pioneer of split brain research, came to a pretty amazing conclusion. He said the idea of dual consciousness is actually reductive, because there are hundreds or potentially thousands of processing systems all active at once in the brain. Which raises the rather unsettling question: what if there are other parts of your brain experiencing and being right now that the you hearing these words is unaware of?
I am one of many experiencing modules in my complex and frightening brain. There are others too, but they're not talking to you right now, and I don't know why.
Perhaps our sense of self is just a simulation. Perhaps we have many selves that give a false impression of unity. Perhaps you're a machine mind that just occasionally notices itself. Either way, these aren't the most pleasing things in the world to hear, are they? So can we perhaps find a modicum of hope in not being completely real?
Say some problem you're currently considering, maybe it's financial, maybe it's a relationship, and say to yourself, I am worried about whatever your problem is because it makes me upset. If you then reflect upon your feelings, you're probably going to feel a bit upset. But if you immediately change that from being the first person perspective of I and talk about yourself in the third person, so Bruce is worried about this interview because he thinks he's making a fool of himself, then that becomes less stressful. Somehow switching from this egocentric self perspective into one which is more from someone else's perspective seems to reduce the emotional impact of it, as it were. So that's the sense of self changing.
Funnily enough, neuroscientific research around the illusory self seems to have found an unlikely ally: Buddhist philosophy. Within the spirituality of Buddhism, the experience of a consistent self is illusory. Instead, we are a constantly changing stream of consciousness. And this is why meditation, brief bouts of thoughtlessness, can be used as a tool to disassociate from your manufactured identity and live a more peaceful life.
If you deny the existence of the self as Buddhism teaches us, then in many ways it removes a lot of that effort to try and kind of satisfy something which doesn't really exist.
And researchers at UCL have used psilocybin, the psychoactive ingredient in magic mushrooms, to treat depression using a similar method. In trials, the drug was used to deliberately dissipate people's sense of self, a form of ego dissolution that Buddhist scholars also refer to as the Great Death. This allowed participants to dissolve and rebuild parts of their self-image and profoundly reduce their depressive symptoms.
It's not particularly nice on the surface, is it? Humouring the idea that you don't exist in any fundamental or fixed way, that your sensation of moving coherently from one moment to the next is an illusion born retrospectively out of your weird little brain. But if you'll allow me this saccharine platitude, perhaps indulging in the illusory self can demonstrate our incredible capacity for change, our ability to become happier or more empathetic, and to move beyond our subjective experience of the world and ourselves. So the next time someone asks you, who are you? Think hard, because maybe the answer is...
I am an illusion of consistency, meshed together in a barely comprehensible way. For all intents and purposes, I, as I know myself, don't really exist. And that's okay, I think.
What's the elevator version of when you tell people the history of this project? Can you kind of tell us when it started, go through the whole thing?
Please keep your limbs inside the train at all times. Do not attempt to open the doors until the train...
The original kickoff date was 2004. It actually started as two projects. They sort of realized they were doing the same thing, so they joined forces, and I think the original intent was to just upgrade some textures, upgrade some models, and then make Half-Life 1 be a little bit shinier. And then once the projects merged, they realized that they had like an even larger goal of sort of re-envisioning Half-Life. So that probably takes us up to like 2006 when I started on the mod. All volunteer, everybody was just doing it because they really loved Half-Life. It sort of evolved from there. We did Steam Greenlight. Valve actually approached us about going retail with the product. And then in 2015, we went out, we released on Steam. And then after Steam Greenlight and after they approached us about going retail, we had to form a company. And we ended up on Crowbar Collective. It's like 50 to 100 people of varying contribution levels. Even if one guy comes in and does a fantastic model and then leaves, that was awesome for us. But once we were a little more serious in going retail, it was like 25 people probably that were working consistently on the mod. Almost all of us had full-time jobs, or at the very least part-time jobs. Some people are architects, some people are nurses. Like they like Half-Life, and that motivated them to learn these tools. 25 people for the scope of this game really isn't that big to begin with.
Thanks a lot, Black Mesa.
The story of Black Mesa isn't a short one. It takes place over the course of 2 decades. It concerns the contributions of hundreds of people. It was once the story of a fan-made mod, then a commercial remaster, and eventually an ambitious remake. Black Mesa's source began in 2004 as a mod to remake the original Half-Life in the source engine that was used to create Half-Life 2. Years into development, it was given Valve's blessing and turned into a standalone commercial project. After over a decade of work from hundreds of contributors, it was released on early access in 2015. This version contained all the Earthbound levels from the original game, but was crucially missing the game's final chapter on the border world, Zen. These levels, generally regarded as the weakest part of Half-Life 1 and a blot on an otherwise perfect game, would lay the stage for the team's greatest challenge. Using all they had learned from recreating Half-Life, they would attempt to redesign Zen for the modern first-person player, while also trying to bridge the narrative of Half-Life 1 with its groundbreaking sequel.
So this is the guy, huh? Thought you'd never make it.
The development of Black Mesa went on for so long that it began at the height of Half-Life 2's popularity, continued past the episodes, and throughout a 13-year gap in which the series lay dormant. While Half-Life was dead, while people like me were making documentaries about how the series was gone forever, the team working on Black Mesa were keeping the flame burning. Past the development and release of dozens of other Source games, they continued touching up the Mona Lisa, modernizing a game from a previous century. The development of Black Mesa is impossible to sum up in a single documentary, even one that's over 2 hours long. So what exactly is the story we're going to tell today? Well, consider this. Many of the people who shipped Black Mesa have worked on a commercial Half-Life game longer than anyone else in the world. And yes, that includes the people at Valve. After the release of Half-Life 2, Valve published a book consisting of everything they'd learned during the course of that game's development. And since then, Raising the Bar has become a sort of a Bible of sorts for people who want to make games like Half-Life. So it was interesting that when we approached Crowbar Collective and asked them about doing a documentary on Black Mesa, it was actually this book that they pointed to. This documentary is their Raising the Bar, a dissertation on everything they have learned about making Half-Life games, something they refer to as the Valvean game design philosophy, a first-person art form that, despite creating some of the most beloved games ever made, is as rare as it's ever been. By dissecting levels in both Black Mesa's Earthbound levels, their full-on remake of Half-Life's troubled final chapter on the border world Zen, we will explore the philosophy of Valvean game design as they have come to understand it. So where do we possibly start this journey? How about something that almost all of us love about Half-Life and Half-Life 2? Story, narrative, world building. Perhaps not the first thing you'd expect would need much of a touch-up, but as you're about to find out, touching up an old gem can lead to unforeseen consequences.
I first started on the project on, it was May 4th, 2006. That's when I got the email that I was brought in after I had kind of submitted a little writing packet to get on the team. I had pitched myself to them as a writer and a designer. I was at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, and my friends had all kind of gotten onto the Black Mesa team one by one. They knew that I was also just a huge Half-Life fan, and they approached me. They said, we'd love to have you on the team as like a modeler or something. I wanted to do writing and design, and I was not finding any outlet for that. So when they came to me and pitched me as a modeler on their team, I said, no, you should hire me as a writer or designer. Like, that's what the team needs. That's what this project needs. It's just interesting to think about it now, because narrative in a video game is now so, it's really respected and kind of revered. It's risen a few steps in terms of it, but I think really the team just thought, like, the game is written, what do we need a writer for? You know what I mean? Like, it's already got, we know what happens, we know when it happens, why would we need a writer? And I could see, after playing Half-Life 2 and seeing how their narrative had really matured and their ability to tell a story in that had matured, and just kind of, picking up on all the things that they had done in the first game and the second one, I just knew that there was a lot of room for interesting expansion, creative development, things like that, ways that we could combine the Source engine with the original Half-Life narrative. I would say that the rules of Valve's storytelling, at least their storytelling in Half-Life games, as set up with the first Half-Life, is you want it to be a first-person experience, to be uncut with cutscenes or anything. You're always in control of your character, and then you're also like a silent protagonist, which kind of allows the player to inhabit that character. In like the first-person flow state, people are talking to you, the lines around your monitor kind of blur, you're inhabiting Gordon Freeman's body. Make it so that the player is always in control and that the player always has agency, which is such a wild concept when you think about like when it came out, And even when I think about my own development with video games and what I liked about video games when I was a kid, what I was attracted to is I always loved the cutscenes, the big cutscenes. That was like the reward for playing the game. you would get to a point where there'd be a big, beautiful, fully rendered CG thing that looked different from the other polygons, and that was like a big deal. And then Half-Life drops in and pulls off this like trick where like suddenly there aren't any cutscenes, and I don't even think that registered to me when I first played the game. You know what I mean? I don't think I was aware that I was constantly in control and flying around, and that it never, you know, pulled out for a third-person perspective to kind of like give me an overview of the level. I think that kind of like on subsequent playthroughs and reading reviews and you know, other people talking about it, that really started to make sense, and then you kind of notice just how incredible of a feat that is narratively, to be able to string the player along, get them to, you know, experience all these set pieces, these story beats where they are in kind of like full control of the character and the camera while they're moving around in there. And it's just amazing to see all the kind of care and like camera tricks, magic tricks, just the things they do to kind of create those like perfect little, you know, cinematic or narrative set pieces that you just like slip right into.
It's wild that Valve let you commercialize this project. Can you tell us a little bit about like what they've been like to work with over the years?
Yeah, so they're fairly hands off, and I kind of see that as a good thing. I don't know if they trust us or not. I assume they do, but way back before we even did Steam Greenlight, they were like, "Hey, do you want to send us a beta?" And at that point, the game was in very rough shape. I think this is like 2010, 2011. We sent them the beta. They're like, "Oh, cool, everything's coming along good." And I sort of theorized that they were like feeling us out if they wanted to offer us a license. And at that point, it was a definite no, because the game was not ready. We decided to sort of pause on Zen and focus on the Earthbound levels, and that's what the 2012 mod release was, like all the Earthbound levels, and we were really happy with that. I assume between Greenlight and that release, Valve took notice, and that's why they reached out to us about going retail. If we have a specific question, we can message them, but other than that, they're just doing their thing.
To me, it felt like the level designers approached a lot of this stuff with, okay, like we are going to be fixing things that don't work. My role, being someone who's like completely infatuated with the original text and, you know, like the original script, all that kind of stuff, my personal feeling, and this may be, you know, up for debate amongst the community, but my feeling was that I did not want to get in there and rewrite anything, right? And with the Earthbound stuff, I would never add NPCs to an area where they were not there. Like, I would not add them to an area where they were not before, right? And there are loads of instances in the original Half-Life where you walk into a room and there was a scientist there, and, you know, his fists are balled up, and he's just kind of like waiting for you to like show up, and, you know, his mouth like flaps. And like, you know, so there's like these little like story scenes, and it's like, that's a perfect opportunity. I would look for those moments where it's like, here's a scientist in a room devoid of context, you know, or like detail, and those are the things that I'm really gonna grab onto. I want to be able to plug these guys into their environment in a way that just makes the scene feel more realistic, more grounded, really takes advantage of what the Source engine can offer.
I've got my little corner, and I'm sticking to it.
I had so many scenes, so many characters that I need to fill out. These levels would come to me and they'd be fully formed, and they'd have NPCs in these rooms, and so that was just kind of how the marching orders came in. It was like, okay, the level designers have all the say, all the control, really, and their level would arrive to me, and I would just kind of work with the stage I was provided with, you know, and just try to use whatever available assets were there and try to tell stories with the characters, how it was already set up. A really good example for me of what I would think of a scene that I think threads the needle really well in taking an existing scene but enhancing it so that it works better would be in Office Complex. At the very end of Office Complex, there's you meet up with a guard and a scientist, and the guard has just like one line of dialogue where he just says, you know, like, hey, the elevators are out of order, but we can still climb.
Elevators are out of order, but we can still climb.
And that's it, right? And you just come down here and you grab those guards and the scientists, you go upstairs, and like that's the end of the scene. And what I wanted to do with that scene is try to get the guard and the scientist to talk a little more. It's not just one line of dialogue from the guard now. It is the scientist kind of talks. He's more scared and hesitant about, oh, but the elevators are out of order, you know, and then the guard's the one who's confidently like, we can still climb, you know, and like clicks the gun. And he's like ready to, you know, charge forward. And to me, that's a scene that like hopefully still fits in the world, and the feeling of Half-Life still feels authentic to that world, but then also takes an existing scene and rewrites it, but hopefully doesn't change like the voice, the perspective, the angle of the scene, like the objectives of the scene, the stakes of the scene. Just trying to make sure that every scene embodies what the original scene tried to do, and then also, in addition, takes advantage of all these great things that the Source engine can do with the character animations, facial animations, and just all the great storytelling tools that were available.
Is there any other sort of like generalist rules that apply?
Yeah, there's a ton of them. The big ones for me that stand out in the Half-Life series are no cinematics, and that sort of goes hand in hand with like the no tutorials. There's very small portions of the game where control gets taken away from the player. Off the top of my head, I can only think of Apprehension, where you get captured by the HECU, so that the players are always in control, and then also no time jumps, other than, again, when you get knocked out in Apprehension. Something that I think really invests the player into the Half-Life games is that you're there throughout the entire experience. So in Half-Life 1, you're actually the reason for the entire, like, you set up the whole disaster yourself, because you push the crystal into the anomalous materials machine. So that gives you some stakes in it. You started this, so maybe you should probably look into solving it.
It's not shutting down! Move
We sort of look at it as Valve has a three-step process for mechanics, where they introduce the mechanic in a simple way, and then they teach you the mechanic, and then they test you on the mechanic, so that you have this evolution, and you're learning how to use these things without ever having a tutorial. It's tutorialized, but there's not text on the screen that says, hey, you can do this, and then it gives you this, and so on. We tried to embrace that and understand that, and it was a learning process. I mean, we're still learning about it. I don't think anybody in the game industry who's good at what they do ever stops learning, but it was quite the process for us to fully understand it, going into the Zen levels and revitalizing the Earthbound levels. Like the red valves that you see in Unforeseen Consequences, what we realized is we weren't properly introducing the red valves to the player. So we have one that's in the wall, and you go up to it, and you do get a little text prompt that says press E to use. And then you can turn, I believe it's the refrigerator off, so that you can lower the temperature of it. And then the second one, you see pretty much the same setup, but there's no valve. And immediately to the right, there's a red valve on the floor. So it teaches the player, pick up this valve, put it into the slot, and then you can turn off the freezer to progress. We introduce it simply. We give them a really limited, not even a test yet, of using the red valve. And then I think again in the sewer area, we have a valve that's further away, so that now we're making sure that the player understands the red valve mechanic, and then we keep bringing red valves back throughout the entirety of Earthbound.
We noticed that one of the things that we'd done, and as I said, I think this was half things that we hadn't thought about previously and then changed from the original, or half things that the original hadn't done itself, was that players could solve puzzles without knowing they'd solved the puzzles, which doesn't make any sense, because it's not a puzzle if you don't understand that you're trying to solve a problem. It's just doing things. And I think Half-Life 1 actually got away with it a bit more, because they're very basic environments. They're very simple and stripped back. So you can kind of get away with that a bit more, because details don't get lost as easily. Whereas in our version of the game, it's very detail dense. There's stuff everywhere. We try to ascribe purpose to sections throughout. It's much easier to lose where you are and what you're doing and where the exits are and all those kinds of things. So I think that it was actually something the original didn't do in a lot of places as well. But it got away with it because it was a lot simpler. We also made areas a lot bigger in Black Mesa in general, so that compounds the problem, because you can get lost easier in bigger spaces. So as I mentioned when we were talking about my role on the team and things earlier, one of the things that I've done historically a lot of is going in and reworking map sections to make them fit together better. And sort of what happened as we developed Zen was our design chops improved substantially as we really forced ourselves to try and get into a more Valvean mindset and a more sort of just a good design mindset, really. And we learned from some of the mistakes that we'd made in Zen. When we were coming to the 1.0 early access release of the game, we took a look back at the things that we'd built from the original Half-Life, and we noticed a lot of flaws in it because we didn't have that design mindset at the time. We were less of a professional team at the time. it was a lot more disparate and less cohesive, so there were lots of kind of one-off bits, as I mentioned, the kinds of things that we don't really like anymore. There were lots of sections of map where you would solve a puzzle without actually seeing what the problem was first, and also not actually seeing that you'd solved the puzzle. So the residue processing vat is probably the best example of that. The way that the Black Mesa version had originally been designed was, you come out into the main room, there's this ladder that leads up to the top of a vat, and then a pipe that leads up to a vent. And the pipe that leads into a vent has a fire in front of it. You then leave the room, and you go into an adjacent room, and you turn a valve. And that valve turns off the fire that allows you to go into the vent. However, the way the player enters the room, in the old version, most players don't actually see the fire or the vent. And when you go and turn the valve, you don't see anything happen. So what happens is, you kind of just enter the room, leave it, turn a valve off somewhere, and then you go, well, what did I just do? When we were reviewing the Earthbound sections for the 1.0 release, I kind of identified a lot of the parts where I thought, we need to do something about this, because we're not doing enough to teach the player what they're supposed to be doing here. And I think some of these things were present in Half-Life 1 as well, but some of them were from our own reimaginings of sections or our own recreations. So I think it was a mixture of the original did sections, and they were kinds of ones that we'd learned to adhere to throughout Zen. So we went back and we just reworked them so that we adhere to them.
It was very confusing. Residue processing in general, we did a lot of work on, and it was a perfect example of not showing cause and effect, because you'd go into this isolated room, turn a valve, and it would turn off a fire back to where you had first entered, and people don't logically think to backtrack to progress. So a huge mantra for us was cause and effect. So if you interact with something, you have to see what it does. And that was a huge part of our iteration process of like, I push this button and I have no idea what I just did.
In Office Complex, you navigate around a series of shelves and vents, and you have to come and find a valve to plug into something, and you move this slab of meat to form a bridge between two vents, and then you use that bridge between the two vents to exit. The problem is the way the previous version of the room is structured, and I believe this was true in Half-Life 1 as well, is that you can just go and find the valve, plug it in and turn it, and then you move the meat, and then you think, what does this accomplish? So you're kind of just trial and erroring your way through it, and then you will eventually solve the puzzle just by virtue of moving the thing around, traversing the area, and finding you've now bridged the gap between events. But I really, again, this really kind of went against a lot of what we thought needed to be done to see the design.
I wasn't intending to come back to stream looking like this.
So that now you go
Here we
through
are.
that section, you come up to the vent, and you see the other vent in front of you, and then you drop down into the section with the valve. So when the players do move the meat,
So you might notice that I'm wearing different clothes and also fully clothed, not even in like comfy clothes. This is because might be going to film. Thank you, Goop Soup. Might be going to film for you guys to see this, which it is very late. So, but it's got to get done, and I did already intend to do it while it was very late, so that we're not interrupting our normal stream time. So it'll be just like I'm sleeping, but I won't be. I'll probably be getting back very late. The sun will probably be even up. But, I'll be alright, and I'll have a little snooze. And hopefully wake up at a good time, and we can go do shenanigans tomorrow.
And I said, yes, please. So I joined the team, and then that was when they told me that the game was going to be sold as a retail product on Steam after the game had been greenlit. And then beyond that,
you gotta
the
see this.
game on early access multiple times.
Yes, sir.
We actually released Surface Tension Uncut as a full official update to the game, which we rebuilt from scratch.
So it's gonna look just like I went to bed by. But when I do go to bed by, I'll come over and I'll grab you guys, okay? I could probably actually set it up so that my bedroom has bedroom cam up preemptively. I could do it. I could set up a preemptive sleepy bed by cam. I'll set up a preemptive sleepy bed by cam. Also, what the fuck is this? Is this the story of Half-Life? Like what? Dry your hair before you sleep? I'm not going to sleep. I'm gonna go film something.
That was kind of intentionally cut. Whereas
I'm gonna go film. But you gotta see this. If you don't know what I'm talking about, exclamation point YGST.
Those maps left very suddenly towards the release, and they
These
decided that it was too much
fuckers.
work to continue to finish the levels, so they just cut those out of the
I
game.
fell asleep. But good morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
The reason why we eventually ended up adding Surface Tension.
Yeah, so I'm gonna set up sleepy cam for you guys. I'll also have my phone on me, like the whole time. So if you need anything, bump my line. I'll be watching the stream. I'll be watching chat, making sure everybody behaves. And yeah, the mods are taking care of you. She says slyly, hoping that the mods are in fact taking care of you. Yeah, go check out You Gotta See This. Just a fun little podcast that I do with Boosh Swagger. Okay, so first things first, I'm the realist. Drop it down, make the whole world feel it. I wanna sing that song, but make it sound like I'm reading. First things first, I'm the realist. Drop it down, make the whole world feel it. Cause I'm in the mirror business. Something like that.
When I played it, I noted the absence of these maps, not because the maps were actually any good.
Be safe and have fun.
In fact, I would say they're some of the weakest
Okie
maps in
dokie.
Half-Life
I don't wanna drive anywhere. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I would love to Uber, but that is so lazy and not worth it. So I won't. I will drive. I will not be lazy. I will drive. Oh hi! Look, and Lumi's gonna be here to keep you guys company. Aren't you lucky? Aren't they so lucky, Woomy?
recently out of college. Some of
Woo
us
woo.
had just recently graduated high
Woo
school.
woo woo
So
woo.
having that
I want
template
you
was
in
probably
my
about all
womb.
we could handle with our understanding of game design and game.
That was just unfortunate.
great
Not my
to
fault
be
even.
able to
Okay, I'll see you guys real soon,
have
okay?
The blueprint and then just sort of make it
Do what you
great.
gotta do, and feel free to
Looking at
sleep
the
in.
Earthbound
Don't
levels,
you
that's
dare
what
talk
we
to
needed.
me
We
so
needed that
sweetly.
blueprint, because just where we were at in our growth.
Hi! Oh,
And then
oh,
we
oh,
decided
oh,
at the
oh,
end to do what we called at the time the Fun Quest. Where
Dude,
we
why do you
wanted
smell
to
like butt
inject
cheeks?
a
Did
bit
you just poop
more
again? Oh my
of,
god,
like
you are
Valvean
such a
philosophy
poopy ass.
of
Why
how
are you
Valve
such a
built the
poopy
game and
ass?
built it
Right,
in
Lumi, just stay
2012.
there, okay?
So that's where the flares came from, where you pick up the flares and throw them at the zombies and light them on fire. We set up gas traps.
I
so
won't
they
clip
could
it.
throw the flares into the gas traps
But it's
so you can
funny.
catch the zombies on fire. Something that's a little more interactive. We also really wanted to focus in on being able to use allies. So that's why in unforeseen consequences you don't have a gun right away or a crowbar.
We're spending the night
You
together.
have to ask the guard for help, and then he follows you around.
Okay, bye guys. If you want to watch anything, you can do it with media share. It's dirt cheap, and if you can ask the mods to even put it up next, if you would like. Totally up to you. That's soup. No, it's not. Why are you lying to people?
Hi,
chunk butt.
For what would become Zen and what would become our later revisions on the Earthbound levels.
Hi. Hi, little goober. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Before you go, please consider me video request. What? Oh, please consider my video request. You can let one of the mods know. They could probably set it up for you really easy. I just don't want to. If I start doing stuff on my computer, then I'll never leave.
Cascade, the disaster, that's where they're located. It's been the thrust of the whole game at this point, to get to the Lambda Core.
I'll be back soon, guys. I'll be awake also. So.
Meet this group of scientists and guards, kind of like the ragtag bunch, the final survivors here. And they usher you into the supply depot and explain to you this is where we have been breaching the membrane between Zen and Earth, and we've been going back and forth a lot more than you've been led to believe. You might have gotten your ideas in questionable ethics, that there's more to this than meets the eye. And this is where the survey team was going and collecting samples before they started being collected themselves. All those like classic lines of dialogue. It's the final staging area for Gordon Freeman on Earth. When he's gearing up. It's like the gear up montage in an action movie. Where he like goes and suits up before he jumps into the portal to defeat the last boss.
Don't worry, we're not done with the Earthbound levels quite yet, but much like the portals themselves, we're going to be doing a lot of jumping back and forth here.
For the levels set on Earth, the team had a fairly good template to work from, but in Zen they were pushing well beyond the source material, creating a version of Zen that respected the levels as much as people remembered them and the original intent of the Half-Life 1 design doc. They'd need to do all this while also reflecting the modernized Valvean design from Half-Life 2 and providing a more natural connection to the narrative of the sequel.
Alright, make sure your long jump module is tightly fastened. We've a lot of ground to cover.
I think reasonable people can come down on both sides of if you like Zen or if you don't. It's somewhat subjective, but I do agree. I think a lot of it's at the very least polarizing. We knew we had to do, or we wanted to do something with Zen, whether it's like just a smooth transition or a beautification. We knew we wanted to do something. Chris Horn was working on these really detailed plans to sort of overhaul it and make it into our own thing. There was a brief moment where I did like a quick design break of like, here's how we could overhaul the Zen levels and sort of keep in mind what's there in the original. Like, for example, the butterflies. You release them from their cages, and that helps you advance in the puzzle, which is, it's abstract and it's crazy, but it's definitely like OG Half-Life. Eventually, Chris finished the plans. We all really liked them. And Mark Foreman, first he did some previs art, which we sort of saw, like if you squint, you could see it was very good art, but it was just a little bit different than the style we have now. And then he sort of delivered these modular kits that we could like strewn about the first couple of Zen levels, and that's where things really started clicking, and we really started to understand what we wanted to do with the Zen levels.
We'd gotten to the point where we realized that we couldn't create Zen and Earthbound and get the game out within a reasonable time frame. And my position on this, pushing for the game to be split, was that if we were to split Zen, we could then focus entirely on it and possibly go for something a bit grander, bigger, maybe even, rather than just adding the game on, make it a separate game in itself and call it Black Mesa Zen. In 2012, I sat down with Carlos and a couple of other people to talk about creating a full level design document for the whole of Zen. And that would cover every single chapter except Endgame, because Endgame we always intended to basically be a one-to-one copy of the original, because it's a sort of outro scene, if you like. And through that period, I think about 6 months, I spent writing all of the chapters. So Zen, Gonarch, Interloper, Nihilith. And obviously, some of those chapters have got some very complicated storyline stuff, and things that were either not very well explained in the original, out of context because areas that were intended to be in were not finished in the original. And that does come across in the original, that a lot of it was unfinished when they put it out the door, rather than, it wasn't rushed as such. It was, these levels are ready to go out, these levels aren't, so we'll cut the ones which aren't and we'll finish the ones that are. And some of it works and some of it doesn't work. Zen in the original is a 3-minute level. That's, I mean, it's not even a chapter as far as it's literally, you jump down some floating rocks, you go in, you chase some butterflies around, you open some stuff up, and then you jump through a portal, and you're already in a different area.
We knew there was an opportunity for authorship in the Zen world because, like with the Black Mesa stuff, with the Earthbound sections, we had created, we had invented, we had made a lot of things, but that game, that part of the game is by no means like it's an imitation, you know? There's innovation in there, but it's an imitation of the original Half-Life, or, you know, it's trying to be a copy of the original Half-Life, and Zen is very much so trying to be its own thing, you know? And I think it was really interesting for the team to kind of, you know, go through these like growing pains, or at least kind of like pay our dues, making the Earthbound section, and then that's kind of like the proving ground, and the next opportunity is to like put all that we learned and developed. We were all very young and, you know, inexperienced when we started up on Black Mesa, and so just that day-by-day development and learning process felt like when we were ready to take on Zen, we were ready to take on Zen as like a different team, as like a different company. You know, we weren't just trying to recreate what came before us. We were trying to actually like make something that would be held in higher regard, and that was really exciting. Zen was obviously a troubled chunk of the game. It was obviously we knew that it was you know, universally reviled. Seems like an extremely strong way of like placing it, but you know, compared to like the experience of Half-Life, you know, Zen is just kind of leaden and weighs it down towards the end there. I never really felt that way. I became aware of these thoughts by reading, you know, just other people's thoughts on those things. Like I could see that Zen was not as strong or as engaging as Half-Life, but I still just enjoyed the whole experience, just the weirdness of it all. That the sensation of going into the unknown by yourself, like going into the unknown alone and all that kind of stuff is just that. I liked that. So I was really excited to kind of reproduce and replicate those kind of things. I was actually surprised to find out that so much of it was going to be scrapped or like thrown out when the original Zen design document came our way.
Initially, we had a really big problem with sort of the chicken and the egg of like, we didn't have art for these levels, so it was hard to make the design, and we didn't have design for the levels, so it was hard to make the art.
That was the really compelling problems to solve. Like, how are we going to do all this on Zen? Like, again, Zen is an episode. It's a it's like we have to, we don't have a bucket of tricks that we can keep pulling things out of. We've got to redo everything. We've got to reteach all of our buttons, our switches, our elevators, platforms, sentries, breakable materials, like the difference between gravity, fall damage.
That was certainly one of the major challenges with sending the player to Zen, was that you spend the entirety of, I don't know, a 5 to 10 hour campaign building up these design norms, and then you take it all away. So what we had to do was we had to try and make sure that the stuff that you do in Zen feels like it still fits in with the kinds of things you encountered in Earth, but has a unique alien spin on it without being too different that players don't understand what they're doing, which was kind of, again, how the plug puzzles came into being, because they're very intuitive, whatever else they may be. You know immediately, got to plug things in. And you're still able to tie that into sufficiently alien systems, while also like having the design language for doors and for power and for things like that. So to put it most simply, it basically comes down to, at least with Half-Life style design specifically, it comes down to putting things directly in front of the player whenever they need to see something. And it sounds simple, and it's something that that most players would probably take for granted, but it's actually really hard, especially if you're building a complex level. You basically have to make sure that the player's objective and the way the space is built always frames what they want to do. The player needs to see what they're doing when they press this button. The player needs to see their exit when they come into this room. The player needs to see what's next when they do this step of the puzzle, and it was something we really, really worked hard at, and I think it's kind of one of the unsung heroes of the way that Zen was developed. One of the things that we noticed really early on in development, and one of the things we were really scared of, was players getting lost and frustrated. In Half-Life style design, but actually doubly so for Zen specifically, you don't have objective markers, you don't have really an NPC telling you what to do, you can't prompt the player in simple ways, it's all done via the environment, and so that means you really have to double down on designing the environment smartly. The key way that we did that was just by framing things, by moving placements around, by adjusting the angle that players come in at, by adjusting the lighting around. So there's kind of a combination of art and level design that goes into that. I was really picky about when artists made changes to sections. I would say, no, you need to move this back a bit because it's obstructing the player's view of this thing slightly. In the opening room of Interloper, the way the vats flow, the tubes all flow towards the exit, and in Interloper, every single exit is signposted with a giant red energy core, and we always make sure the player is facing that energy core when they come into a room. And I think this is something that people never noticed consciously when they were playing it, but it somehow just guided them towards the solution without them realizing it. Yeah, that was a real great challenge with Zen, was that all of these tools that we had in Earth and we used liberally the same way that Valve did, they're all gone, and then you have to kind of reteach it to players. And again, that was one of the things that I think was very effective about Chris's original structure, was that when you enter Zen, you get a chance to get acquainted with the natural environment first. You kind of have that familiarity of the human polytunnels section as just kind of a way of not making it too much too fast. And then you get into the alien tech towards the end of the chapter, and then you really dig into it in Interloper. And it's all sort of consistent and cohesive. But it was a real challenge because you end up with a very stripped back toolset compared to what you could play with on Earthbound. And I think the same was true of the actual whole sandbox that we had to work with throughout Zen, because I would say that half the fun of the Earthbound levels comes from fighting the soldiers. They're a really interesting and dynamic part of the game, they're really memorable, and there's a lot of fun set pieces that come from their interactions with the aliens and things you do with them, and then they're gone. And we further made this problem hard for ourselves by then deciding that we weren't going to use the Vorts, the A-Grunts, or the controllers until Interloper. So you end up having a really stripped back tool set with which you have to try and create something cohesive and fun. And that was kind of something that was encompassed in all parts of the game, I think, not just architecture and level design and guidance. It was also to do with the enemy encounters and stuff like that.
One of the things that really struck me about the original Zen was it felt like they'd got all these ideas that they wanted to do, and the original ideas were comprehensive, if you like, run through various different environments, which later was confirmed by access again to seeing original versions of those Half-Life maps, concepts from Valve for areas such as the swamps. Because in the original there are no swamps, but there were concepts and there were beta maps for swamps and various other things.
One of the things that I think that we did very strongly in Zen that didn't land in the original whatsoever, or wasn't even really attempted in the original, was a sense of progression and cohesion throughout the environments, throughout the chapter. And again, this mostly stemmed from Chris's plans, actually, and the kind of way that we ran with those and developed on top of them. But one of the things that we identified that we thought was a problem. And we think it was a side effect of how quickly Valve had to finish Half-Life 1 Zen, was that every map basically ends with you teleporting to the next map. And what that does is it creates a very it is disjointed, because I think what ended up happening is Valve just linked maps together almost at random just to try and build a finished product. But it ends up being that you don't have a sense of progression, you don't track your journey, you don't really understand where you're going. So one of the things we tried to do was we really tried to make players aware that they're progressing through Zen and drive home these differences while keeping things familiar and cohesive. We kind of came up with the idea of, well, firstly there's the biome progression, so of course you have the kind of more natural environments in the first Zen chapter, followed by the basalt columns and the weird sort of giant causeway crystal stuff that we explored in Gonarch, and then the really strange organic stuff that there is in Interloper. We kind of came up with the idea of changing the color scheme as you progress closer to the tower, which again I think is something that players might have subconsciously noticed but never actually realized was something that we did. So we came up with the idea of having very tranquil colors in Zen. So you have the purple and the green, kind of familiar, naturey, relaxed colors that feel safe. Then in Gonarch it gets orangey and yellow as you're closer to the tower. And then in the Interloper it's red, which is obviously the universal color for danger. We even came up with a sort of nonsense rationalization for it, which was supposed to be that the massive portal at the top of the Interloper tower was serving as a local sun, which is why the environment gets a bit progressively more red as you head towards it. But the reality was we wanted to create a sense of progression, feeling that you're moving through the environment, that you're getting closer to danger, closer to the culmination. We also got the artists we created very soft, simple shapes in Zen. Then the artists went for more angular shapes in Gonarch with the crystals and the basalt columns. And then in Interloper it goes absolutely crazy, where there's all kinds of spiky rocks protruding everywhere. So it just, again, it kind of gets this layered progression throughout it that kind of ties in with everything else. The gameplay structure, Zen is very much focused on the wildlife. Gonarch is kind of, a little bit more cinematic, a little bit more amped up, and then Interloper is very heavily focused on the combat and the puzzles ramped up to the extreme. So we just kind of built all of these different progressions into the chapter, into the whole of Zen, really. And then, of course, you have the Interloper Tower itself as the mechanism for your long-term goal, as I mentioned earlier. So I felt like that was something that we did quite well with our Zen, and I'm quite proud of the way that worked. We tried to think about short-term and long-term goals, because a map is only fun and directed if you know what your long-term goal is and what your short-term goal is. So that kind of tied back into what I was saying, where we tried to make sure that when you enter a room, the player sees the exit, because that's an immediate establishment of your long-term goal. And that was something that I think we did most effectively in the first Zen map, for example. You come out of that space, the Interloper Tower is right there in front of you. You know you're going there at some point. And then you also have the big island that you go to at the end of the map next to that. So you kind of get a sense that's where I'm heading. And then you kind of snake off the path to the left and you just get your short-term goals as you progress. Establishing immediately the short-term goal and the long-term goal, and then repeatedly seeding new short-term goals using that same kind of micro approach as they progress through those phases.
The sort of the mantra for Zen was to have good Valve-style design philosophies, and then also sort of mirror Half-Life 2 in places that we could. And that's sort of where the Interloper Tower came out of, where you have this beacon, you have this endpoint, and it's sort of your reference, and as you progress through the levels, you get closer and closer to it. It makes the world feel more grounded, but it also gives the player a sense of progress, so that they can physically see they're getting closer to their objective. And then just building the levels so that we introduce mechanics in a way that the player understands them naturally, versus, like I said before, with having the like a tutorialized thing with like text or a cutaway or something like that.
The problem with Zen is that we don't have these NPCs who are there to articulate concepts and point to things and direct the player. That was a big hurdle to get over, right? Especially when you're doing like an unbroken first-person story where you don't have an opportunity to grab a camera and throw it over, like, here's your objective, look over here on the other side of the level, and then the camera comes back and rests in your skull again. And so I knew that there needed to be more story without NPCs. What we have to think about with Zen is we have like 3 different kinds of players coming to Zen right off the bat. The first kind is the person who has played Black Mesa 2 to 5 years ago previously to playing Zen. And so we have an obligation there to kind of bridge that gap and front load all the information and your objectives, kind of refamiliarize yourself with who you are, what you're doing, what's going on here, right? The second kind of player is the person who is just jumping into Zen right away, right? Like I'm sure there's people who played episode 1 or episode 2 before they played Half-Life 2. There's people who played Half-Life 2 before they played Half-Life. You know, so we had to also be mindful of that player, the person who is, you know, jumping into this this experience without playing Black Mesa previously. Maybe they're just interested in Zen.
The border world in Half-Life 1 comprised of 4 maps: Zen, Gonarch's Lair, Interloper, and Nihilant.
Crowbar Collective would retain this structure, but unlike the Earthbound levels, here they'd make an abundance of changes and add hours of extra gameplay on top of Valve's original piecemeal design.
We're going to tackle each of these chapter by chapter, so let's start with Gordon's first steps on the border world, the first of the 4 chapters, appropriately titled Zen. For this, not only did the team create a more naturalistic and varied playground for the player to learn the mechanics of this world, but they pulled back on combat in favor of connecting this place to the goings-on back at Black Mesa.
So we have to be mindful of the people who are returning to this after, 2 to 5 years. There is the playthrough players, people who have literally just jumped through the portal in Lambda Core and have arrived in Zen. And then there are the third kind of player, that's the unicorn, like the person who's just jumping into play Zen and that's just what they want to do. We have to be mindful of all 3 of those experiences in a way that's going to allow that information to all be there at the front of Zen, no matter who you are, no matter when you're playing it. And that's when the things like the cold open came into play. That was an idea I had where it felt kind of cheap, felt kind of dirty, like trying to do like a cinematic or something like that within Half-Life. We were talking about the rules of Half-Life, but we knew that like what would be even cheaper or even dirtier would have been like previously on Black Mesa or something like that. We did not want to do anything like that. We came up with the idea of this cold open. We wanted to set this thing up that would just refresh everyone with the information that they needed, right? We needed to point out that there is an antagonist. There is, a great and powerful being holding open a portal in some strange world over there. And like we needed to make sure that if the player doesn't hear that dialogue from Lambda Core, that they don't know like what's going on over there. We still need that player to understand what's going on when they arrive in Zen, to just deliver the stakes and the objectives of the story to the player directly, so that when you wake up on Zen, you have an idea of what you're supposed to be doing, no matter if you, like we said, no matter if you played 5 years ago or if you just jumped through the portal.
I'd say Zen was probably the biggest expansion on what the original was. And the main thing I really wanted to put in there was a better tie to Earth, which we did through the polytunnels, which would directly link it to both the Lambda Core laboratories, the questionable ethics laboratories, and to a smaller extent the anomalous material laboratories, in the way that the expansions for Half-Life had tried to put across. They would have had technology on Zen in little camps. So I created the idea that the scientists would have had different teams, different setup, but they'd have had a base camp.
With introducing more of the scientists into it, we thought there needed to be a bit more of a footprint in the Zen levels, especially if you look at questionable ethics. They've been capturing these aliens, they've been doing experiments on them, and it's kind of hard to do that without some sort of forward operating base. And so it started as wouldn't it be cool if there was like a base there? I think it gives more storytelling that you kind of stumble into, because if I remember correctly, they don't ever say, we got a huge base in Zen. It's just something you sort of discover, which I think is fun.
Originally, there were no polytunnels. It was a cave with some crates and various different things. What we wanted to do was to really expand on the idea that they were established, that they've got all these facilities in Lambda Core for teleporting you there, but they needed the opportunity, if they were going to bring samples back, they needed a location that they can create as a base. But because it's inside caverns, we figured that they wouldn't be able to just randomly teleport in there, because how do you know where the cavern is? So I started concepting various different technologies that would be portable, and that's why the labs in Earthbound areas look similar but they're different, is because a lot of the technology in the polytunnel labs in Zen are portable. And the story we're trying to get across is that really, even with all this technology, all the money and backing, they've only managed to make it as far as the swamps with that particular base. The Lambda Core labs don't really have a laboratory there because their investigations are purely on Xenian technology. And it would be very difficult to move one of the Zen teleporters, the sort of strange arch-shaped things with the little bubble at the end. That wouldn't work because they're positional based. That's the way they work is different. Teleporter technology to the way the ones they've got on Earth work exactly. Human technology, as is explained in Half-Life 2, is based on a different model from Xenian technology and is based on a different model from Combine technology. So Combine technology uses a dark matter format of teleporter, which only allows you to basically create a hole between dimensions. Xenian technology allows you to effectively go between dimensions, but anywhere on those dimensions. And human technology, they found a way to use Zen as a slingshot, and they can then do localized technology. And obviously, aperture science, which is not part of anything there, created technology to get you through shower curtains without getting wet, basically, which I thought was fantastic. The idea that they came up with the technology for something as mundane as that, but actually it's a lot better than any of the technology that Black Mesa or the Combine even came up with, and that's why the Combine are interested in finding the Borealis in the Half-Life series, is basically to get hold of this portal technology that you can basically fire a portal at the moon and just travel there instantaneously. Most of the area there is designed for the anomalous materials research in the polytunnels, because that's primarily the kind of samples that they would take back temporarily to store. So the sample that you slot into the AMS would have been studied in another format. They would have had those orange crystals, and then I think it's 8338 is the sample number, was given to one of the scientists by the G-Man, and somehow it's corrupt, so it creates a major portal storm that is what triggers the whole series of games off. I did note on one of the whiteboards in the polytunnel that there are in fact other sites that you don't get to visit in the game, which kind of reflect the idea that was put across in the expansions by Gearbox, where there are other locations, other portals that are focal points. It was kind of trying to create this expansive feel to Zen without actually making the maps for it. The important thing that I wanted to put into that structure of Zen was that the very first area that you get into would be a training spot for your long jump. When you first get the long jump, you can bounce around a chamber with a portal whilst you're waiting for him to warm it up. That doesn't really give you much of an opportunity to see how it works. I wanted to create almost like an obstacle course to start off with. Not really combat or anything like that. So the original first area was basically a long jump training area with some exposition, some environmental storytelling. So we added bridges, we added various different things into that for the player to do. We've got a very easy chasm jump where you can jump across it. If you fail, you don't die, you don't fall into the void, you fall into it, and you can walk back up and try again, because it's never a good idea to punish people for the first time they try something. That then carried over to, well, why would those bridges have been put there? What if they were trying to get to a scientist camp? And then Craig Murphy, one of the other level designers, he basically took this idea and he just said, why not make them polytunnels?
That was probably the level of Zen that saw the most polish and development over time, because we knew we had to nail the opening to hook players in and to get them to want to experience what we designed. It actually changed a lot over the course of its development, and it was kind of the test bed for the art that we used throughout all of Zen. So that's one of the reasons it was worked on a lot. So originally, some of the early versions had controller and fort fights in them, for example. As we kind of played more and more with it, it just didn't quite feel right. So we knew that what we wanted to do with this was something that Valve didn't do well in the original version of Zen, where you need to basically shock the player with fantastic visuals, this whole new world that they have to come and understand, and then you also have to ease them into the mechanics and understanding of this new world so that they kind of get used to it. So that was kind of why we ended up going with a relatively slow-paced level, and that was an intentional design choice after we'd experimented with having combat and felt that it just didn't really fit whatsoever.
It was a huge discussion of, do we keep the old style controls? We did a ton of tests with, we had different test levels with what's the proper range for the long jump. And do we want to have it where it does the more Doom 2016 style double jump, or like the Team Fortress double jump where you go more vertical? Keeping it in terms of Half-Life 1, we decided to go with more of like the rocket strapped to your back, where it pushes you more horizontal. And then once we nailed the distance, we said, all right, we can't change this distance, because that means we got to change every level that we've built for this length. And the thing I really like about the long jump is I think it perfectly exemplifies like how we embraced the Valve design mechanics, because we introduce it in the Zen Cave, where it's a really safe jump. If you fall into water, you don't take any damage. And then you can go up and you can try it again. And then there's the second jump, which is also safe, but there is a small gap, but it's really hard to mess up, and it actually drops you into the healing pool and teaches you, oh, this blue water heals you. The next one is dangerous, where there's a really large gap, and you have to use the long jump properly to progress. And then the final one in Zen A is you pull a lever on a pulley system. It pulls a floating island closer to you. You hop up into that, and you don't have those indicators anymore. You just have to sort of guess and hope that you can make this super long jump over onto this next rock. And hopefully by that point, we've given the player enough reps that they can use the long jump effectively going forward, because it's really important in the Zen levels.
For a while, we just kind of naturally went right into right from Lambda Core right to Zen, and it was just like the same enemies and the kind of like same squadrons and the same kind of like fighting, and the combat was getting just like increasingly like grueling and dull, and was not providing anything like special or interesting. So in Zen, we would have Vortigaunts and things like that in Zen, and then it quickly became apparent that like, okay, we have a lot of stuff planned for the Vortigaunts, which we'll get into later, right? Like, we need to sell this idea of them being passive, and in order to create this moment where the player will actually pay attention enough to the Vortigaunt to see that their behavior is different, I don't think we can have 6 or 7 levels prior where the player is fighting Vortigaunts, just killing them on sight every step of the way, right? So our plan is going to be, we're going to drop the Vortigaunts out of focus for a long time, and then when they come back in and you see that their behavior is different, you're immediately going to recognize that there's something off, that there's something different with them. But so what we had to do then is we have to figure out a way now to fill up Zen A. And so we moved out all the controllers, all the A grunts, all the Vortigaunts, and that's where the conversations and discussions about new Zenian NPCs and monsters came to be. That's where I had the idea for the HEZ, the hazardous environment zombie. That's where we had the ideas for the underwater barnacles, for the alpha hound eyes, the suicide hound eyes. Enemies that have variations on a theme will still be like recognizable. Player will still understand how to react and respond when these things show up. Think about combat and think about combat spaces differently.
When you're in the Earthbound levels, you have the HECU, and you have the female assassins, and you have Vortigaunts and bull squids, and all. You have the whole gamut of bad guys. And when you get to Zen, you lose more than half of those. We needed more variety in our combat anyway, and that was just a cool way to do it. What would happen if an HEV scientist was attacked by a headcrab without their helmet on or something? The armor is pretty much impenetrable. You can't kill them by shooting them in the body. So you have to aim for the head. So it's a harder skill test for the player, because you actually have to aim and have those accurate shots to take them out.
You know, you'd be hearing this monster coming around, you know, with like major fracture detected, you know, like those kind of things. Blood loss detected.
remember correctly, Kevin Sisk, who's the voice actor for the guard and G-Man, he was like, oh, we have to have this actually be freaking out and bugging out, and like the team definitely agreed. We knew we needed to vary up the combat with our limited NPC set, so we started adding variants of the enemies, even simple ones too. Like there's a class of the bull squid that will only melee you, so he doesn't use his spit attack, and little things like that gave our designers some options to set up different combat scenarios. But the main driver was just how our limited time and the fact that we were behind and we needed variations quick. There's a lot more to it, but for all intents and purposes, they're basically skin swaps, and then we gave them different attributes to try and vary up the gameplay and introduce new things to the player, and also maybe hint at like how a species might evolve, or different versions of a similar species and the Zen alien life forms.
It took us a while to kind of nail down the exact gravity that we wanted to use and how the kind of parameters of the long jump. And that kind of came about mostly from Gonarch, actually, where we found that we kind of were trying to refine how the long jump felt when you were fighting Gonarch, and kind of how the player can behave with it. So that was when we came up, for example, with the idea of long jumping backwards and sideways being possible. I think one of the things that sort of was one of the huge problems with the original Zen is there's not really much to it. It's mostly just platforming, and I think the example you gave of the spinny platforms, that's actually the opening map of Half-Life 1 Zen, and it is really frustrating. You're just arbitrarily jumping between some platforms and hoping you have enough health to survive it, and it's just not fun at all. So we kind of knew that that was really frustrating, and we weren't going to be doing that. Because at the same time, while we thought it wasn't very good, we also understood why Valve did it that way, because they wanted to teach the player the long jump. They wanted to teach the players the parameters of the long jump. It was just they hadn't really developed that very much. So we knew that when we did our version of that map, we were going to kind of take the spiritual idea of hopping between the islands and remake it, but follow an actual structure and kind of strip away any of the parts that made it frustrating and trial and error. So that was kind of the whole thing that we tried to do with our Zen, was we tried to spiritually capture a lot of what the original did, but not actually mechanically capture any of it, because there pretty much wasn't anything. The butterflies thing you mentioned, that's the closest example I can think of a new mechanic that Zen introduced, really, apart from the long jumping and the platforming. And again, because we were focused very heavily on trying to build this large experience with a cohesive gameplay progression, one-off mechanics just don't really feel very good, I think. And again, that kind of ties back to what I was saying earlier about where we may have overexpanded on some of the mechanics and seeped them into each other a bit too much as a kind of form of overcompensation for trying to deal with the fact that we cut out some cool one-off mechanics, if that makes any sense. And that was kind of why we ended up not really carrying over much of what was in Half-Life 1's Zen, because as far as I can think, we pretty much did everything that they did mechanically. We just expanded on them a lot, kind of drew them out over multiple maps, and then spiritually tried to capture a lot of what those sections represented, such as the kind of multi-tier boss fight of Gonarch's lair, island hopping in Zen A, the progression through the factory in Interloper, and then some of the platforming aspects of that as well.
Everything on paper looked pretty manageable, and we're like, yeah, we can break this up into maybe 3 levels. Like Zen, for example, I think is 5. It's 5 or 6, and we thought we could do it in 3. And due to budgets and resource limits, we kept having to break these maps into smaller and smaller chunks so that the game wouldn't absolutely die. But yeah, the length, I don't think, if you told us back in 2015, like, yeah, you're going to have a 4 hour Zen experience or whatever it works out to, I think we would have laughed at you. There were sections that actually evolved into other things. There's a giant Zen hub tree. That originally was supposed to be what we call the puffball maze, where there was these plants that would put out a toxic gas similar to the poison head crabs in Half-Life 2.
So you would go near it, and it would release a cloud of toxins that poison you and bring your health down to 1. And then the maze itself would be filled with head crabs. So these kind of ineffective head crabs that normally you wouldn't care about now become lethal threats when you're under the effects of this poison. You find 3 power pylons, break them, and that deactivates the force field that lets you get out of the puffball. I really like the puffball maze as an example because it's kind of emblematic of some of the struggles that we had on Black Mesa, and maybe some of the areas where we may have misstepped potentially, and things that we can learn moving forwards from that. We built out this map Zen B, which was the Zenian swamp level early in Zen, and it was originally supposed to be just one map. It was originally supposed to include the puffball maze, which was really just meant to be this small section of the map. it didn't really fit into the flow of the rest of the chapter. So we found that when players were encountering this section, they weren't really understanding that they needed to go and deactivate these force fields. We just found that it was really frustrating, and people, when we got external testers to play it, they were going down to 1 health and dying and just getting angry. That was when, in the previous parts of the Zen Swamp, one of our other level designers, Craig, he came up with the idea for the gate plant. At its core, it's just basically a door, and you shoot a little cyst and it opens a door. We kind of came up with some of what we thought were quite interesting ways to use these, and then we kind of thought, okay, well, you've got this gameplay element that we introduce and we build up through the chapter. We need to give it some kind of ending. So we kind of thought, well, the puffball seems like a good place to come up with an ending for this bit of design. It was a really unique and interesting gameplay space, but this kind of was emblematic of the problem that we had as we were developing Zen, was that these things were kind of coming together in isolation almost. And while we were thinking about the total sum of the parts, because as I mentioned, you know, it was supposed to be the culmination of a mechanic introduced in the previous map, typically the way Valve layer mechanics and they layer gameplay is they introduce something in a really simple form. They then have a second step where it's then the more complicated form of the same puzzle. So in the example of Zen, we then do the same thing, but the cyst this time is round a corner, and you have to follow the route to find it. And that's kind of, you're then learning the mechanic and showing you understand it, and then Valve normally change it up for the third time they introduce it. The puffball maze itself is supposed to be that third step. You've learned the mechanic, you've mastered it, and now we're making sure that you really know what you're doing, and we kind of twist it by introducing other layers to it. It kind of got away from us a little bit. We then realized a bit later in development, this map is massive, and it's taking a relatively simple mechanic a bit too far now. I stripped it down a bit, I massively simplified the space, and it ended up becoming the space that you see in the actual version of Zen that we ship now. I guess the conclusion was just that we just ended up trying to build on these mechanics that we'd come up with, make them fit into the overall structure, but I think we took it a little bit too far. I think that kind of contributed to some of the overall criticisms that people would have of Zen, where it was maybe a little bit too long in places. Some of the gameplay mechanics, I think people thought they were a bit too simple to warrant how much we'd done with them. And it was mostly because we had to come up with these ideas and then try and make them fit into an overall structure. And as we did so, we ballooned those ideas out a bit much. And so it ended up being a series of inflated balloons, one after the other, that on their own were quite fun to play and worked quite well. It just ended up being perhaps a bit too much in places.
We actually tried some versions of the game in Zen and in Gonark where there were different paths, and it would give you a slightly different experience if you went back and replayed it. And it just sort of fought our core mechanics of having a linear game. Showing our inexperience when we built the mod, we let you open all the doors inside of the facility, and the goal was to ground the facility and make it feel like a real space, but it ended up just confusing people because they could go back into these areas that they had nothing, there was no objective in there, but they could still go into there and they would get lost and confused. But we tried to vary it up with examples like the tree hub, where it's point A to B, like you start the level or drop into the level at point A, and you can see where you have to go, and now you're going to adventure around this hub and sort of reusing space, traversing the same space at different altitudes or going underneath things. That's very Half-Life to us.
The original Gonark's lair was a bit of an oddity. While Half-Life had large beasts that you had to defeat, this was the game's first bona fide boss fight, and it happened almost at the end of the game.
The original fight followed common boss fight conventions in that it all took place over 3 stages. In attempting to fix this, the team at Crowbar Collective decided to broaden these 3 stages into much larger levels. A cat-and-mouse chase that takes place over the course of multiple arenas and culminates in a final climactic battle.
Chris had these really well laid plans. We actually pared them down because we were running out of time. We didn't want to have to art 6 levels, and we were able to compress that chapter into 3 what I think really well laid out maps. We sort of switch who's in control throughout the map. So it starts off and you're in a battle arena and it's more of a standard boss fight. You have a bunch of rockets. Then you fight it out there. The Gonarch runs away and you're chasing. And then in map B, we try and flip it so that first she's kind of like pot-shotting at you, and then eventually out on the ledge she's like chasing you full out. And then you get to the crystal cave and she's like smashing through crystals and you're like, oh, I really have to go now. And then it's still even more of a chase set piece in the C map, the final map of Gonarch, and then you have your final knockdown drag-out battles. It was really challenging to have that script flip. That design sort of fights itself, but I'm really happy with how that turned out. We were very aware of the rose-colored glasses we were sort of up against, but we really wanted to do our own take on it, especially like once we got into the trenches with it. So with Gonarch specifically, probably a bit of what the friction you were having and others were having was that role reversal, where do I just shoot rockets at her now and that's what's going to win, or do I just run away? I think the Gonarch fight in Half-Life 1 was not super well regarded, so we wanted to go in and try and make it something that was our own, and we're really happy with some of the set pieces and the way the stuff comes together. We think overall the fight gives her a bit more of a place in the overall story. In terms of scale, we definitely wanted it bigger so that the player could long jump around. We use the long jump a lot more as a defensive dodge mechanic than I think the original Half-Life.
The original game, it's basically just 3 arena fights. You fight the Gonarch in Arena 1, you fight him in Arena 2, you fight him in Arena 3. And for me, it's a weird experience because Gordon Freeman is really the aggro antagonist of that scene, like landing in this creature's territory, attacking it, and like chasing it down and just like killing it. And well, I feel like in terms of the narrative of like who Gordon is and what other kind of experiences you've had, I mean, it just, to me, it never, I don't know, just going after Gonarch just seems like very aggressive and like out of character. The idea was always to combine the original Gonarch and then also to borrow heavily from the episode 2 Antlion Guardian chase, right? And now that's an interesting one because the episode 2 Antlion Guardian chase is that monster is chasing after the player. The player has a very specific goal. They know they know why they're here. They know what they're there to get. You know, they're trying to get the Antlion extract to save Alex Vance. So you've got a very clear objective, very clear stakes. There's pressure. There's like a ticking time bomb. You know, you don't want to take too long. It all makes sense, right? And we didn't have any of those elements in the original Gonarch encounter, and so it just felt like this very linear, unengaging kind of, it never like popped, you know, nothing ever, like the version of Gonarch that we were building in no way reflected what we all had in our minds. It just like wasn't there when we would play test it. And so my idea was that we needed to create, the way that I approached this was like we needed to create then an antagonistic relationship with the monster. If we wanted the player to feel like they need to chase down and kill this creature, we want to spend some time here building an antagonistic relationship between the player and the Gonarch. What we try to do is we try to introduce a strong, obvious objective like right up front, which is like the tower, right? And that's how we eventually came up with, you know, having to touch the crystals to power up the teleporter in order to get to the tower. And then Gonarch appears and destroys your teleportation. You've kind of accidentally, incidentally provoked the creature's rage. Once we've got the creature defeated, we want you to start moving forward again towards that obvious objective. Like you're still moving towards what you need to be doing. And now, after a while, maybe it feels like something is out there watching you, paying attention, you know, kind of watching you from far. Maybe you see something, you know, skittering by some stalactites on the side or something like that, right? We want this feeling that you're being watched, and then suddenly Gonarch ambushes you. And it's a targeted attack. It's a personal attack. The monster is like after you now as a result of you, you know, attacking and hurting it in the previous encounter. You understand now that the creature is like a threat and should probably be disposed of. That gets you to then chase after the creature. But then the twist there is that the creature is only pulling you further and further into its lair, into its kind of like feeding grounds. You know, in your excitement to chase down this creature and destroy it, then you figure out, oh wait, you know, it's got me just where it wants me, and now you're playing the third level where it is just chasing after you the entire time. It's like right on your heels, trying to kill you. You're still trying to get out, and we wanted to build that experience up from We wanted it all to culminate in a feeling that was like a knife fight in a closet. You know, we wanted you to just be like at the end of this battle, you know, just you and this huge monster just out of breath, like you've got no resources, just like trying to destroy this thing while it's also just been beat to shit and is like trying to kill you.
Gonark in itself, it's sentient in its own way. Getting a character across in effectively what appears non-sentient, it's basically a giant crab with a testicle, so it's not really anything you can associate or get a character, but I wanted to have an antagonistic relationship between the player and the Gonark. A cat and mouse game, as such. Originally you were going to chase it, and then it would chase you, and then you'd chase it, and then it would chase you. We would have this section where you'd run onto the ledge, first time you saw it. And you get to the ledge, and now you have the opportunity to view the arena that you're about to fight in, to build up a kind of anticipation that something's going to happen there. So when you're fighting something as tough as basically a boss fight, you rarely have the chance to look around your environment, which is why there's now a teleporter puzzle. One, because it's an environmental way of telling the story. This is a portal device set up by the Vortigants, so then they need to power the teleporter on, which gives you the opportunity to force the player to view the entire arena to find spots that they might, you know, use in the future. Oh look, there's a healing pool, that's handy. And there's all these pods which have appeared. This is the non-verbal way that I set the level up to basically say this feels too easy. There's a teleporter, it goes straight to the end of the game. There's all this ammunition and stuff and health, and this is great, something's got to happen. There's going to be a big fight here, isn't there? And you go through this whole thing and you hear occasionally the ground shakes and you hear a sort of rumbling sound. Now we've got two different areas of environmental storytelling which needs to be done, which is you want to show that humans had made it to this location, but they couldn't get past this location. So it's kind of the Gonarch there is basically the extent that humans have managed to get to, and there was only one team that actually went there. Originally, when the teleporter was used, it sent people to various random places. Those devices that you see with the spinny lights around it are kind of focus points for those teleporters. They're not local teleporters, they're dimensional anchors, if you like. Because Zen is technically, it's a border world, it's not within our dimension, it's on a different plane of existence. And these anchor points allow different teams to travel from the Lambda Core labs to those locations. And this particular one, Gonarch's Lair, is where the questionable ethics team went, because they are the primary ones for the fauna of Zen. The whole of that lab is focused on solving, well, how do we get past this huge armored crab thing that we can't beat? None of our weapons affect it. We fired rocket launchers at it, we've done this, we've done that, nothing kills it. As you find out as you play it, it's very difficult to actually kill. In normal gameplay, you have to use basically an entire army's worth of weapons to take it down. So, being scientists, you find a better way of doing it, which was, they found a poison that would work. The idea was that I would create an archaeology for the player to dig up the remains, if you like, of that early team. And if you look in the polytunnels, you'll notice a whiteboard with various different research teams listed on it. And one team has gone missing, and one team has been sent to find them at Site B. And Site B is Gonarch Map B. That's the questionable ethics team. And if you match the names on the whiteboard, you'll find their nameplates and lockers in the questionable ethics laboratories. So that was my direct tie to the CES chamber to the Gonarch chapter through the cyanogen chloride tank, which you can carry from the polytunnels all the way to the end and use as basically a way to kill the Gonarch without actually firing any shots at it in its final lair, which is it's my absolute dream to make a Deus Ex boss. From the original Deus Ex, the whole gameplay idea of Deus Ex was you can basically fight the bosses any way you want, including not fighting them and not killing them. And yes, you can in fact get through the whole of the Gonarch's Lair chapter and not kill the Gonarch at the end. You don't have to plug the cyanogen canister in, you can bypass it, leave it, and you get an achievement for doing the thing.
And it's your own little Noam Chomsky as well.
Yes, yeah, our own Noam Chomsky, which I'm sure is an achievement that nobody likes me for now.
Now we move on to the third chapter, Interloper, the biggest challenge for the team yet, because this is the part of Black Mesa where the narrative connections between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 begin.
The storytelling wasn't much of a strong suit in Zen because of how disconnected the levels were, but this part of the game contained two important areas, the Vortigaunt slave village and the alien factory. In Half-Life 2, the role of the Vortigaunts had changed, and while some of them were non-violent in the original game's factory, their role within the broader universe of Half-Life ended up being more complex. The same could be said for the Interloper Tower and the portal technology we see in Half-Life 2. So to connect the two games, Black Mesa would have to do a lot of narrative legwork in this chapter, and to keep the pace of the game from dipping, they'd have to add much more varied combat encounters.
Originally, the factory that you visit in Interloper, you never get to see what it looks like on the outside. It could be underground, it could be a flat factory, it could be a set of caves. It's very difficult to tell what it is because the visual side of Half-Life 1, it doesn't really show you that in the structure. The tower in Zen is actually not a building, it's a creature. It's a symbiotic creature that's creating a terraforming effect, which is why the Interloper chapters differ visually from the Zen chapters. Zen is effectively pure Zen. It's what Zen would look like without any interaction or interference from any kind of outside influence. That was another theme that I wanted to get across in the overall plans then, was that the Vortigants and the Nihilants are terraforming it to be an area that they can live in comfortably.
In Chris's original plans, it was intended to be 4 maps, and each map is sort of a separate biome of sorts. And then the idea was supposed to be that the tower is obviously the alien grunt manufactory, while also housing the Nihilanth underneath the island, and then kind of powering and keeping him alive as a form of life support system. A lot of the concepts that Chris came up with for Zen were around symbiosis. And so the tower is supposed to be kind of a half organic, half mechanical creature that is alive by itself. And then so you have the outdoor sections which kind of represent the island that's been corrupted by the influence of the tower. The waste and respiratory systems, which are the first opening maps of Interloper. And then you get to the sort of digestive system, which is the conveyors moving things around. And you come up to the nervous system later on, which is sort of the top level of the tower. And so we kind of built it out that way originally, and we found, firstly, it didn't feel very climatic mostly. It was a bit too exploration based, especially because with Zen, we'd leaned quite heavily into the exploration area. So we kind of set about expanding on the ideas that we thought worked and could be built into a gameplay structure. And that was kind of how Interloper ended up getting a bit dragged out, a bit longer than perhaps we'd originally intended. And by the time we'd reached that point in development where we were expanding on these, we didn't have the resources or the time or the luxury of being able to have all this kind of variety that we wanted. So we ended up kind of going with what we thought worked, building out what we thought worked, and that was kind of how Interloper ended up being the way it was. And these were all really interesting things to reflect on and think about when we heard what people had to say about it. So it was a really interesting learning experience for us to sort of teach us in the future how to focus on gameplay in the right ways, how to build something better going forwards, if that makes sense.
So Interloper A1, what we call the Garg Chase, it started off in a bunch of different versions. I can't remember who had the original concept for it, but we knew we wanted more Gargantuas in the game because they're fairly underutilized. They're like a big bad enemy, and I think you only see them in Power Up and Surface Tension. So we wanted them to have some sort of indigenous area in Interloper. And originally we were going to do a chase sequence where, kind of like the Lion King, where there's this fleet of hound eyes and bull squids, and they're all running away from you, and you're like intermixed in this chase with Gargs behind you And from there, it sort of evolved into more of this, like Scooby-Doo, every door you open, the bad guy's behind. As you run down, it just kind of gets more crazy and crazy, and we wanted to put more and more pressure on the player as the chase evolved. We're super aware of the highs and lows, and we knew we couldn't go to 2 high points in a row, and it was something we really tried to refine down, and it's even as simple as having, after the controller fight in Interloper A, you go down an elevator, and originally that was going to go into another combat section, what we called the mining area, and that ended up being cut, and it worked out well because it gives you that low now you can just sort of chillly walk through this valley. There's a couple of jumping sections. You wind your way up some routes, and then it drops you into the Gargantua chase. Yeah, if you do too many of the combat stuff, it burns the player out, and they don't get any respite. They can't take anything in because they're constantly under duress. And I think that's a big part of the Half-Life series, is being able to take into your surroundings, and it helps add to the grounding of, even though you have these crazy, fantastical sci-fi stories, the fact that you have a moment to breathe and like look around and see these structures and everything that was built helps it feel more real.
What ended up happening was as I mentioned, we found a lot of the exploration just wasn't really that necessary at this point or that interesting because we'd already done a lot of it. So we ended up cutting out all of the exploration. We then found, well, it's not fun, it's not exciting, it's not interesting. It's no different from Gargantua chasing surface tension. It doesn't raise the stakes at all. So I started thinking about ways to make it a bit more interesting. The first solution was narratively driven, which didn't really help much. It was that instead of you just jumping across the gap and evading him, you jump across the gap, you turn around, and then he fights another Gargantua. And so they kind of have a bit of a territory fight, and they both fall off the cliff. And it was supposed to be a fun little set piece to cap off your chase with that Gargantua. But of course, we then realized, well, this doesn't actually make the chase any more interesting. With another one of our level designers, Jordan, me and him kind of did a whole bunch of back and forth to try and build in these other mechanics into the chase, such as what ended up being in the chase, where you kind of climb up little bits, you dodge through little obstacles, you duck underneath things, you break things. And so we ended up building a version of the chase which was one Gargantua, and you kind of have a whole obstacle course as you're running away from him. At the same time, this was when Gonarch was being worked on and developed. We found that these mechanics were quite fun and quite interesting, and we pulled a lot of those mechanics into Gonarch. And so I worked on the final map of Gonarch's lair as well. I kind of plagiarized my own ideas. I did a lot of the interesting stuff in the chase there, where you have to like break webs, where you have to dodge left and right around things, where you have to long jump down gaps and stuff like that. Because we just felt it made Gonarch more interesting, and we kind of thought that was where we should focus the bulk of the interesting and unique ideas, because there's a whole chapter structured around Gonarch. But then, of course, you run into the problem of the Gargantua is effectively just Gonarch. There isn't really much of a difference between them. They're just these two big monsters that chase you, effectively. And around that point, we started thinking, well, maybe we should just get rid of it entirely. It doesn't really add anything unique and interesting. It's not that much fun. It's using elements that we've now ported back into Gonarch that work well there. What can we bring to the table with it? We ended up just talking about, well, what the hell can we do to make this fun if the Stampede doesn't work? And we then realized, well, we've got two Gargs at the end who are fighting each other. That's how we cap off the chase. Why don't we just have multiple Gargs throughout the chase? Rather than having one Garg chase you around multiple obstacles, we could have it so that you get away from one Garg and then you find there's another one. You get away from one and then there's another. You get away from him, but then there's two more. And then you get away from him and there's three more. And then you come back and meet the one that was chasing you earlier. And that was kind of how the Gargantua chase ended up being this entire crazy romp through a whole map where Joel built an amazing track for it. And then we thought right at the end, why don't you just turn around and you see there's 8 Gargantuas standing there looking at you, roaring and kind of being angry at you. And we thought that would be the really nice cap off to it. And so it kind of ended up being this really big set piece that we thought worked really well and helped pace the chapter out a bit more, that still separated itself from Gonarch while using a lot of the mechanics that you'd learned in Gonarch. And so that kind of just got built into this big thing as a sort of a way of trying to fill the pacing of the chapter overall, but also kind of fit in for some of the mechanics that we cut out and some of the ideas we hadn't explored that we felt did add to the game.
Interloper, like I said, I think interactivity is a huge thing with the Half-Life series, even going back to Half-Life 1, and to feel like you're in the world and affecting the world. you're the reason that this whole disaster kicked off. So we wanted to continue that of you're changing the world, you're having an impact in the world, you're having an impact on the story. Because a lot of stories told these days, it feels like the main character's just along for the ride. You get told where to go, you get told what to do. So we wanted the player to have some stake in it. In the earlier Zen levels, it's about engaging the player. And then as you get into the interloper levels, we wanted it to be like, you're going into this alien factory and just breaking everything. Like you're messing up all their stuff to make it feel like you're weaving through these machines, and that like you're the alien now in someone else's world, like just breaking everything. Let me back up too. First, Ben wanted to introduce the idea of the passive Vortigons, because it's actually in Half-Life 1, when you're in the factory, the Vortigons won't attack you. And I think most people, myself included, didn't pick up on that. So Ben and others wanted to introduce a story beat that we show these Vortigons as slaves, as they're being taken over and forced into these labor camps, more or less. So we have this reveal of this large structure on a cliffside, so the player knows they have to eventually go over there. And they long jump over to it, and then there's this short tunnel sequence where you can actually hear the Vortigons above you in distress and getting attacked, more or less. And then we wind you around to this framed window where you can see an A-grunt beating up a Vortigon. The whole goal is to make you feel bad for these Vorts. And I think most people get it. They take out the A-grunts, but they try and leave the Vortigons alone. And then we reinforce it by, after you go up the elevator, you push a button and there's this large reveal of the interior of the village. You're blocked. There's nothing you can do to progress. And there's a Vortigon, he kind of shakes his head at you and walks away, and then another one comes up and pushes the button and lets you through. So they're sort of helping you along your path, and it makes you empathize a little bit more with the Vortigons.
There is a Vortigon village in the original Half-Life. It's not a village, though. It's kind of like there are these weird little caves that I think are like carved out of these walls that might have like a light fixture or something, like, kind of, something that looks like a candle or something hanging on a wall, which makes it feel like it's a residence. And I believe that's the only kind of like smattering of backstory or like context for like, the Vortigons existing in Zen. I don't know what your experience was playing the first Half-Life, but I did not understand that the Vortigons were pacifist my first couple of run-throughs, right? And I think that's exactly what I was saying earlier, is that's because I've been kind of shooting them on sight in every level previously, and so that when I see one who doesn't immediately go to attack me, my brain doesn't, take the few seconds necessary to actually process that this thing is not a threat. So we wanted to take our time and really make a moment where the player is going to be absorbing this story beat, especially because I think thematically Half-Life is so good in these kind of like story reversals, chapter by chapter, where just one other little thing is revealed and suddenly that turns, your expectations or your thoughts on what had been happening like on its head. And Half-Life is so amazing because it does that so consistently. Every chapter reveals a bigger part of this mystery, and you, the player, you're the single entity moving through the story who's kind of piecing it all together as you go. The big turn in Interloper is obviously the reveal of the Vortigons are not a inherently angry, evil species. In fact, they are pitiable and kind of like pathetic and being, oppressed by something bigger and crueler. They're being made to act against their will. So yeah, with all these kind of things in mind about like how important the Vortigons are in the story and how their role changes from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2. There's a very important connective tissue that we need to acknowledge about how they go from enemies in Half-Life 1 to these kind of like downtrodden fellow members of the Resistance in Half-Life 2.
The Vortigon village, it had multiple roles, and the first one, like I talked about, is just introducing them as helping you along your journey and sort of teeing things up for Half-Life 2. You get to see a little bit of where they live and a little bit about their culture. If you look closely, you can actually see decals on the wall of like really crude drawings of Gordon Freeman, reading into like their ability to be telepaths. And then at the top in the control room, you're again blocked and we show you the controllers taking over the Vortigons. So it's a set piece specifically designed to show that mechanic. You can see the lines going from their heads into the Vortigons, and then their eyes change color from just the regular texture to like a really glowing red, which you see through all of Earthbound. We wanted people to feel bad for them, and we wanted people to target the controllers that are controlling the Vortigons first, sort of create that priority target list to hopefully have more interesting combat.
What I called the Akira treatment is that we needed glowing red eyes that left light trails behind them when you encountered an enemy Vortigaunt. That would very quickly, to me, kind of, a glowing red eye usually means enemy in video game talk, right? So that would help make the Vortigaunts seem aggro and evil whenever you encountered them on Earth. So like the big first step was like we have to retroactively change all of our Earth Vortigaunts into these new red-eyed glowing Vortigaunts, right? The second thing is looking at Vortigaunt lore in terms of what do they look like, right? Our Vortigaunt resistance members in Half-Life 2, they don't wear the green shackles. That very familiar thing about the Vortigaunts when you'd be going through like the Hammer editor, and they were called the alien slaves, right? In the original game, and that's because they're wearing these like weird kind of like green glowing shackles all over their bodies. To retroactively fit that into the game, we looked at the only instance of those shackles in Half-Life 2, which is when there is a Vortigaunt push broom at the very beginning in point insertion. He's a slave, right? He's like a slave to the Combine, and he's still wearing his shackles. Obviously, those shackles are part of what makes them slaves, part of what controls them. Okay, what do you want to control about a Vortigaunt? What is it about a Vortigaunt that you would need the shackles to control? They have their Vortigaunt, like vortescence powers, which we see where they can, kind of go in between realms. They can kind of teleport around. They've got they seem to have some kind of hive mind where they all can communicate or something like that. And then they've got these electricity powers. They've got this natural electric power. And to me, that seems like if you're the slave master, if you're the controllers, in order to make sure that your slaves do not instigate a rebellion or something like that, you're going to need to control their natural weapons, right? So those shackles must in some way act as like an off switch to their electric powers, and also their kind of like psychic connection that connects them to other forts. Now that we know what those look like, we also have to figure out what that state change is going to look like, right? Like how are we going to represent a Vortigaunt going from a passive state to the aggro state? And that's how we came up, like with the controller flies down and shoots out these beams, and then you see the Vortigaunts like reacting in fear. That was all very important in terms of like selling the idea that the Vortigaunts do not like the experience of being controlled. That was also very important there, is like in order to kind of like make the player feel sympathy, right? Like in order to make them feel anything, it's very important to kind of see what the Vortigaunt thinks about the situation, and if you see that creature in peril, hopefully that's tugging on your empathy bone a little, like hopefully that's like, it just does that kind of Half-Life turn. It allows you to see this character or this story from the other side all of a sudden, and that's like, those magic moments in Half-Life when suddenly it's all different, like the whole story has changed, everything. That turn is, again, it kind of echoes these turns that Half-Life does continually the entire time. And the one that I gravitate towards, this kind of light bulb experience for me was, and this is, I did not realize this until years after playing the game, and I might be completely wrong, but this is my interpretation of it. I believe that in the scene, we've got, at the very beginning of We've Got Hostiles, which is the chapter where you discover that that a military cleanup crew is coming to eliminate everyone associated with the project, or the disaster, right?
For God's sake, open the silo doors! They're coming for us! It's our only way out! Oh my God, we're doomed!
They're coming for us, it's our only way out, oh my God, we're doomed. And yeah, like I said, I always thought that meant there's the aliens that are coming after these characters, right? It's like he's trying to, like, they're coming for us. It's our only way out. Like, get us out of here. But then I realized that the silo door he's trying to open up is to Blast Pit. And when at the end of the level, you are told to go through those silo doors into Blast Pit, and that's to like worm your way through the facility to avoid this military cleanup crew. So that scientist who's pounding on the wall, on that window, he's not saying they're coming for us, it's our only way out. He's not saying the aliens are coming for us, like we have to get up to the surface to safety. I believe he's saying, like, the military is coming for us. We are going to be killed by them. We have to get out of here. Oh my God, we're doomed. And then he runs off and he hits like a trip mine, right? Which I believe is the designer trying to compensate for this character not being able to turn around and give you a more information on the story, to tell you like it's a bloodthirsty military cleanup crew. I think that's very specific. I believe it's the same thing with the Vorts, where it's like, oh, these Vorts, they're evil, they're monsters, they're terrible, but then you actually get to see them and you understand that, oh, they are doing this against their will. This is not just the cut and dry story that you believed it was, that was being served to you. What I get the most gratification from is when the Vort stuff works, when people see it, when they recognize it immediately, like what's going on, and when they like feel bad for them and don't want to, when they then don't kill every single Vort they see afterwards just because they can without consequence. It's like amazing that it works so effectively that it tugs on the empathy enough that people understand the creatures, understand the characters' plight. I couldn't imagine a better just like a better scenario for that. That's what we wanted.
So I think the Zen levels for what I pulled away personally is how the narrative connects to the design. Like I said, we have the Interloper A set piece where we introduce the Vorts as sympathetic. I think that's a really important beat that sets up the rest of the chapter, and a lot of people try not to harm the Vorts because of it, which I think is interesting inside of a video game. And then just the reinforcement of how to build your mechanics and how to introduce things and not have the one-off mechanics that people walk into blind. That and how to properly scope, because everything on paper looks doable. You have to find ways to actually get things tangible so that you can scope it and have an idea of how long it's going to take so that you can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. It evolved a lot as we built it out and as we sort of started to see it in its whole. And then what we really wanted to do, and it's something that we didn't quite accomplish, I don't think, is we wanted to show the process of the Agrunts getting manufactured. So at the very start of, I believe it's Interloper C, you see an empty pod, and it's not lit up, it's just a gray pod, and then it goes into a machine, and then on the other side of that machine, it's lit up in green. And originally we were going to have that where you could see like green ooze like coming into a machine, and then if you shot a pod before it was baked, just a ragdoll Agrunt would flop out of it. It would go and get baked, and then as it progressed, now you would shoot it and there would actually be live Agrunts, and then there was a whole section where you're supposed to see their armor getting attached, and pretty much we wanted to tell the story of how this army was made. It's one of our regrets that we weren't able to really nail that, but you can see elements of it throughout, where the Agrunts are on the wall in the control rooms in Interloper C1, and you can see like the early bits of that factory of how these pods are getting made. The room just before what we call the brain, it has those vertical blue columns, and then there's some scientists and I believe some HECU that are captured there. And that's a callback to Lambda Core, where the guy says until the team started being collected themselves.
Before the survey members started being collected themselves, that is.
So we wanted to show where these people ended up, and also the sort of the flip side of questionable ethics, like what the alien version of it. So it's a small hint to that, and the main goal of that though is just as rearmament, so that you get all your gadgets back before starting the Nihilant fight. And then there's a small, what we call suck events, that pulls you through to the next room where there's just a giant galaxy hologram, and then you wind your way up onto the teleporter. We were definitely mimicking the Citadel, and not only just as a callback, but like I said earlier, just so that could be your waypoint, your guide point for the entire adventure. And we wanted it to pay off in the end, where you actually you first get to Zen and you see this tower miles in the distance, and now you're actually on top of it and we have some story points where you can hear like echoes of voices from the Earthbound chapters. As always with Half-Life, you're the one that decides to jump into the portal. You're in control of your progression. One of the big takeaways I have from making this project is I'm also the one that has to like look at the budgets and stuff and sort of evaluate, if we do this thing, is it going to make its money back? Is it going to be worth the time we spend on it? And what we saw a lot of, because you have this long drawn out interloper fight, and then you get to the top of the brain room, and there's this smaller teleporter, and people are like, this has to be the jump that takes me into the Nihilland to do the final boss. And it's a little bit of a fake out because it's a small jump that takes you just outside the tower to look at the super big red teleporter. And we saw a couple of people welling up there and sort of getting some sort of emotional impact there. And sort of my big takeaway was like, had I only looked at it in terms of funding and counting beans, like, I don't think you get that payoff if you just look at it in a spreadsheet. I think that's where you have to trust your designers of like, hey, you know, this is going to take time and effort, and it's going to be a struggle, and it's going to come down to the last minute, but this is going to be worth it, and this is what's going to give you that big payoff.
Okay, we're almost at the finish line. With the bones of Zen complete, all that was left was the final climactic boss fight, the encounter with the huge floating baby itself, Nihilanth. Or Ninalanth, I'm still not quite sure how it's pronounced.
The original game's boss fight was tricky. The only way to kill the floating bugger was with a trick shot you had to figure out. Meanwhile, he was capable of throwing portals at you that teleported you to levels that resembled Counter-Strike 1.6 jump maps filled with alien controllers. The end result was a boss fight that left you feeling with a sense of relief rather than accomplishment. But again, it wasn't exactly something the team could cut. This was the final boss of Half-Life after all, regardless of how people felt about it.
Our mantra for building Nihillanth, Chris built out these elaborate plans, and we started with like sort of the simple stuff and built up to what it eventually ended up being. We knew we didn't want to take the player out of the room. We wanted to simplify it. We wanted to have a combat space that the player could understand and like stay in and fight. One of the things you try not to do in game design is if you introduce something to the player, you don't change it. People aren't going to pick up on that. And one of the things they do there is now suddenly it's low gravity, which the rest of Zen, if I remember right, doesn't have low gravity. So that feels weird to have that sudden change. And then the teleports were frustrating because you'd have this slow moving thing. It would build up tension, but not in a good way, where you're just like, no, 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 no. And then you get teleported to another room. Now you got to do first person platforming to get back to the fight where you really want to be. So we tested bringing in other NPCs, like Hound Eyes and stuff, that didn't test very well. And what we ended up doing was having the Nihillanth pull in parts of Earth, A, as a resupply, so that you could get some more resources throughout the fight, and B, sort of as a nod to the previous teleport section of like, okay, he's not teleporting you places, but he's bringing these other things in, and then he ends up throwing like security jeeps and tanks at you and stuff. So like a callback to Earth, a callback to Half-Life 1, the whole thing was built to be a spectacle. The real challenging boss fight, I think if we're being honest, is Gonark. And then we wanted this to just be like a crazy spectacle. Challenging, but like we wanted the player to sort of feel satisfied, not challenged. That was probably like the pinnacle of us working cohesively as a team. Everybody was frustrated in that it wasn't coming together, but we weren't frustrated at each other. We were trying to bite off a little bit at a time. And it was always the idea of, oh, we're going to try this thing. It may not stay this way. We can always try other things later, but first let's do this, see how it goes. Then we'll try the more elaborate ideas. Then we'll try the more elaborate ideas, and then we'll remix it if we need to. And it worked really well in delivering us to where we needed to be with that fight. I think actually the crystal, the head opening up in the crystal came in later in the boss, because we sort of realized that we had to do a nod to how you actually defeated him in Half-Life 1. We built out, again, rule of threes. We had phase 1, where you break the shield charger. Phase 2, where he's healing himself with orange crystals that come out of the ground. And then phase 3, he just gets super mad and blows away all your cover. And then now you're hurting him. He can't re-heal. He doesn't have a shield anymore. You damage him enough to it actually goes into a phase 4 where he's basically defeated, but he's more or less short-circuiting. So like everything's going off at once, and that's why you have that crazy overbearing effects going on. His head opens up, and then he tilts it back so that you can get a shot on it and take out the crystal to finish him off.
In the original game, and obviously with the Lore Master idea, the downside is we didn't have Mark Laidlaw on hand to ask every question. You don't really want to bug the person that wrote Half-Life every 5 minutes on Twitter or email. I sent him a few emails about various things that I really wanted. I can't remember if we responded now, it's a long time ago. But... So there was a lot of writing involved with the Nihilonth, a lot of thought into what is the Nihilonth, who is the Nihilonth, why is he there. It's probably the only place in the entire game we actually have Combine technology on view, although it's very subtly placed. It's basically the life support chair that he's sitting on is Combine technology. This is because it's not specifically explained, and I'd have to look it up now, so I won't do that, but it's in the back of my head. I remember reading in a few places that the Nihilonth was escaping the Combine, and that they were slaves to the Combine. So obviously the Combine, which is sort of this Kardashev, I think level 3 species, they built Dyson spheres. They're way beyond the technology of anything that Earth has even encountered, which is why it took them 7 hours to defeat the Earth forces. The Nihilonth is obviously a very powerful psychic creature, as you keep hearing him in your head as you go through the chapter. So that's part of the storytelling that we try and do. That's in the original as well. You go into chapters, you hear him speaking in your head. We start the Nihilonth fight right at the start of Zen. So right at the very start of Zen, as you portal in, you're travelling through a wormhole. Portal technology is directly tied to the Nihilonth. In the original game, there was a game mechanic where he would fire teleportables at you. Now, in the 90s, I'm quite old, so I do remember all of the 90s games. Like in Quake 1, they have a teleporter boss, basically. The way you beat the end boss of Quake 1, Shub-Niggurath, is you wait for this little ball to fly through him, and then you telefrag him. And it was a thing that you found in those 90s games, that developers loved making puzzle boss fights. The idea that you have to solve a puzzle whilst you're fighting an end boss, which worked brilliantly back then because the pace was a bit slower, graphics were not potentially as impressive, there wasn't as much going on. The idea being that if you have these breaks in the combat with the teleportables, you can dodge them in the original by standing behind columns, but if you get teleported, well, the boss fight stops. All of a sudden you're in a jumping puzzle. I remember from the original being massively disappointed. Oh, it's another Shub-Niggurath boss fight where you've got to do a jumping puzzle. Yes, it gives us an opportunity to pick some ammunition up, but it breaks the game flow because you've broken the fight, if you like. It's no longer a frenetic action scene. It's now a frenetic action scene followed by menial task, followed by frenetic action scene. And the idea was that in the original game, you had to blow up crystals that would heal it. Otherwise, the boss fight would just go on for ages and ages. So we've got that mechanic from the original in there. It's got shields as an added mechanic, simply to make it slightly more complicated, where you can take out panels of the shield and then shoot through those, or you can disable the shields entirely, which makes the boss fight a lot easier. And that again brings in the idea that if you think about the fight as you're fighting it, it makes the fight easier. One of our testers, worked out that if you were to drop 3 satchel charges at them, 1 each, you could detonate them at exactly the same time as the crystals come up, which just entered that phase instantly, and you were instantly into the final phase of the fight, and you could basically finish the thing in about 2 minutes. The teleporting side of it, I thought, in the Terminator films, when they portal in, the time sphere, if you like. It sort of cuts a chunk out of it. So what would that chunk look like if you were on the other side of it? So basically, those sections of facility are areas of the facility that the Nihilith has tried to rip out of reality and drop on your head in a sort of panicked, I'm just going to throw everything at you, which is why you get cars and rocks thrown at you. This is sort of, okay, I'll try something bigger. So he tries to rip up entire buildings to throw at you, which just so happen to have very handily placed ammunition and health, and you have to suspend disbelief on that one just a little bit, but basically it's our way of recouping your ammunition, providing the gameplay mechanic of the teleporting from the original, and also it kind of works with the flow of the fight rather than detaching the player from it. So I felt that if you had any gaps in the fight, it wouldn't be the same thing. You really need to have the fight as one big final moment. With the Nihilith, portal technology is really important because he basically creates a focal point for Zen in himself. He controls all of the creatures. He also controls, in the same way that the controllers have a psychic connection to the slaves, the Vortigans with the slave collars are basically connected to the controllers. Controllers are basically a lesser form of the Nihilith, and he has control over the controllers, who control the Vortigans, and everything else is kind of connected to that. He sits not at the top of the Interloper Tower, he sits below it in the roots of the tower, which you can see above him. You'll see these sort of curling roots, which are actually the base of the tower. And the Nihilith is the brain. He's the overall thing. And he controls all the portal technology, all the areas. So his psychic prowess, if you like, transcends dimensional barriers. It's not a matter of, oh, he can make you teleport from A to B or from a room. He can basically create a portal the same way in Half-Life 2. They open a dark energy portal and you can start seeing Combine on their homeworld. And it's the idea that they're going to open that through. The Nihilith can do the same thing, which is why you get all these creatures teleporting into Earth. They're not using a device. They're literally sent there by the Nihilith because he feels you're invading his world, and enough is enough. I don't know the full story of the G-Man because it's not, Half-Life 3 isn't out yet. I have read Mark Laidlaw's Epistle 3. It kind of explains it in a way, but it's very vague for obvious reasons. And I didn't feel that it would be a good idea if we kind of create a conclusion to the G-Man, the Nihilith, the Combine, anything like that. We left it as vague as possible. It's not our place to write the lore of Half-Life. That's Valve's. The Nihilith isn't really a fighting boss. It's a kind of a boss that tells the end story, which then continues into the endgame chapter, where you see the final explosion of the island. And the player, if they're sort of really engrossed in the story, suddenly realise they've just killed possibly the last of its species, and just the power of the creature that you've killed is shown as he basically, his psychic powers create a mini black hole, which then implodes, and the whole island explodes in this vast explosion that would easily have wiped you out if the G-Man hadn't popped in and just gone, actually no, I think we're going to keep you on for the next game. And then off you go, and you go through this whole thing where the G-Man is now controlling what you're seeing, and you kind of get the feeling that you're not actually there in Endgame, and neither's the G-Man. What you're seeing is a projection, which is actually completely true. The G-Man is a projection from a technical perspective. He is in a box room that's got black texture everywhere, and all the lighting is just switched, and then the camera moves through each different part of the level. And the tram that you see at the end is kind of that little vessel before he moves you into stasis or storage or whatever it is that he did. I won't spoil the Half-Life Alyx game as to what it is that you get put into.
Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived.
The Nihilith is very important from the perspective that you have basically removed a barrier from the Combine. The invasions you see on Earth are caused by the Nihilith, not by the Combine. The Combine fill the void that you create when you kill the Nihilith, and then they take over the world in 7 minutes or 7 hours or whatever it was, 7-hour war. You have quite an impact on wrecking the planet as a player. You don't really win Black Mesa, you kind of end the world by beating the Nihilists. You think you're winning, you're not.
So I think we stayed pretty faithful to actually what G-Man says. We wanted to have more spectacle, like if with the island blowing up, and we wanted to do a callback to the Citadel in Half-Life 2, where time freezes and the G-Man emerges out of a doorway. And then other than that, for the rest of the lines of the delivery, we tried to find assets that we weren't really using. Like the black hole, for example, is in the background of one of the shots. That was originally going to be in Zen A as part of the skybox, but it didn't quite fit in, so we decided to reuse it there. And then I think it was actually Nate that had the idea to break apart the tram, sort of for it comes together around you, and then if you do the bad ending, it like gets ripped apart, and then you go through a bad portal and get the bad ending. So that was just sort of like everybody having their input and little parts adding up to more than it was.
Zen is a remarkable achievement, the final act of a team that had earned its black belt in Valvian game design over the course of a decade-long refurbishment.
Black Mesa Zen was a sprawling, richly designed, often beautiful single-player experience, which also did a lot of work to tie together much of the narrative baggage between the two original games. When the credits roll on Black Mesa, it features the names of hundreds of people who touched the project over the years, many of whom have gone on to have their own careers in games.
But for the folks at Crowbar Collective, who shipped 1.0 and rebuilt Zen, what comes next? Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, being a fan of this series as long as I have, and someone who loved playing Black Mesa, we need more games like this. More games that follow the Valvian design principles.
It was crazy that we released almost the same month as Alex. It really was the same month as Alex, so it was great to have that just line up. And then for us going forward, we really want to internalize all the things we've learned, especially on the scope end, on being able to do this as a full production studio and not just a bunch of volunteers or part-timers who can contribute when they're available, but like actually making games on a consistent basis with more regular schedules. And one of the unsung parts, I think, of the whole project is just how we were able to communicate. We're super fortunate that COVID hitting and everything really didn't impact us because we're a remote studio to begin with. As hard as it's been to deal with COVID and just life in general, like we're really fortunate that we were able to work within those constraints. Going forward, it's just improving our craft, and we're going to be doing our own thing going forward.
Valve threw us the keys to the kingdom and let us do whatever the heck we wanted to. It's a life. It's incredible. You know what I mean? Like the idea that they did this. I don't know if the decision to let us make this game in the first place, to let us put it on Steam, to let us sell it. Like I don't know if these things were like the whole Valve crew is assembled around a table and they're deliberating over whether or not they're going to let little Black Mesa, do this stuff, or if it's literally just like a hand wave, like, yeah, fuck it, and like an email. I don't know what that decision was like, but they let us do it, and that's been the coolest thing ever. It's an opportunity to just nerd out on my favorite piece of like pop culture ever, to just like tear it open and dig into it and study every little thing, Like, it's just been an amazing experience.
The team actually met with Valve in 2015. They went to do a meetup at Valve and did the Valve tour and stuff like that. To my knowledge, most of the Valve team said they hadn't played it, but the ones that did play it said they'd liked it. And then we've also got Dario Casali, one of the original level designers, said that he, in an interview somewhere, I think, that he would play Black Mesa instead of Half-Life to get reacquainted with the series when he was working on Half-Life Alyx. Which to us, Black Mesa level designers, is pretty much the ultimate honor because that man is a fantastic level designer. And then, of course, Half-Life 1 is a masterpiece, a generational masterpiece of the game. So to hear that from someone that worked on it and had quite a meaningful role in it was absolutely incredible.
what I think about, what I would want to do in the future is, I mean, listen, if an opportunity comes down the line to work on another Half-Life anything in any like, of course I would take that. Of course. My concern for now is like what my interests are is I just want to make games that still, to me, encapsulate all the things that Half-Life does well. You know, I want to continue, like I've just been working on puzzles and stories and structure in the Half-Life genres. You know, I feel like I really understand that stuff, and I would love more opportunities to do that. So any opportunity that would provide a game where you can mix story, puzzles, combat, and platforming, you know, in a fun and engaging way, like I would be completely happy to do that. It's story, platforming, puzzles, and combat, and it's just like that's it, man. Those are the 4 quadrants. That's like all I need to, you know, feel warm and tingly. And I love the process of hammering those things out. I love collaborating with this team. Like I've worked with this team for 15 years. We have a shorthand, you know what I mean? We understand each other. You know, we can talk to each other where we can immediately kind of pick up what we're trying to convey in ways that would be easier talking to these people than it would be to talk to anybody else.
What this, I think I can only really talk about it, what it means, like in my personal context. I don't want to like speak for what it means for people in the industry, because I don't know, and I don't want to put us on like, I don't want to say that we're more than we are, because it started as a volunteer project, and I think that spirit really carried through even while we were grinding on it to release it in retail. But for me, it's sort of the evolution of really understanding how to make games, and the learning process never stops, but I'm starting to understand, I think, how we can tie all these elements together and make things even better in the future. For me, it started as, I'm going to do this project as a portfolio piece, and it's going to get me a job in the industry. And it did, and then I ended up getting laid off, and then it became my career. So like it's been a really interesting like up and down journey. I think this coming March will be 15 years on Black Mesa for me. So it's almost half my life of working on a project with people who really care about that project and who wanted to see it through and have it be enjoyable for everybody that plays it.
Gordon Freeman, you finally found us.
So this is the guy, huh? Thought you'd never make it.
Nonsense, Hunter. Nothing stands in the way of our errant knight in shining, high-impact reactive armor.
All right, let's see if I have many scientist phrases I can remember. Okay. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. Hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see you. They're waiting for you, Gordon, in the test chamber. You got any more? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, man.
Hello! I feel like there's ones like that. It's just weird little barks they do.
Yeah, if you talk to them enough, they say,
Can't you see I'm busy? Yeah. Hello, Gordon. I feel like there's one of those. Bah! Oh yeah, I should do all the sounds when I get hit. Bah! 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 Hello, Gordon. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Just give some quick feedback. I think it's the overhaul helped a lot. I just kind of want to see us start to simplify and really smooth out the rough parts. Like these animations, for example, they take way too long. They're trying to emulate the burning barrel. I get that, but they still take too long.
We need more games like this. More games that follow the Valvean design principles. Cool. All right. I think we're good.
Spots are like swarming.
It's wild, isn't it?
I have no idea why they're over here. There's no light over here.
Ah, look, it was hiding a White Claw the whole fucking time! Woo!
That shot looks so fucking good, dude.
About that beer I owed you. I'm dressed as the wrong fucker.
Oh boy, look at that sky.
Look at this shit. We have a really weird job.
Hit me right in the dome piece. Oh. Oh. Man. The coldest double barrel ever. That's too cold, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Oh, cold double barrel. Oh my God, this is super ice cold. So brain freeze. My goodness. Control it. Learn it. Feel it. Master it. You can do it. Oh. Cool. Game time. Yeah, it's over. Right, that's all she wrote. To it. Wow. Oh. That was cold. Freezing. Oh. God. Oh, that's cold. There's still some left. Brain freeze is definitely real. That's it, folks. It's still cold. Come on. My God. Whoa. My goodness. Oh. 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 That is cold, okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, this is cold. And I swallowed a piece of ice. Oh, it's not fun. Oh. Oh. Woo! Welcome, my friends, once again to Badlands Chugs. And today, I'm just going to relive a childhood favorite. Making Kool-Aid, mixed berry. The only twist is I'm going to use thick water to make it. Well, enough talk. Let's make this bad boy. Ooh. Mixed berry. It's actually blue, not red. What was I thinking? All right. Put that bad boy in there. Again with the sugar. That's enough. That's enough. All right. Yeah. Mix it up. All right. Mix this bad boy up. Da-da-da-da. This is going to be so good. Bring back happy memories of my childhood. Kind of. All right. Oh. Okie dokie. Have boot will travel. Wow. Now doesn't that look tasty? It's like he's saying to myself, all right, you've never seen this before. Ooh, and it's cold too. Kool-Aid made with thick water. Down the hatch, folks. 3, 2, 1. That's not what I remembered. I am not doing that again. Oh, let's chug, y'all. Until next time, you are watching Badlands Chugs. Peace, y'all.
Chugging the world, one bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back.
Ah, hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see you. Do you know who ate all the donuts? Ah, Freeman, this analysis is going to run perfectly today. Let's go. Hello there. Ah, this should help. Ah! Freeman, aren't you a bit worried about that exponential cascade scenario we discussed? Do you think we should delay for another recalibration? Hello. With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. Ah, greetings! Don't worry. I am a doctor. This should make you feel better. Ah, Freeman. You smell something burning? Whoa! Someone has hidden my glasses again. Oh no. This is madness. I'm getting out of here. Freeman? Fat lot of good that PhD does me now, hmm? Ah, Freeman. You look terrible. Ah, hello.
Position activated.
Glad to oblige a fellow scientist. How interesting. I wonder if I should run that test again. Ah. Greetings! This should shake up those grand unification boys, hmm? Weren't you supposed to be in the test chamber half an hour ago? Get back!
I do also say eat a dick most of the time. Yeah, eat a dick. Eat a dick.
Alright, let's start off with, are you deaf?
Yes, I'm deaf.
I'm deaf.
I was born deaf. Some people think I'm hard of hearing because I speak some and I can hear some. These hearing aids are off. I'm totally deaf. Oh, yes. Oh, of course. Yes, but not in front of my parents. All the time.
Could you teach us some of your favorite insults in sign language?
Oh God, in sign or in English?
What the fuck, bitch? You're a piece of shit. I mean, you're just a goddamn motherfucker. What the fuck, you stupid fuck? Go suck cock. Motherfucker. I mean, fuck you is always a go-to.
Are there different variations of fuck you?
Fuck you. Fuck that. Fucked up. You know, this is like, fuck you all. Especially if I'm driving and I see somebody on the road. I'm giving them the bird.
Is the pacing important?
Yeah, absolutely. It shows our expression, if we're really mad or not mad. Oh, it's everything in ASL. Especially, I mean, you guys have tone, right? And you can tell when somebody's angry or sad or sarcastic. And in ASL, we don't have that tone per se, but we show that with the way that we sign, how big or fast or slow we sign, and all of the facial expression that we have.
I just do how. I just like think about it out. I do how.
How do you say shit?
Well, there's shit, you can spell it. You can do this one on the nose.
How do you say bullshit?
The horns to make the head up here, and now over here is where shit's coming out its ass. That's bullshit.
How about
Bitch, right here on the chin. I can't do it without laughing. I mean, I don't use that word.
How about douchebag?
We fingerspell that. I mean, there are some signs that don't have sort of an equivalent in ASL.
How do you say dumbass?
Dumbass? This is a sign for dumb or stupid. Or you're gonna slam that hand against your other hand to show the sign for dumb or stupid as being really intense. But be careful, you don't want to smack yourself in the head. That can hurt sometimes.
How do you say bastard?
Bastard. The sign for boy is up here near the head, so that's why bastard is signed up there.
How about
Oh,
asshole?
everyone knows asshole, don't they? This one right there. There, I'm just showing you the circle there. Yep, this is sort of your ass, so you make a little O hand shape, and it's almost like the sign for shit, but you're using the fuck hand shape, and you're going up into the ass.
How do you call someone a piece of shit?
That's an English phrase that's not really translated well into ASL, but you could just use the sign like, you're piece of shit.
How do you say shit for
Brain
brains?
opens up. There it goes. It's draining out.
How do you call someone poor in sign language?
Poor. Slut. Just brother there. And it's supposed to be sort of jumping from one person to another, from one peanut to another, basically. The legs are open and they're just going like.
Woo! Oh my!
How do you say cocksucker?
Cocksucker. I've seen this one. Of course, we're gonna go for the visual of sucking cock. Okay, you take this hand shape to your mouth, and that you know what you're putting in your mouth, and then you bring out what's called the three hand shape. Here, I got it. If you want to be sort of going into it more in depth and be more visual, you use two hands. You know, it sort of shows the size, like oh he's hung, or you use your little pinky, and then that means he's got like a pencil dick, things like that.
Tell me more bad words.
Oh man, your face looks like a dirty asshole. Fuck your mom.
Out here, bitch.
You're a fucking whore. You ugly motherfucker.
Hey, it's Marina from Cut. Thank you so much for watching another one of our videos. What'd you think? Let us know in the comments down below. And if you want to pick up any merch, please check out the link in our bio. See you next time.
Hey Zelda. What? Look what I've built with this magic hand. Whoa! Fire! Fire!
Wood.
Ow!
This is the greatest day of our lives.
We're looking for the girlfriend of Army Private Daniel Ryan. Is this the home of Cheryl Mulligan?
Oh God, no! He's dead! No!
Sorry, sir, but we need to speak with Miss Mulligan.
I'm Cheryl. I've been catfishing this dude. I can't believe he's gone.
Wait, are you telling us Cheryl doesn't exist?
Kinda. Her real name's Andrea. She went to my high school. I took her profile picture to put it on my Facebook so Dan would fall in love with me. But I had to pick a girl who was hot, but not too hot. So then he still thought he had a chance.
Wow, not okay.
I knew Daniel better than anyone, okay? We used to talk about his hopes, his dreams, about how nervous he got when he talked to girls in real life.
You were lying to him.
Every night, G-chat, emails. I'd Skype and say that my webcam was busted, and then I'd filter my voice and change it. We were so close!
He yelled for Cheryl while charging into enemy fire. He wanted to be a hero for you.
That's my dad.
He wrote you a letter on his deathbed.
Read it to me.
No.
We have orders.
Read it to me.
Cheryl, my love. I wish we were able to see each other over Christmas, but I know you've been busy selling your artwork in Canada.
Come on, man.
I took pictures of paintings in hotels and told them they were mine.
I've been wounded badly, and I fear God will take me before I can share our first time together.
I told him to save himself, Whoopi.
I'm sorry I won't be able to meet you halfway between our hometowns like we always planned.
I was gonna say my car broke down and then just leave him stranded.
But we will finally meet when our souls are forever entwined in the cosmos. Love, your Buggy Bear.
Oh, our future was so bright. I was gonna have him propose and then I'd postpone the wedding by faking cancer. Like that would have kept things going for another 6 months.
Son of a bitch. A good man is dead, and you were lying to him.
I know that. I'm so lonely, okay? I'm so lonely. Oh, can it be wrong to know that when Daniel died, he died thinking that someone out there loved him?
Excuse me, sir. We're looking for the girlfriend of Army Private Owen Parsons.
2 in 1 day?
Patrick, what are you doing back here again?
Your last visit was very odd.
Mom and Dad, I had to come back because I have another really important question for you. What do you think is the best Batman movie? You're probably gonna say The Dark Knight, and I get it. It's a great movie, and I love it as much as the next guy, but it's not the best Batman movie. See, the best Batman movie is actually the 1993 animated film Batman: Mask of the Phantasm, and right now, we're gonna talk about why. So what do I mean when I say best Batman movie? If we're talking best movie with Batman in it, then yeah, it probably is The Dark Knight. It is a masterpiece, it's one of Christopher Nolan's best movies, and it's one of the best examples of strong, visionary filmmaking on a blockbuster scale in the 21st century. But it also more closely resembles Michael Mann's Heat than a Batman comic. It's not what anyone would call comic booky. And Batman is maybe the third most interesting character in the movie. On a quality scale, it's like a 9 out of 10. On a Batman scale, it's maybe a 5. Because if we're talking about a perfect Batman story, it needs to be a bit more gothic, a bit more pulp, more operatic, more comic booky. Like, Gotham City needs to be more than just Chicago. Nolan was obsessed with making everything in Batman's world grounded and realistic, but god damn it, it's not a perfect Batman story if the Batmobile doesn't have fins. So, before we can really get into Mask of the Phantasm, we have to step back and talk about Batman the Animated Series. So, Batman has been around since 1939, and in that time there have been an insane number of interpretations of the character and mythology. But what a lot of us would consider the platonic ideal of Batman and his world is the early 90s cartoon originally developed by Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski. It was the perfect synthesis of every previous version of Batman. Gotham City was an exaggerated Art Deco nightmare that felt like it came out of the 1940s. Everything was draped in heavy shadows, police blimps floated overhead, the night sky was always blood red. Batman and the entire cast were drawn in clean, immediately iconic designs and matched with voice actors who sounded exactly like we'd always imagined. And the writing had a maturity and depth that put every other Saturday morning cartoon to shame. Like the 90s Spider-Man and X-Men cartoons do not hold up, but Batman is even better than you remember. After the first season of the show, Warner Brothers asked the folks making it to make a feature film, and here's where they made some really interesting choices. See, just about every live-action Batman movie has followed the same kind of formula where 1 to 3 Batman villains try to take over or destroy Gotham City while Batman fights them, and usually these villains have more characterization and depth than Batman himself and are the most interesting part of the movie. But now, this relatively low-budget spin-off of a kids' cartoon goes and flips that totally on its head, delivering a movie that's more original, more structurally complex, and with greater emotional depth than any live-action Batman movie. Like, its main influences are Citizen Kane and Alfred Hitchcock. Guys, this movie fucking rules. Mask of the Phantasm was written by Alan Burnett, Paul Dini, Martin Pasco, and Michael Reeves, and directed by Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski, who were all the main crew behind the show. They'd already had a year of practice telling Batman stories, so they used the movie as an opportunity to get really ambitious and make some bold decisions. The first of these bold decisions is to create an original villain, something none of the live-action movies have ever attempted to do. It gives the movie some actual mystery because we don't already know everything about this guy going in. So at the start of the movie, the Phantasm, who looks kind of like the Grim Reaper, is showing up all over town and murdering old mobsters.
Buzz Bronski, your angel of death awaits.
So this kid's movie is basically about a serial killer. Somehow that got approved. Now this is happening around the same time that a woman named Andrea Beaumont returns to Gotham City, and she gets this beautiful, mysterious, old Hollywood-style introduction. And this kicks off the extended series of flashbacks that make up almost half the movie, where Bruce Wayne's in his 20s, he's returned from his travels and training around the world, he knows that he wants to fight crime, but has yet to make the decision that, hey, I should do that while dressed up in a homemade bat costume. Now these flashbacks chart the course of Bruce's romance with Andrea, who was created specifically for the movie. And in the 78 years that Bruce Wayne and Batman have been around, I'm just gonna say, she might be the best love interest he's ever had. Like, out of all the other Batman movies, can you really tell me you cared about the romantic subplots in any of them? I love The Dark Knight, but Rachel Dawes is not the most compelling character in that movie. When Vicky Vale told Bruce Wayne that she'd loved him since the first time she met him, 3 days earlier, did you really believe her? Honestly, the only one that really works is with Selina Kyle in Batman Returns, since in that movie they're both portrayed as lunatics who get off on dressing up in black leather. And even in the comics, the only really interesting love interests are Catwoman and Talia al Ghul, and let's be real, he doesn't have a future with either of them. Okay, a case could be made for Silver St. Cloud, but I have to get back on topic. What's amazing about the scenes between Bruce and Andrea is that they feel like real people with genuine chemistry. Like, the dialogue actually has wit. It feels like it came out of a Billy Wilder film.
What happened to you? Trip over some loose cash? It's been 3 days since we met and still no calls. I figured you must be dead or something.
You expect every guy you meet to call you up?
The ones that are smart enough to dial a phone.
The relationship makes sense. You get why they fall in love with each other. But here is where things get really interesting. See, this is happening around the same time that Bruce is starting his whole crime fighting thing, and we all know that when Bruce Wayne's parents were murdered, he made a vow to dedicate the rest of his life to fighting crime. But now, he's totally conflicted. He thought the rest of his life was going to be all about the mission, but then Andrea came into the picture and changed everything. In a movie full of bold decisions, this one might be the boldest. It's a major retcon of Batman's history that, in my opinion, makes the whole thing more interesting. Like, there's this amazing scene where Bruce breaks down at the grave of his parents that digs deeper into Bruce Wayne's psychology than any movie before or since has even come close to.
I know I made a promise, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't count on being happy.
Seriously, how good is that? Like, while the Nolan movies were really interested in what Batman represents, this movie is actually interested in who he is. And after this, Bruce proposes to Andrea and she accepts, and it seems like he's actually going to have a happy life until she suddenly has to leave the country with her father and tells him to forget about her, and this is where he decides to become Batman. What's amazing about this is it adds a new layer to a story we're so familiar with. Even after the death of his parents, Bruce had a new chance to live a happy life. But when that chance was taken away, he made the decision to turn into the darkness and become Batman. Like the scene where he first puts on the costume, there's nothing triumphant about it. Bruce is shown as a figure entirely in black, and Alfred is horrified when he first sees him. In this story, Bruce Wayne's decision to become Batman is a tragedy. I love it. It's so good. Anyway, back to the present. The Phantasm is murdering all these old mobsters, who we realize were the same guys Andrea's father was dealing with in the flashbacks, and Batman is kind of stalking Andrea, who's now dating the city councilman, who's a huge asshole and trying to get the police to take down Batman because they think he's the one responsible for the murders. Because, you know, they look kind of similar. Also, in the greatest casting ever, Councilman is voiced by Hart Bochner, the same guy who played Ellis in Die Hard.
Hans, Bobby, I'm your white knight.
Also, I never buy action figures, but I love this movie so much that my sister got me these for my birthday last year, and they are the best. And Batman goes and talks to Andrea, who's obviously already figured out who he is because she's smart, and she lays the sickest burn on him in the history of Batman movies.
You still following your dad's orders?
The way I see it, the only one in this room controlled by his parents is you.
Like, that line alone is a better analysis of Batman than all 3 hours of Batman v Superman. So this one old mobster, this gross dude voiced by Abe Vigoda, who's constantly sucking oxygen out of a tank, he's freaked out that he's gonna be the next one to die. So for help, and this is where things get really good, he goes to see the Joker.
Gasp! Can it be? Old Sally, the Weezer Valestra!
And how cool is it that the most famous villain of all time is a supporting character who only shows up halfway through the movie? And as I assume we all know, the Joker from the animated series, voiced by Mark Hamill, is probably the best version of the character ever. So yeah, even better than the Jared Leto one. And I'm gonna go on the record here and say that even though he only has about 12 minutes of screen time in Mask of the Phantasm, this is the best use of the Joker in any movie. And here is a montage I prepared of him being great.
Down, Rusty. Can't be too careful with all those weirdos around. Don't touch me, old man. I don't know where you've been. That's it. That's what I want to see. A nice big smile.
And in one movie, he gets 2 iconic introductions. One by using a Tommy gun to shoot the heads off a bunch of singing animatronic robots, and then this one.
Tisk, tisk. And to think our tax money goes to pay those jerks.
He's genuinely funny and genuinely scary. He's totally out of his mind, but his decisions all make sense to him. And in another one of the movie's very bold moves, we see the Joker before he becomes the Joker. This is a thing that I'm always really uneasy about. Like, I like the '89 movie, but I really don't like how it gives the Joker a real name and a definitive origin and makes him the guy who killed Bruce's parents. That robs him of so much mystery. But this one works for me because all it really tells us is that he was once a creepy, low-level gangster. That's it. He doesn't have a real name, he doesn't even have a line of dialogue. And since the passage of time between the flashbacks and the present is such a key part of this movie, it makes sense to have the Joker play a role in Bruce and Andrea's past. So this builds to the big third-act reveal that Andrea is the Phantasm, and she's hunting down these old mobsters as revenge for them killing her father years earlier. So beyond just being a great love interest, she's a twisted mirror image of Batman. They're both motivated by the murders of their parents, but she's driven entirely by vengeance while he's driven by a desire for justice. I love these toys. And the big finale, by far the best finale in any Batman movie ever, takes place at the Gotham World's Fair. In the flashbacks, we saw Bruce and Andrea visit it, and at the time, it was this shimmering beacon of hope and optimism for the future. Like their relationship at the time. But now it's decayed and in ruins. Like their relationship in the present. And plus, the Joker is living there, sort of infecting it like a disease. Now kids, this is what we call symbolism. It's not subtle, but it is effective as hell. So Bruce, Andrea, and the Joker have their big final showdown among the ruins of the future that could have been. She's trying to kill the Joker, and he's trying to stop her and save her soul. Cue the music. See, Batman is not the protagonist. Yeah, he's the main character of the movie, but this is really Andrea's story, about her doomed romance with Bruce and how her life was consumed by vengeance. This builds to the astounding climactic moment as the massive series of explosives the Joker has rigged detonate and the entire World's Fair is engulfed in flames, symbolically killing any hope for Bruce and Andrea once and for all as Shirley Walker's magnificent score reaches operatic heights and the Just watch the clip. So, this animated kids movie is the story of a doomed, tragic romance. It's about two people whose chance for happiness was destroyed by violence and revenge. It's a superhero movie with no happy ending. And by the way, this movie is only 75 minutes long. It does all of this in half the time of The Dark Knight or The Dark Knight Rises and still manages a deeper exploration of Batman's psyche. I promise you, if this same script were made as the next live-action Batman movie, people would lose their goddamn minds and declare it the greatest superhero film of all time. Okay, so now I'm just gonna list a bunch of my favorite little details about this movie because there are a lot. The way Batman stomps on the table after he flipped it onto that goon, Joker hiding in the model Chrysler building, when the Phantasm murders a guy by dropping a huge angel-shaped tombstone on him, Bruce's line to Arthur Reeves.
Thanks for the handkerchief, Arthur. You know where you can stick it.
Basically everything Alfred says.
Oh, by the way, I've pressed your tights and put away your exploding gas balls.
Young Harvey Bullock as a uniformed cop in this one flashback. This close-up of Batman. The little moments of Batman trying to figure out his crime-fighting identity. Sal Valester's facial expression right here. This shot of Sal after the Joker killed him, which terrified me as a child.
Angel of death awaits.
Pretty much every shot of the World's Fair in the finale. The jetpack. I love how destroyed Batman gets in the scene where the police are after him. There's a tension and desperation that we never see in Batman movies. And finally, the moment where Joker chooses a stick of bologna instead of a knife to use as a weapon. Anyway, I've just been thinking about this a lot lately. I wanted to get it off my chest and let you know how I feel. Mask of the Phantasm is the best Batman movie. For some reason, it's still not available on Blu-ray, but here. You guys can borrow my DVD copy. That's all. See you later.
You want to stay for dinner?
Sorry, I can't.
Did he drink that entire bottle?
I think he did. I got it. I know what I'm doing.
And action.
Do I have a line? I forgot my line. No, I just go, okay, I got it, go.
I love it.
Don't get me in the outtake reel.
day is phenomenal. The evening is even better. Take care, right? Be safe. I mean, Boston's ill. I don't really fucking think we need to go anywhere else, to be honest. I mean, just standing out here outside the New Balance store, seeing baklava, something my grandmother used to make me as a child, spread across a window as the namesake of a shoe I just put out. It's pretty phenomenal. But Santarpio's, though? Let's fucking talk about kebab and pizza combinations at a crazy-ass dive bar with the illest fucking charcoal grill situation. If you want to go to Boston, just go to Santarpio's and that's it. Just go home. That's really it. I've been to Boston a bunch, and they're always asking me where to eat. I never really know. But now we have an ironclad recommendation of Santarpio's, pizza, kebabs, etc. and other. Oh, man. When you walk in, it feels like fucking the Tiny Nut Tavern on Jamaica Avenue. Feels like a Coke bar, which is something that I love. That vibe is really what is endearing to me. The smell. When I walked by that man's pizza, he was guarding it with a knife because it looked phenomenal.
So we have the pizzas. They're like 14
Well,
inches. So
huh.
you could get, it's like a medium. So we
Okay.
have only pizzas, and then the barbecue comes with the fresh baked bread that we make every day and cherry peppers.
Gorgeous. You know, I'm gonna have to ask for a skewer of each, please. And I'm gonna go ahead and have a pie with hot peppers, please. What do you like?
How many you eating?
It's for everybody.
Garlic is probably
Let's
the
do
most,
it.
one of the most popular.
Sausage garlic.
Okay.
Done. This is my favorite room I've ever been in. There's like the room I grew up in as a child, and then there's this room. That's how I feel right now. This is the most excited I've ever been coming to Boston. To have these pictures are crazy.
Marciano and Dempsey used to come in here.
My grandfather's a good friend of Jack Dempsey.
And this is
In Brooklyn.
grandfather right here.
That's beautiful.
And that's my great grandfather up there. Steven Tyler used to always come in here. He used to have his birthday party right in the stable right here. Yeah. He used to come in, bring his own champagne, sit right here. Very nice guy.
I've been working here since 1981. It was started off like a local neighborhood type of restaurant, and then they started expanding with people coming in from all over. It was all basically like word of mouth. It was always different than everywhere else. No one really did what we did. Yeah, they did bone the lambs right here. They make the sausages homemade.
Off and on, I've been working at Santarpio's for like 40 years now, since like 1980. We cook our pizza sauce instead of opening up a jar and throwing it on the pizza. Make our dough fresh every day. Lou, 2 more cheese, that's it. Multitasking is a necessity around here.
Do you do any of the barbecue?
I do on Wednesdays. We'll have to conclude the show until next Wednesday if you want to catch me over there.
Yeah.
I thought it was apple juice.
A lot of people like to dip it on there.
Ooh,
This is the lamb. I put the steak and chicken in.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
Thank you. She told me this is their special recipe, sausage. What kind of wood are they using in there? Mmm. That fire pit's been Asian for years. Let me mark on a plate. Fuck, Lord. Mmm. Where did we find? How gorgeous that looks. It's like home bread. That's bread from home. This is my favorite place on the fucking East Coast.
People try to emulate us, you know, with the thin crust type deal, but it's me the best. I mean, I like the Sicilians sometimes and the Uno deep dish, but I prefer the thin crust.
See? You're not fucking playing around.
No.
You want that? It looks phenomenal. Here's the hot pepper. Straight up hot peppers, like vinegar peppers and cheese. This is where I go all the time, no matter what. This is garlic oil and sausage. This is their most popular one. Big crunchy ones. Grab one for yourself. Grab it. Right to the point, don't you worry. You know how to do it. Hell yeah. I didn't know I was gonna eat this good in Boston. Not gonna lie. The interaction between that cheese, vinegar, pepper, and this crust, it's pretty next level, otherworldly. I need to buy a hat. I need some merch.
What's I might have a slice.
Like
Yeah?
2X or 3X or just a hat.
What's your name?
Gary.
It's to meet you.
What's your name?
Frankie.
Frankie. Frankie and Gary. Appreciate that. Right? Beautiful. Hell yeah. This is great. Thank you very much, brother. This is great. Appreciate that. You too, man. This warms my heart to see a place like this, for real. I'll be here. I'll be here. My man, take care, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be good. Appreciate it. Bro, this one is extremely wearable for everybody, and it has the bonus features that I love, and it's crazy in its own right. You know what I mean? Like, you have to really drive. This is what I told you, man. I don't do things half-assed. When I fucking go, I go. We're gonna go from the rooter to the tutor. Paper gets ruined every fucking time. My papers are all over the place.
So now
Shredded, ripped cheesecloth.
Yeah.
It's a known preserver in branded cheesecloth. Embroidered.
Okay.
Embroidered monogram cheesecloth.
Okay.
Everything you say is. How you feeling? You feeling good? You looking strong? Cinnamon pear jam. Who were these made by? Nobody knows. I just want to say thank you to whoever did this, because this is great.
From the salt flats of Bolivia to the Patagonian grasslands, roams one of the most versatile predators on the continent. Despite being one of South America's most widespread felines, this voracious hunter is a ghost. Rarely seen and even less studied, this is South America's best kept secret. The Jeffries cat. Jeffrey's cats preside over a large kingdom, thriving in a wide variety of habitats. Mountains, forests, savanna, shrub, and grassland. Most of their territory is arid or semi-arid, like Bolivia's salt flats, which have given them their nickname Salt Cat in German, which we're commandeering for this episode. If you are ever lucky enough to spot a salt cat in the wild, their size and coat will give you a clue as to where they hang their hat at night. Like with most species, the closer to the poles they are, the chunkier they are. Salt cats are no exception, and the warmer the locale, the skinnier their bod, and vice versa. Another clue to their home are their coats. In the warmer northern populations, their coats are an ochre color, while in the south, they are a silvery gray. This reflects the change in topography of their habitat. But the coolest salt cats are the swamp dwellers. Most commonly found in forests and wetland habitats is the melanistic variety of the salt cat. These black beauties have an elevated level of melanin, a skin and hair pigment that allows them to camouflage more effectively in their darker habitat. At night, they're unspottable. This not only makes them more effective predators, but it really makes you want to boop their snoot. Not that you should. At first glance, you might mistake a salt cat with a house cat, and you'd be forgiven, as they're about the same size, weighing only 4 kilograms. And that's not all they share with house cats. They too seem to forget what they were doing mid-step and start to clean themselves. Cats will be cats. Grasslands being their primary habitat, salt cats have long legs built for getting around. One reason for their long legs is to potentially help navigate floodplains. One of the most concentrated populations of salt cats are found around rivers in the Pampas region, which are prone to flooding. Having long legs gives the salt cats an advantage over other predators. While they aren't as arboreal as some of their cousins, they are adept in the trees. Whether to escape a predator, to ambush prey, or to communicate with other salt cats. They do this in the most elegant way possible, with feces and urine. While solitary, they do meet up when it's time to mate, and they will travel vast distances, drawn to the scent markings of their potential mate. Breeding happens from mid-spring to early summer and will result in 1 to 3 kittens. Keeping away from predators, salt cats prefer to use trees, hollows, or other animals' burrows to have their kittens. Born tiny, blind, and dependent on their mothers, by their 3rd month, they can join their mom on the hunt. An addition that I can't imagine being all that helpful. Nevertheless, this kitten is doing the best it can to help its mom track down a meal. Salt cats are primarily nocturnal, and when the sun goes down, it's time to hunt. Unsurprisingly for a cat of its size, it specializes in small vertebrates, like mice, birds, and in the northern part of their range, frogs. This cat has caught the scent of a frog. She approaches slowly. With excellent night vision and a killer sense of smell, a frog is no match for a salt cat. Or so she thought. Within striking range, she pounces. But she loses it in the grass. In this case, the small cat is the Goliath, and she'll have to look elsewhere to feed her kitten. But the night wasn't a loss for everyone. This melanistic salt cat swaggers home in the morning with a mouthful of mouse. Though salt cats are vulnerable in some parts of their range, they are considered a species of least concern. While they are incredibly hard to spot in the wild, this one isn't as camera shy as you might think. says cats don't like selfies? Living primarily in grasslands, these cats haven't suffered much from deforestation. They do struggle with habitat destruction, especially with the construction of roads in their territory, and cars are a leading cause of death for Jeffrey's cats. But often, their territory is converted into farmland, in which they can survive, as where there's farms, there's mice. Jeffrey's cats also fall victim to poachers, and their pelts are the second most trafficked in the world. That said, like most small cats, Jeffrey's cats, or salt cats, are incredibly understudied and underfunded. We are still just scratching the surface of what we know about these elusive felids. And until we know more, they will remain South America's best kept secret.
Hey guys, items tend to sell out on the site pretty quick while they're available. In the link below, you can snag yourself one of these exclusive DiResta razor blades made from 420 stainless steel. This is a giant utility blade that is extremely sharp. It's become very useful for many people in their shops. I encourage you to buy one and beat the hell out of it, as I do. And you'll find it very useful for a lot of different things. It's actually a real razor blade. It's very sharp. It scores a little bit above 55 on the Rockwell hardness meter. Please click the link in the description below and get one while they're available. Thank you for the love and support.
chocolate squares make up the base, couple of handfuls of crushed pretzels, top it all off with marshmallows, and... voila! Teddy Brulee.
Finally, arson and food together.
Hey, Teddy, can I play with that blowtorch? I just want to inspect it, learn about it.
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Binging with Babish, where this week we're taking a look at Teddy Brulee, thanks to a sponsorship from Skillshare, an online learning community for creators with more than 25,000 classes in design, business, and more. There are more than 7 million creators learning with Skillshare. In fact, it's where I learned how to make the marshmallows that we're going to make today. But for the literal recreation, we're going to stick with the store-bought stuff. First, we have to source our largest torch-resistant bowl, build up a robust foundation of chocolate squares. Since this seems to be inspired by s'mores, I'm going with Hershey's, followed by a few handfuls worth of pretzel sticks and 2 full bags of marshmallows. I want enough on there that I can't see any pretzels or chocolate. Now for this job, my normal torch, I don't think it's going to cut it, so we need to upgrade. 50,000 BTUs of propane power. I just made that number up. Get it lit and get to torching, a far less elegant process than that depicted in the cartoon, with a lot more burnt spots and a lot more miniature fires to extinguish, but we've achieved a borderline brûlée appearance. Turn off the torch, and then all that's left to do now is to try and eat this stupid thing. They never actually eat it in the cartoon, so the method is unknown. I'm guessing with a giant spoon? I would use graham crackers, but there's already pretzels in there, and it would be crazy to double carb, right? Anyway, this is just a bunch of half-melted marshmallows on top of pretzels, the end. I'm just kidding, let's try to make a better version. First up, let's try doing something that nobody should ever try doing, which is making your own graham crackers. First up, in a large bowl, we are combining 4.5 ounces of whole wheat flour, 4 ounces of all-purpose flour, 1.5 ounces of white granulated sugar, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, and 1 teaspoon of cinnamon. Then let's try out my new trick. Thank you. I also do really boring birthday parties and doomed weddings. Once that's tiny whisked together, we are combining in a smaller bowl 1 egg, 1.5 ounces of vegetable oil, 3 ounces of honey, and 1 ounce of milk. Fun fact, did you know that graham crackers were invented by Sylvester Graham to stop masturbation? It's true. In that spirit, we are beating together the liquid ingredients and adding them to the dry, folding together to combine with a rubber spatula until a rough, semi-firm dough forms. Don't overmix unless you want tough crackers. Then we're going to wrap this guy up in plastic wrap and refrigerate for at least 1 hour up to overnight. It's pretty soft right now, and we want to get it firm enough to roll out betwixt 2 sheets of parchment paper without too much sticking. First, I'm going to divide the dough in half. We're going to do this in 2 batches. And normally you want to roll this out as thin as possible, but I'm going to go a little bit thicker to make a slightly more robust graham cracker for dipping. Once rolled out, we're going to peel off the top layer of parchment paper. If it sticks a little bit, don't worry, just pat down the rough surface with your fingers before brushing the whole thing down with a few tablespoons of milk. This is going to give our graham crackers a nice sheen that store-bought graham crackers just don't have. A joie de vivre, if you will. We're baking this guy at 300 degrees Fahrenheit for about 10 minutes before removing and cutting into our desired shapes. For this application, I'm going to cut mine into perfectly symmetrical, pristine rectangles or whatever these are, I don't care, and then place back into the oven for 15 to 20 additional minutes until deeply golden brown. We're then going to let these cool directly on the baking sheet for about 30 minutes so the residual heat continues to dry out the crackers before separating and getting down to the business of making marshmallows. First, in the bowl of a stand mixer, we're combining half a cup of water and 3 packets of powdered gelatin, mixing together to make sure that everybody's nice and moistened. And then in a small saucepan, we are combining 1 1/2 cups of white granulated sugar, half a cup of water, and 1 cup of light corn syrup, which we're going to take over to the stovetop and bring to the softball stage, or a temperature of 240 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to stall at 225 for about 10 minutes while the water evaporates. Just keep the heat on and believe in yourself. Then, with all the caution of an expert smelter, we're going to slowly stream the syrup down the side of the bowl while the mixer runs. Now, it's at this point that you're going to realize that you should be using your wire whisk. So you're going to swap that out and slowly increase the speed to high, beating for about 5 minutes or until tripled in volume and resembling marshmallow fluff, because that's kind of what it is. And at this point, we're going to beat in 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, mixing on medium for about 30 more seconds or until completely combined. Now, for our first crack at gourmet Teddy Brulee, I'm thinking we lay down a layer of crushed graham crackers, perhaps in an effort to make cleanup a little bit easier down the line. And then I'm going to stick with milk chocolate, but why don't we go with something a little bit more luxurious? I've got some lint here, about 4 bars worth, that I'm going to top with our marshmallow mixture. Smooth it out and let it set at room temperature for at least 4 hours. Time for another fun fact. Did you know that marshmallows were invented by Teddy Roosevelt? That one's not true, I made that up. Anyway, after 4 hours, our marshmallows are set, and we're placing them in a 400 degree Fahrenheit oven for about 10 minutes until this happens. At this point, I tried to Teddy Brulee it up a little bit, but kind of ruined it a little bit there, but that's okay. Why don't we go ahead and turn this off? and give this thing a try. And the first thing that I discovered is that the uppermost crust is near impenetrable. Most s'mores dip that you find on the internet is composed of store-bought marshmallows, and I can tell why. They create nooks and crevices into which your graham crackers can be dipped. Let's try our more robust homemade ones. Oh yeah, these are designed to punch through hardened marshmallow crusts, which is a sentence I didn't really ever think I'd say. Anyway, if you saw last week's episode, you know that I'm on a diet right now, so here is my proxy taste tester, Vinny, who gave it one enthusiastic, if a bit sticky, thumbs up. But I feel like we can still do a whole lot better, so why don't we try actually forming our marshmallows into marshmallows. First, we're going to lightly coat with vegetable oil and line with parchment paper a 9x13 casserole. Once everyone's all oiled up, we are going to dust the whole affair down with powdered sugar. Make sure that every surface is evenly coated and tap off any excess. Then we gotta make ourselves another batch of marshmallow batter? Is that what you call this stuff? I don't know. Leave a comment about the marshmallow names. And then, as before, we are letting this set uncovered for 4 hours. When we're ready to dice these guys up, we're going to liberally coat our work surface with powdered sugar, turn out the giant marshmallow, lightly oil and dust with powdered sugar a long, sharp knife, and dissect to our desired specifications. I'm going for about 1-inch cubes, which should leave plenty of nooks and crannies on our dip. And look at that, a homemade marshmallow. So much better than the store-bought stuff, and I'm just kidding, it's actually exactly the same. One thing we most certainly can upgrade is the chocolate. Milk chocolate's a little bit boring, so I'm going for a mix of 63 to 85% Guittard and Schaffenberger chocolate. And to ensure that it all melts, I'm going to preheat our skillet in the 400-degree Fahrenheit oven for about 5 minutes before dumping in the chocolate. Then, of course, atop the chocolate goes our marshmallows. Again, feel free to use the store-bought stuff. I can't really recommend this unless you're going for special flavors or colors. Into the oven it goes for 7 to 10 minutes, rotating once during cooking, et voilà, teddy brûlé. After all those attempts, I'm going to allow myself one bite, and I gotta say, the dark chocolate is a massive improvement. Uh-oh, marshmallow in the beard situation. But something you might not know about me is that I'm one of those monsters that likes his marshmallows burnt, and you know what they say? Some men, Master Wayne, just want to watch the world burn. Yes, I've been wanting to do that impression for a while. Hey guys, so I just want to talk a little bit about today's sponsor, Skillshare, an online learning community for creators. As I mentioned, I learned how to make today's marshmallows from a Skillshare class. Premium membership gives you unlimited access so you can join the classes and communities that are just right for you. Join more than 7 million creators learning with Skillshare. The first 500 viewers to use the link in this video's description will get a 2-month free trial.
Nicholas Manzo. Good morning, sir. Mr. Manzo.
Yep.
You have a red light violation on Pleasant Valley Parkway. Do you remember this?
Well, in fact, I went and investigated 4 or 5 times. I was wrong, no question about it. I made a right-hand turn, and that's the first violation I've got in 72 years of driving.
Really?
Yep. Look up my record.
I'm going to look it up.
Yep.
Now, Mr. Manzo, I'll ask you a question. Monitor here indicates that you are 93 years old.
Right.
You
World War II veteran. Spent 29 months in the Pacific, okay, without coming back. And came back alive.
Where were you in the Pacific?
I was in the Navy.
You were in the Navy?
Yep.
How long did you serve?
I served 3 years. 1943, February, on my 17th birthday, I joined the Navy, and I didn't come back for 3 years. And the truth of the story is, I can tell you a little story if you got a few minutes.
Go ahead, I want to hear it.
I joined the Navy when I was 16 years old. I went up to Federal Hill, Holy Ghost Church. I got my birth certificate. I forged it. I made myself 17 years old. And I went down to the recruiting station. I joined the Navy. Everything went fine until 2 weeks later, the policeman in the Navy come up and they wanted to arrest me because I forged my birth certificate. But I waited another year and I left Mount Pleasant High School and I went in the Navy. And I spent 3 years, 29 months in the Pacific. Every battle that was in the Pacific, I was there. I was in it.
I received letters from people every day, and I received a number of letters from veterans who actually send me checks, and the purpose for them sending me checks is to help other veterans. Now, I would really dismiss your case outright.